How's it going? Welcome. Welcome. Oh my. Look who's here. Look at all your glorious faces. Whoa, wee, wah. Let's see who's here today. What's up, Peppa? What's up, Reckless? How's everybody doing? What's up, Mimic Mischief? Keith, how's it going, buddy? Brennan M, how are you? Whoa, look at all these cool people in the chat tonight. My goodness. Fire Flam, Jamie Woods, Ned, what's up? Epic Jr., how's it going, buddy? D&D Doomsday. Ooh, spooky. Alejandro Rodriguez, good to see you again. Zelos, what's up? Phelan, what's up? Pepta, thank you for the 5. My goodness, we're starting off with, holy shit, we're starting off with lots of stuff. Crazy Moose came in with the 10 gifted before we even started. You guys are out of your gosh darn minds. Well, I'm excited for stream tonight, friends. What's up, Sepha? What's up, Derek? Dragonus, how's it going, buddy? Oh, we got a couple new people. Who else is new? One second. I can bring up the list so I can actually look. Who else is new? Camille, thanks for joining. Some random ginger, thanks for joining. Some person, thanks for joining. I appreciate it. Trodosio, ready for a ton more donations today? I am not, but I will try to be if I can. Guys. Banana? That's one of the best names I've ever seen. Mintleaf, what's up? G-Bus? Whiplash, you're new? Welcome, my guy. Well, if you're new, I have to show you something kind of fun. You ready? Hi there. Hey there. Hey, new guy. Welcome to the channel. Welcome. Okay, sorry about that. I apologize. All right. Oh, my goodness. Look at all these beautiful faces. You're glorious. You're out of control. It's Sisha, not Cher. Welcome. You love the energy? Well, I'm loving you, my guy. We got Bethany Opal Wood. Hayan Atunes. Our local meth addict at it again. Guys, tonight's going to be kind of a fun stream. I'm pretty convinced it's going to be a pretty solid stream. We got a couple things going on. NZ, welcome back, my guy. How's it going? Glad you like the eye teeth. Who made the Warlock patron based on me? A handful of people made homebrew based on me a little while ago. We actually looked at them on stream. But it was a little while ago. A little while ago. Can you guys handle quiet for a moment? How does that work? Don't worry, it's going to get loud again in a second. Calm down. Gabriel, how's it going, buddy? Oh my god, if it isn't my French friend, whose name is so hard to pronounce, but I'm going to try. It's, quelqu'un de tout today. Quelqu'un de today. I'm so bad at French accents. I'm actually good at a lot of accents, but French is not one of them. Pepta with the 5 again. Oh my goodness, so generous, my guy. So are all these subclasses inspired by waifu catalog monster manual? Yes, they are. Less waifu, more monster manual. And these are all pieces of homebrew that I have written. But I also... Okay, wait. Everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. What's happening? Why are the lights crazy? Jeez Louise. Whew. Oh my goodness. Out of breath. Hi. How's it going? Who's new? Is anybody new here today? First of all, let's just get that right out of the bat. Juan, welcome. Stray Bubble, welcome. Who's new? Raise your hand if you're new. Royal, welcome. D and Dooms, welcome. Maxi, Max Anarchy, Leda Rubik, Elizabeth Elson, Pep Talk guy. Oh, it's not Pepta Talk, it's Pep Talk. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Sepha's new. Oh my god, we got a lot of new people here today. Welcome, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Well, if you're new to my stream, before we jump into what we're going to do tonight, I want you to understand what this stream is so you can participate in it as much or as little as you want. So, the way that my streams usually run is I answer your questions and go on tangents about D&D things while reviewing homebrew that you send me. That's kind of it in a nutshell. And now you might be thinking, wait a minute, that sounds cool. How do I send you homebrew? If you see the chat commands here, it takes you to a form where you can submit homebrew. And basically, throughout the stream, I'll be spinning a big old wheel. I could actually show you guys the wheel. I don't think I have the wheel set up yet, so I can't show you the wheel. But I'll show you what the wheel will look like when it's set up. The wheel, the old wheel, here's the old wheel. This is not the wheel for this week. But basically, I'll spin the wheel, and your homebrew will come up, and then we'll review it on stream. And that's kind of it. So if you want to send me homebrew to review, you can send it. Now, I'm not going to be reviewing homebrew tonight until probably 9 o'clock, maybe a little bit later, because what we're doing to start our stream, but that means you have time to submit it, so you don't need to rush. If you're like, oh, I didn't know about this, you have a couple hours where you could still find some homebrew and you can submit it if you want to, and it will be on the wheel for tonight, later tonight. It will also be on the wheel for... It's all fuzzy and out of focus? What's all fuzzy and out of focus? My heart? It's okay, don't worry. You'll be able to see everything clearly when it's time. Don't you worry, my friend. But I look at the wheel every stream. So if I don't look at your piece tonight, I'll look at your piece either on Wednesday or maybe on Sunday also. Sunday is the day that is mostly devoted to it. So if your piece doesn't get picked up before then, come back on Sunday, and that's when we do the long stream. That's when we did a long stream last night. We'll do a long stream next Sunday. And then Thursday night is a special homebrew review night just for members. So if you are a member of the channel of I think it's, I forget what level, it's the second tier, whatever the second tier is. If you're the second tier member of the channel, you can submit homebrew for Thursday nights. So it's a smaller wheel, and the bigger benefit to that, or the bigger, special, is that I'll bring you on stream and we'll talk about it. So we end up having more of a discussion around your homebrew as opposed to me just reviewing it. Now, I'm going to say something before you haphazardly rush to send me something. I am a harsh critic. I'm going to be coming at you with love, but with fury, because my goal is to make your piece as good as it can be, as if you were throwing it out into the universe and anyone else was grabbing onto it. That means I want it to be exciting. That means I want it to be balanced. That means I want it to be understandable and clear. And that means I want it to work in almost any other D&D game. Unless you specifically tell me in your submission, this is for a very specific overpowered campaign setting or something like that, I am going to be reviewing it as if you would want this thing to work in anybody's game. So just be prepared for a level of scrutiny when you're getting looked at. But also remember that the goal is to improvement. I'm not judging you at all. I'm not judging your potential as a creator at all. What I'm judging is the piece of work that is in the place that it's at when it's sent to me. So try not to get upset. Try to take everything with a grain of salt. And then the last and probably the most important thing, actually there's two more things. The second most important thing is that you do not need to listen to anything I say at all. Don't worry about it. If you don't want to take my feedback, don't take my feedback. It's fine. I won't be offended. You won't be offended. It's perfect. And then the last thing is that you guys in the chat, you guys are also a part of this conversation. You are right along there with me giving feedback. I am looking to you just as much as I am looking to my own noggin. So feel encouraged to share your ideas. This is a conversation that I am having with you guys. I'm not a giant streamer, so we can take advantage if I can actually remember some of your names and stuff, which is pretty friggin' cool. Keith with coming in with the may not can. Exactly. You'll get there when you get there. But yeah, that's kind of it in a nutshell. Does that sound cool? Does that sound fun? Does that sound like a good stream? That's what I do. Keith, thank you for the 5. Sounds good? All right, good. Because tonight we're starting things off a little differently. Tonight, for the first time in a long time, we are going to be looking not at your homebrew, but at mine. We are going to be looking at a collection of subclasses that I put together a while ago, about a year ago. I haven't looked at them since then, and I don't know if they're good or not. I remember making them, I remember being excited by them, but tonight, guys, I am going to be looking at them as if one of you sent them to me. I'm going to be reviewing it as if it is not mine. I'm going to try to distance myself, and together, we'll see if I can talk. We'll see if I can walk the walk, because I've been trying to talk a talk, you know? And I want you guys to be giving me feedback too. And then at the end of this, when it's all done, I will take that collected feedback and I'm going to redraft these monstrous subclasses and I will make them available to you, to the people. Because we all want more monsters in our games, you know? We want that fiend. We want that fire. I'm sick of being a human. It's time for the monsters to get a chance, you know? You guys know. You're excited for the siren? So do you guys want to see what they are? Can you share homebrew campaigns too? I'll tell you what. A lot of people have asked me if they can share homebrew campaigns. It's kind of hard to judge a homebrew campaign. What you could do is you could send me the elevator pitch for it, and I could tell you if I think it's interesting. Or you could send me a document that you intend to send to other people to use to understand your homebrew campaign, and I could critique its formatting. But I'm not going to do a super deep dive into your homebrew campaign. I don't think that will work. Because that's very opinion, you know? That's just like, is this what I want to do or not? Ugh. Persuasive wink with the 5. Jeez Louise. What's going on, guys? Did y'all take crazy pills or something this morning? It's a hectic stream. We haven't even got started yet. Gnome? What about yours? What about yours, Bildo? A setting? I'll look at it. The thing is, mostly, you have to keep in mind the things that... You have to keep this in mind if you're sending me something. I am judging the thing you're sending me, regardless of what it is, on basically 3 things. Is it balanced? Is it easy and fun to engage with? Like, can I get through it well? Is it well formatted? And is it evocative? So, if you send me something that's a little bit longer, like a whole setting, I'll probably read the intro paragraph and then immediately start telling you if I think it's how it's written. But I'm not going to do the big, full, deep dive in. Same thing as if you send me a full class, I'm not going to review the whole class. I'm going to look at maybe the first and second level features and sort of talk about if I feel like it evokes what it needs to be a class by second level. Because in my opinion, if you're making a brand new class from scratch, if it hasn't accomplished the goal of feeling unique by second level, it should be a subclass. That's my opinion. What's up, Pat? Pat, are you coming on stream tonight? I didn't see if you said you were going to. Or you just messaged me. You're around? All right, let me call you up. I'm calling you up right now. Guys, we're going to bring Pat on.
Yo.
Hello. So if folks don't know Patrick Perini is my dungeon master, and he is smarter than me in some ways. In other ways, I'm smarter than him. But in some ways, he's definitely smarter than me. Let's not play dumb here. How's it going, Pat? Why am I so red
How you doing,
tonight?
Chad?
When I wear this pink shirt, I'm like so red in my camera.
Oh, that's interesting. It throws off the color balance. Neat.
Yeah, I don't like that.
That's fun.
Let me see if I can change that.
Put a blue tone filter over yourself.
Why is it doing that?
I have no idea.
I don't know either.
It genuinely might be reflection. It might be the light off the shirt reflecting off your face.
Maybe.
It's bleed, basically.
I do really like pink shirts, though, is the problem.
Yeah, you're going to have to start wearing stage makeup.
I'll start... Here, I have an idea. Let's see.
I
How about that? Is that better?
don't know. It's got to fucking catch up.
I think it's better now. I think I fixed it.
Yeah, it's a little more muted, a little less saturated.
Yeah, there we go. All right,
We
chat.
love a pink shirt though.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out how we should do this. Oh, I just changed color.
Yeah.
So here are my subclasses.
Okay.
Now,
Seems pretty easy. Roll a d10.
you think we should roll a d10?
I mean, if you want to dive right
I was
in,
gonna say maybe we should let chat. I was gonna say we should let chat decide.
hey, chat can decide if you want to put up a poll or if chat's got a strong opinion.
Yeah, you didn't miss much, Steph. We're just about to start looking at some of my homebrew that we're sharing. So, all right, so guys, here are the options. We have the Hide Behind Barbarian.
Such a good fucking name.
We have the College of Sirens Bard. We have the Circle of Druid Chimera. We have the Awakened Golem Fighter, the Xenomorph Monk, the Doppelganger Ranger, the Prowler Rogue, which is sort of like a boogeyman vampire, the Sphinx, the Sphinx. Now I'm saying it's fucking Sphinx. The Sphinx, the Sphinx Bloodline Sorcerer, the Horde,
Mr. Sphinx bloodline.
the Horde / Skeletor Warlock. It's based off Skeletor from He-Man.
Oh, that's fun.
And then the School of Cosmic Eye, which is the Beholder-inspired wizard. All right, so what are people saying? I see a lot.
I'm seeing Xenomorph slightly more.
I'm seeing a lot of Xenomorph. I'm seeing a lot of Chimera.
Some Sphinx.
Hide behind for the win.
Hide behind. That might be the move.
I see a lot of hide behind. Okay, wait. I'm gonna put together a poll. You guys are gonna vote. We're gonna look through a couple of these, but I'm just gonna let you guys pick. So I'm just gonna say, what first? We have the Chimera Druid. We have the Xenomorph Monk. We have the Hide Behind Barbarian. Thank you for the 5, NZ, by the way. Very kind. And what was the other? There was another one that I feel like I saw a couple of. I saw a couple Sirens.
Yeah, a few Sirens. There were a few Sphinx.
I see more Sirens than I do Sphinx. Sorry, so we'll do Siren as the last.
Sure. Cool.
All right, ready, set. The poll is up. Or it's going up. The poll should be up soon.
Open.
Poll's open. What are we looking at? I know you want to
Zero
see it
votes
all.
is what I'm looking
We're
at.
going to see a bunch of them. I don't know if we're going to end up looking through all of them, but we're going to look through a bunch.
Yeah, there's a lot on here tonight. 71 votes.
Oh my goodness, the votes are coming in. James, welcome to Too Cool for School. Thank you. Pepta, wait, I need to bring up the thing so I can actually read chat comments. I'm sorry.
Never.
Pepta says, I'm also working on a Warlock subclass. The name for yours has you concerned we maybe have some overlap. I don't think we will. Mine is designed to play like Skeletor. So unless you made a Skeletor Warlock, you're fine. All right, I say we close the poll. 90 votes is a lot. All right, so who won? Hide Behind won.
Looks like the Hide Behind by a fair margin.
Ooh, I'm excited. I'm excited for the Hide Behind. So I love barbarians. You guys know this.
And I love fearsome critters. So
here, let me share this with chat. 1 second.
yeah.
Only people with the link. Yeah. No, only people with access. That's not what I want. Anyone with the link. Copy. If you're ever sending me homebrew, make sure you do that first, or it's not going to work. All right. So there it is in the chat. I'll post it twice. Let me know if the link works. Let me know if the link works in case it doesn't. I think it should, but just let me know if it doesn't. All right, so this is the Hide Behind Barbarian here. Uh-oh, my music. Let me just make sure music, because everything's doing everything it needs to.
Yeah.
Here. Oh, loud motorcycle going by. Guys, chat, how's the volume? Is Pat louder than me? Am I louder than Pat? Are we roughly the same? Let me know. You sound good?
Say more words. That's helpful. Excited about this high.
You just subscribed yesterday and you watch your shorts. Oh, welcome, my guy. Thanks for coming to stream. I appreciate it. All right, so this is the hide behind. Now, you guys know I fucking love barbarians. My favorite class in D&D. So let's see how this works. Trodosio says they were trying to make a Sphinx warlock, so you'll look for ideas from your sorcerer. I'm going to tell you something. All of mine that are a specific monster are very, very heavily inspired from the monster from D&D. So the Sphinx sorcerer its features are all based off of features of the Sphinx stat block. You'll see if we get to it when we get to it. Okay, so let's take a look at the path of the hide behind. Lumberjacks tell stories of a creature that haunts the woods, always just out of sight, just behind the next tree, until it's too late. A little awkward at the end of that first sentence, but it's fine.
Yeah, man, that sentence has got to be shorter. Come on, come on.
For many of these tall tales, what the fuck?
For many, comma.
Oh,
these are tall tales.
Yeah, come on, guy. Get a fucking comment in there. For many, these are tall tales.
Don't edit it while we're reviewing.
Okay, calm down. For barbarians on this path, these stories are signs of a good hunt. It's okay. The last sentence is fine, but I feel like the rest could use a little bit of work. Some random ginger gifting the 5 subs. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you
so much. Okay, let's take a look. So we get 2 features at 3rd level. We get Stalking Rage, and we get Right Behind You. Chat, I want to see your feedback too. You guys can be harsh on me if you want. Stalking Rage. Beginning at 3rd level, you gain proficiency in the stealth skill if you don't already have it. Your proficiency bonus is doubled for any check you make that uses that proficiency. So basically expertise in stealth. In addition, when you take the hide action while raging, your rage is maintained as if you made an attack or took damage. So you basically can be stealth raging if you want.
It's pretty good. The hide action, you're not a rogue, so it's not a bonus action, so that is taking your whole action.
Oh, yeah.
And it's the only way that you're getting the hide action, so you do need it to be able to continue your rage.
Oh, but basically you can rage you can sneak while raging. Right behind, and then we also get right behind you. At 3rd level, you can always appear in unexpected places. When you rage, and as a bonus action on subsequent turns while raging, you can teleport up to 30 feet from behind one area of cover to another. You and the destination must be unseen by hostile creatures.
So that has to be full cover if you're unseen. Right? No, I guess
not. I don't think it necessarily has to be full cover so long as you're unseen.
Okay.
So the way that I interpret this is like you run behind a tree and then disappear and reappear behind another tree.
Does this use your move speed, or are you just getting a free 30-foot teleport?
You are getting a bonus action 30-foot teleport every turn, so long as you can accomplish those goals.
Yeah, those constraints are pretty heady. I feel pretty good about that.
James said, what is this based upon? This is based on a monster called the Hide Behind. I would look it up if I were you. It's basically a large... the idea of it is a creature that is very, very large, but it can hide behind things that are very, very small. It is always just out of sight. So imagine like a 10-foot tall monster that can hide behind like a very small tree. They're like a lumberjack folklore thing. Okay, so 3rd level I think is pretty good. The one thing that I'll point out about it is that it's not getting anything for damage.
That is unusual, but it is getting another way to persist its rage, which is, I think, half of what the damage features at 3rd level usually are trying to accomplish, right? Like, you're getting either a buff to damage or another way of doing damage to give you versatility and keeping your rage up.
Okay, yeah, I think it works. I don't think it needs anything extra. I feel like it's pretty strong. Joff, it doesn't extend your rage unnaturally, no.
So I actually have a question here from a goal perspective. It's something I think that is maybe worth thinking about foundationally. I don't think it undermines what's on the page here, but the goal of hiding mechanically, not narratively, mechanically, is to get advantage on your attack. Right? That's what it's
or to avoid being attacked.
Right. as a barbarian, you're already taking half damage. You don't mind being attacked. In fact, most of the time you want to be attacked because you're going to be the one who should be attacked.
Mm-hmm.
And you also already have a free built-in way to always get advantage. This is a little safer, maybe, but again, that's damage avoidance, which is maybe not the most in line with barbarians. So I'm not sure how you're thinking about that, but it does occur to me that you're providing a parallel path to doing what barbarians already currently do. And I'm not sure how much of that is stepping on the core class concept.
I think, excuse me. I'm not sure. That's a really good point. I think it does do the same thing a little bit. I will say the goal of it was like spooky mobility is the best way I could describe it.
Yeah. I mean, the teleportation's fucking great.
The goal is spooky mobility. I wanted the idea of a monster that could jump out of a space that is too small for it to fit into and attack you. But that is a really good point. It might make sense to do something, to add something else. Yeah, it's a good point. What did Gangamel say?
Gangamel said, one thing I'll say is that there seems to be, sorry, it's scrolling wherever it seems to be going for a hit and run thing, but has no disengagement tool. But that might be fine because Barbarian. And I think that's actually an interesting point, is that like you're getting in, you're hitting someone, and then presumably trying to get back to cover so that you are then booping away with your next teleport. You're going to be taking probably a fair amount of opportunity attacks as you get out of threatened areas.
Oh, for sure.
Which I think is fine.
Yeah. Somebody said they felt like the teleport mechanic was a little unclear. I don't fully agree. I feel like it is, but how do you feel?
I think it's okay.
Is it unclear? I mean, I feel like you just have to be unseen by hostile creatures. That's basically it.
I think that is something that may, in practice, be very hard to do because hostile creatures can be there could be quite a large number of them.
Oh yeah, there's going to be. Well, the 6th level feature will make it a little bit. You'll see how the 6th level feature adds on to it. But I did intend for it to be limited. But I agree that like there's going to be a lot of situations where the way it is, you're just not going to be able to do this unless you like actively run to a place to hide.
And I would say without the teleportation feature, this 3rd level setup is not very solid because it is just giving you stealth, which is not something that a barbarian, strictly speaking, needs or really benefits from. So I would say that this is a thing where I don't know. It reads clear to me. It makes a tremendous amount of sense, but I would need to play it at a table and like experience how frequently that actually occurs. Because that teleportation is the crux of what you're getting at 3rd level. And if it's too overly restricted, it might need to be loosened up a little bit. Matt
Thorne said perhaps the teleporting and stealth is a little redundant, and you could get rid of the stealth and give it something else that would be a little bit more combat-y. Could see something like that.
I think you could, but I think the 1-2 punch of hiding and then teleporting is good. I would say it all comes down to how frequently and easy it is to set up that alley-oop in a playtest.
Yeah, I would also, just from a design perspective, I almost imagined the stealth, as almost like a powerful ribbon feature, where it's like that's sort of the goal of this thing. Is it's like you're like a moose. You're big and quiet. Wait, all right. So
it is necessary to set up the teleport, though, because that's part of being hiding is part of becoming unseen, right? So you being able to get expertise in your stealth checks there is helping the right behind you like occur more frequently.
I don't want to give this thing a sneak attack. I don't want to give it. I see that's Eric suggested. I don't think the move is a sneak attack. I feel like it would stack too much with rogue at that point. It's already a pretty strong rogue multi-class. Let's move on to can you still teleport if someone is looking at you? I think if they are a not hostile creature, then I would say yes, but you still have to be behind cover. So you could if your buddy's looking at you, you could like dive under the table. Okay, let's look at a spatial anomaly, the 6th level feature.
Let's do it.
Beginning at 6th level, you can bend reality around you so that there is always a place to hide. You gain the following features. And how many features do we get? We get 2, it looks like. Non-hostile, small-sized creatures or larger count as cover for the purposes of activating your right behind you feature. So if you have an ally next to you, you can run behind them, basically.
Step behind them, yeah.
And then the second
really
feature is you can fit in, squeeze through, and hide behind spaces as small as 1 foot by 1 foot.
That's nuts, man. That's really cool. That's really cool.
So the idea behind this was like you could jump into a dresser drawer.
Yeah.
Or like
yeah,
into someone's bag or something like that.
Yeah, the hide behind has that almost that like Looney Tunes-esque nature to it.
It is Looney Tunes. It's scary Looney Tunes.
Yeah.
That's 100% what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. I like that. I like that quite a bit. And that's just for chat, in my opinion, that's a really good 6th level.
Is this too strong?
A lot of
the second part?
1 foot by 1 foot is basically an ooze racial feature. I'm unconvinced it's too strong.
Yeah, oozes can do 1 inch by 1 inch. Smaller stuff can do 1 inch by 1 inch.
Yeah. Well, so I'm saying it's less powerful, right? It's less powerful than the ooze racial feature. I think it's okay.
Yeah. Okay. Would teleport stack so you could travel through a 1 foot by 1 foot spaces? I don't know exactly what you mean by that.
Because you're teleporting, you don't actually need to go through that space. You're just disappearing from one location and reappearing in another, so it doesn't matter. Like,
yeah, you could fit in a backpack for sure. Yeah. What if you make second part proficiency times per day? We could do that. I have mixed feelings about that. I think that could work though. I think if it feels too strong to be proficiency times per day. James says, "Wait."
I really don't. Okay, we're waiting, James.
So you can jump into your
waiting
bag.
for James.
Yeah, exactly.
While we're waiting for James, I think there are a couple of things here. You can fit in, squeeze through, and hide behind spaces that are small by 1 foot by 1 foot. It does mean you can get in a backpack, but it doesn't mean anybody can lift that backpack, right?
Yes. Yeah. No, you're not tiny. You're still the same everything.
I would say that the one thing that I would do to limit this, if I was going to limit it, is these two features only occur when raging.
Oh, okay, that's a good idea. Maybe that's the move. That's not bad.
And I think if you make it only when raging, then done, right? Because the first one only applies to right behind you anyway, so it kind of only affects when raging. So you're really just tightening up that second one. So if we are concerned about the second one, that's what I would do. Okay,
yes, okay, cool. That's not a bad idea. Walker says, I'm a new GM and a friend is thinking of being your first player. And you got any tips? Try to find a couple players. Try to have a lot of fun. Don't worry about following the rules or learning everything first. Dive right in and learn as you go.
Yeah, 100%.
That ties into third level feature really well too. Cool. All right, let's ooh, the guy with 20. Oh my goodness.
Boom!
Thank you so much. Just because I love the channel and what you do, love the energy you put out, completely unrelated, but Chicken Run is a great movie. Chicken Run is a great movie. I love everything Wallace and Gromit. Ooh, we got good taste in the comments. Also, the guy, thank you very much. That's very kind.
Cinder, did you know that my sister-in-law works at Aardman?
Really? That's cool.
She worked on the most recent Wallace and Gromit film.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's very cool. Small world. For folks that are just getting here, we are reviewing my homebrew. Homebrew based on Monstrous. So we're looking at the Hide Behind Barbarian. If you want to take a look at it, here's the link.
Boom.
Okay. We're at 10th level. The other side. Starting at 10th level, when you successfully grapple a creature of large size or smaller while raging, you can drag the target to a harmless demi-plane of your own design. No action required. While there, the target can't cast spells or use any plane-shifting abilities, and you can observe them. The target remains there until you release it as a bonus action or your rage ends, at which point the target reappears in an unoccupied space of your choice within 5 feet of you. At the end of each of their turns, the target can make a contested athletics check against you. On a success, they reappear in an unoccupied space of your choice within 5 feet of you and become immune to the effects for 24 hours. If you use this feature while there is already a creature in your demi-plane, the first creature is immediately shunted out as if they just succeeded on their contested athletics check against you.
Okay, so I have thoughts on this.
It's essentially a strength-based banishment that doesn't take them to their home plane.
I have an emergent thought now that we're at 10th level. Stalking range has got to go. It's too straight. Expertise in stealth for a creature that by 6th level is like bending reality and fitting through pinholes and like jumping in backpacks and shunting things into demiplanes.
It's not the move.
It's too literal of an interpretation. I think if you want to balance it out and you want to make this thing not just about weird, wacky physics, you need like a rend attack or something to represent the like wild animalness of the hide behind. Like maybe some sort of vampiric thing. Like when you get someone, you can sap, you can drink their blood or something. I'm not sure exactly what direction we want to take it, but I think it's got to be something that's not tied to rage. This already isn't, but it's got to continue being not tied to rage. And 2, I think it's got to be a different one of these tent poles because
Do you know what I think the move would be? I think the move would be to take one of these 6th level features and move them to 3rd. And then put something else. I don't know, man.
Somebody just said take their shadow. Your local meth addict just said take their shadow, and I want to explore that for a fucking minute because that sounds fucking sick.
I don't even know what that. What does that mean? That doesn't mean anything.
I don't know. Aesthetically, it's really cool, and you could potentially give them levels of exhaustion. I don't fucking know.
I used to. Fun fact: the original version of this piece did take exhaustion rate from creatures, and I ended up pulling that out at a certain point.
Okay, I mean, I accept. I think so. Here's my thing. I don't think the move is to move the 6th level up because I think 1, it'll weaken your 6th level a little too much, and 2, I genuinely
is right behind you enough for 3rd level, maybe.
I think it's missing something purely aesthetically, and I'm gonna put it to you in the way that I put it to pretty much anybody else. What is sort of the rounded? Right now, I'm really getting. I mean, I know it's called the hide.
What if it was?
I'm really getting hiding and like dimensional fuckery.
Yeah, dimensional fuckery, I think, is the larger goal. What if it is something as simple as, maybe not as simple as, but in the direction of you don't cast a shadow?
That's really cool. I like that quite a bit, and that should certainly be in here somewhere. I guess what I'm saying is like dimensional fuckery is the focus of this thing, but I feel like we're getting a little homogenous on that point. That's the toolkit that this thing has, and it's being represented a couple different ways: your own movement and banishment. But just narratively, I'm left wanting a little bit of roundedness because, again, and this I think is going to be a theme tonight. This is not a monster. This is a person.
Well, it's a monstrous person.
If you want to play, yeah. But if you're going to want to play this character, you're going to want to feel 3-dimensional, right? So not casting a shadow is great. Does that mean something that we could give a little bit more oomph to? I don't know.
I don't know either. To think about. It is worth thinking about. I do agree, though. I think Stalking Rage might not be the move. Thoughts on the other side? The way that it's written, people were asking what you could do. The intention of it is you can't interact with the creature at all. You can just observe them. So it's a demiplane of your design, so it can look like anything. You could make it look like a bedroom or a jungle or whatever, and you can just observe the person wandering through it. But it cannot harm them. The mechanical goal was it's essentially the banishment spell. It pulls them out of combat for a little while. The other thing that I will point out is that you specifically pick where they are brought back. So if I, like with banishment, I cast it on you, you're gone. When it's done, you appear right back in that same spot. This, I grab you. When you come out within 5 feet of me, wherever I am. That's sort of the main difference. And there's no constitution or anything. And it's all strength-based, because the idea was that you're literally dragging them into another plane. It's not like you're magicking them. It's like you're grabbing them by the throat and pulling them into it. How do folks feel about it? Too strong, not strong enough? Is it clear? Does it work?
I feel like it's pretty clear and probably the right power level.
You can smuggle party members with it too. Maybe that's not good. Maybe we need to figure out a way to make it
fine.
You think so? Because it's infinite use as is. You're limited to rage. You can only do it while you're raging.
Then yeah, I think it's totally fine because the only time
it's not raging. Oh, it is raging. It is raging.
Yeah. Well, the only time you're going to be smuggling a party member into something is not a situation in which you're going to be able to then if you're in a situation where you're raging, upkeeping the attacks or the stealth in order to rage, and we may be changing the stealth thing anyway.
Yeah. You do not bring yourself. You like shove them into it. You don't go in.
I think it's fine. I think it's from a power perspective. I think it's fine.
Okay. A 10th level hide behind can basically nerf a lich out of existence. I mean, I would argue so can the banishment spell.
Yeah, at least temporarily. It's only 24 hours total, right?
They're immune to it for 24 hours after they succeed, yeah.
Okay, so they keep rolling every 6 seconds until they succeed.
Yeah.
So at some point they're going to succeed. A lich would just burn legendary resistances to get the fuck out of this thing and then eventually succeed.
Yeah.
I think it's personally, I think it's fine.
The initial drag check is a grapple check.
This is an action, right?
It's one of your attacks. If you can attempt to grapple as part of your attack action.
That would be something that if this did feel in play a little too much, I might make it a
full action. Yeah, that could make sense. Changing it to a full action.
Yeah, not saying it needs to be, but I feel like that would be my move, is like just nerfing the rest of your turn a little bit.
Yeah. Doomsday. You don't submit in the Discord, you submit in the forum. You probably need to I don't know why you can't send things in the Discord right now. I'm not sure where you're trying to type it. You're not able to type stuff. You could also ask in technical questions or something like that. It isn't a saving throw. Legendary resistance wouldn't work for it. Oh, I guess that's true. It's a contested check. That's true.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. That's another way you could nerf it, is make it a saving throw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. That could work also. Should only be able to do this a few times a day. Well, it's limited by rage anyway, so you can only do it. You can't do it while you're raging, and you can't stack it. You only have one creature at a time, and the creature can't be hurt while they're inside it. Yeah. Okay.
I really don't think it's that. For 10th level, I really don't think it's breaking the bank.
Let's look at Ethereal Hunter.
You can nerf it a little.
Yeah. I think we could nerf it a little bit. I think making it an action would be the move, and maybe changing it into a saving throw. And then there's Ethereal Hunter, the 14th level feature. This is one I don't remember at all. At 14th level, you can dip into and out of this realm at your leisure. As an action, you can cast the Etherealness spell. When cast in this way, the spell lasts 10 minutes, and your movement speed is doubled for the duration. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. So I believe Etherealness usually lasts 8 hours. So this basically would make you a ghost for 10 minutes. Like, you could just sort of travel through the Upside Down for 10 minutes once per day. Pretty fucking fast.
I don't know. So here's my thing. As a standalone feature, I think it's pretty cool. I think what it's enabling you to do, both mechanically and fictitiously, is sick. I feel like it's just more of the same, right? We already have a teleport. We already have...
It's like a long-distance version of the teleport, kind of. Yeah.
Yeah, which, like...
No, I agree. It is similar. It is similar. It does. I like it, but it is very one note. I agree.
Yeah. And I feel like that's something that is present throughout kind of the whole thing. And I feel like there's one other idea that should be present here that is introduced at 3rd level, maybe woven in a little bit throughout, and then nailed at 14th. That I don't know what that idea is, but there's something there.
Yeah, folks are saying that this realm, when I say this realm is vague, this is the flavor text. So I can change it. This is not the mechanics at all. So I would not even worry about interpreting that for mechanics. This is the mechanics. But yeah, I can change that if that's confusing for sure. Yeah, it is kind of one note. I wonder if it would make more sense to, like, improve 3rd level stuff. Like, I don't know. I'm not sure.
I mean, again, I feel like there are things that are missing here around the, like, predatory nature of the hide behind, right? Like, I think you're missing the, like, the hunt a little bit.
Yeah, the stalking.
I'm literally on the Wikipedia because why wouldn't I be? That obviously they're nocturnal. They subsist chiefly upon the intestines of their victims. They have a severe aversion to alcohol, right? Like you could
no alcohol.
That in as a ribbon feature.
No alcohol for the hide behind.
I think there's something else that needs to be present to sort of represent that you're not just a planeswalker. You're like a predator in the space between planes.
Yeah.
And I think if you could figure that out, then that's probably
I think what this thing is, this is what I think. I think Stalking Rage has to go. And I think Ethereal Hunter has to go.
Reworked because it's a good name.
No, I'll probably keep the name, honestly. But I think that this needs to dramatically change, and this needs to dramatically change, and they need to represent more of a offensive something.
I think that's right.
The moment when it jumps out and grabs you. That moment. I need that moment.
Maybe.
Or maybe some sort of like slow tracking hunting thing. I don't know.
One way or the other, something that you could potentially play with is a move that, like a rend move that reduces speed to 0 for like a consistent amount of time, right? So you're able to like jump on somebody and lock them into place, cut the hamstring, right?
Maybe. Pep Talk guy, thank you for the 20. Jeez Louise. They say, what if you stole a page from the Echo Knight? Shadows appear from multiple sources of cover and act as a mirror image. You can choose to appear in and attack from any of those locations. I think that's a really interesting idea. That's not bad for a 14th level feature. Yeah,
that's pretty good.
You can like attack from any of the shadows. You could just like dip in and out, like you have like arms coming out of shadows and like grabbing and ripping at people. That could work.
I would make it like a specific number, right? Maybe either like 4 or a number equal to your
con mod, probably. Mod. Yeah.
And then if they're hit, right, then they just go away. So it does kind of give you this mirror imagey type thing that you can then also attack from.
Yeah.
I think that could be cool. That could be fun.
All right, well, that's the path of the hide behind. That's one of my pieces of homebrew. I think it's okay.
Not bad.
It definitely needs some work. Needs some work. Could use some clarity. And I think that this is one of those things where, and I talk to you guys about this a lot, where you start with an idea and then you drive through it to the point where you're like, you're missing the forest for the trees, where it's like, this does become kind of a redundant feature, and this is kind of just the same. But I will say, I am very, very proud of Spatial Anomaly. I think that's a very fun feature. I like it so much.
Spatial Anomaly is really good.
Because this is so silly. Like, this part is so silly, but it's also so useful if you're, like, creative about how to use it, which I like.
Yeah, it's really, really powerful.
Okay. Let's, so that was the hide behind. Still super cool. We love our hidey boy. Oh, thank you for the 10. Very, very kind, James. Very kind.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so let's pick another one. Guys, what should we look at next? I want an action where you pull a creature through a shadow. That way it doesn't step on Shadow Monk. You know, that's not a bad idea. It's a little bit different, but that maybe that's part of the move. Maybe there's more of an offensive teleport nature to it. There could be something like that.
There's something to think about here. I do think that that barbarian got kind of close to rogue, kind of close to monk. Not a bad thing, but worth considering as you finalize the design.
Yeah. Okay, so what do you want to look at, Pat? I'll let you give a bigger vote. Give you bigger sway, and then I'll let the chat vote, but you can give bigger sway too. People still saying Xenomorph, Doppelganger, Prowler. Siren.
Genuinely, I kind of want to look at the Xenomorph, and I have an argument for that, which is
that I hate monks.
You look at so many fucking monks that you hate monks, and I want to know what you did with the monk.
All right, we'll do the Xenomorph. Okay, we'll do the Xenomorph next, guys. And then we'll vote on the next one. I wanted to let Pat vote because I don't actually know how long he's gonna stick around for, so I wanted him to pick the one while he's still here. But we're gonna look at the monk next. The Way of the Xenomorph. Let me share this with you guys. We'll do the Siren next, I think. I see a lot of people asking for the Siren, so I think we'll do the Siren next.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Golem for the win! Oh, God, we need to just let you guys fucking vote. This is getting chaos. Finally, Shadow with the 5. Thank you, James, for the 10. Shadow with the 5 says, funnily, a while back, I was going to run a Halloween-esque campaign with a monster player character, but never saw enough homebrew to get it up and running. Man, this is literally why I started building this stuff in the first place. Gray Shard, thank you for the 10. Some people are still saying Siren. It's so funny. You can see how some people are way more delayed than others, depending on
They're
how their
way
internet
more
is.
delayed. They're way more delayed.
All right, so guys, we're going to be looking at the Way of the Xenomorph. There it is in the chat a bunch of times. This is my monk that I made.
Real quick before we jump into the monk, some random ginger with the 10 said, so what about a version of Hunter's Mark meets Relentless Hex at level 3, probably for the hide behind?
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
Could be something there.
The Perpetual Hunter, yeah, that's not a bad idea at all.
Yeah.
All right, so I talk a lot of shit about monks. I know I do. So let's see what I made. I'm gonna be honest. I remember this somewhat. There's one feature that I really like that I gave this monk. I'm hopeful that I like all of it. Let's see. This is. Oh, by the way, just so people understand, it's based off of this xenomorph. It's based off of this monster.
The alien, right?
Yeah, the alien from Aliens, exactly. Yeah. Okay.
The capital A alien.
Chitinous. Okay, here's the flavor text. Let's see how cool I am. It's either good flavor text or terrible flavor text. Maybe nothing in between. Chitinous creatures hide in the quiet solace of the stars. They drift through the void in dreamless slumber, awaiting the encroachment of their prey. When stirred, they use the life forms they encounter for nourishment and to incubate their eggs. Not a species, a virus. Somehow, these creatures have changed you. Your form crackles and shifts. Your blood burns, and new teeth clench behind your smile. I'm going to be honest.
You want my genuine...
I like this part a lot.
That's really good. Do you want
I love new teeth clench behind your smile is fucking good.
It's fucking good. It's really good.
What? No, yeah.
Also, not a species, a virus is pretty good.
What don't you like? This part?
So the thing that I don't like... I don't even necessarily dislike that whole first paragraph, but you're doing something that you've gotten very.
What is this like to play?
No. You've gotten very aggro with people about before, which is like you're writing in a voice that's trying to sound big.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Solace,
it's fucking cocky.
Encroachment, nourishment. These are not the words that you want to
use. This should be like a quote. This is like a quote in a book by some theologian. This should all be in italics and in thing, and there should be like normal human language for sure.
But otherwise, it's pretty good. Also,
that's true. Trudeau, that's a great point. I could just get rid of the word and it's a much better sentence. That's a really good point.
Better sentence.
Much good point. All right, so let's see what we get.
That second graph's really fucking good.
I genuinely don't remember almost anything about this one, but let's see. Here's it again in the chat. We get two features at 3rd level: shifting form and natural predator. Oh, these are long. Why did I make them so long? Starting at 3rd level, you can unleash aspects of your alien nature. When you spend a key point on Step of the Wind or Patient Defense, you gain an additional benefit as seen below. Oh, interesting. Not on Flurry of Blows. Step of the Wind. Once before the end of your turn, if you hit a creature with a melee attack, you can force that creature to make a strength saving throw against your key save DC. On a failure, they're knocked prone. Okay, so it's like a pounce kind of thing.
Oh, okay. I would write that in.
Yeah, that definitely should have something like that for sure. There needs to be better descriptive language here.
I think genuinely you could reframe it where it's like Step of the Wind. As an attack on your turn, you can make an unarmed melee weapon attack to pounce on the target. If you hit with this attack, you force a creature to make a strength save. Just make it an attack, right? Instead of putting it on a melee weapon, like make it a specific thing.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, the next one is on Patient Defense. As an action, okay, so this is like you're using your bonus action to do Patient Defense, and then you can do this as an action. So if you do this, you can't make an attack on this turn. As an action, before the end of your turn, you can unleash spiny tendrils in either a 5 by 15 foot line or a 5-foot radius around you. Your choice. Creatures in the area must succeed on a dex saving throw against your key save or take piercing damage equal to 2 rolls of your martial arts die. I'm
going to be honest, man. Neither of these really feel like they build on Step of the Wind or Patient Defense. It just feels like you're using those as vehicles to cut key cost.
You think so? I feel like the Pounce one makes a lot of sense to me, because Pounce is like...
When you said Pounce, it got there for me. And so I think if you rework it to be a little bit more balanced, but patient defense doesn't feel connected to being patient or defending almost at all.
This is true. It's more of just an alternative attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. This could very easily be in place of a flurry of blows or any of those sorts of things.
Yeah, or I mean, honestly, it wouldn't even be in place of a flurry of blows. It would just be you spend a key point to do this, right?
Isn't there a monster inspired by the xenomorph already? There might be. Yeah, that's a good point. Mechanically, though,
it's a cool mechanic. It's a little AOE with save or suck damage.
Yeah. Is this Fun's feeling? I don't know. Not sure yet. I don't know how I feel about this. I'm going to be honest. I don't feel super strong about shifting form. It doesn't. It's not super. It's not. I don't think it's doing it for me in the way that I want it to.
No.
But I think it's fine. I think mechanically it's solid. I just feel like it's not super evocative.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's not nestling in.
Let's look at Natural Predator. Beginning at 3rd level, you gain a special bite attack that you can use once per turn. Okay, so you can't like multi-attack flurry of blows with it. It deals piercing damage equal to your martial arts die and counts as a monk weapon for you. Okay, so it just uses everything the monk weapons uses. When you are at half HP or lower, the critical hit range of this attack increases to 19 to 20. Additionally, if you don't have proficiency in stealth, you get it. So you get proficiency in stealth, which is whatever.
Get rid of that. Come on.
You think so?
Everything gets proficiency in stealth. Yeah, I mean, maybe this is a xenomorph thing that I'm not super familiar with, but like, I feel like that note about stealth is so disconnected from shifting form and natural predator up to this point. You are not building a stealthy character. You're building like a big shifting alien violent character that it's like, oh, but they're stealthy in the movies, so you should have stealth, right? Like that felt like a little bit too much of a dip into the fiction.
Yeah, I see that.
I like the half health thing though. That's fucking cool. The
half health crit range is cool. I like that too. I'm wondering, I guess that's enough. That's 3 features at 3rd level. Yeah, I think that this can use some serious rework, but I like the bite attack. And I think I like the sort of ravage vibe that you get from getting a higher crit range at lower HP.
Yeah, I agree.
Why no spider climbing speed? I have no fucking idea, Trad. That's a great question, my guy.
Honestly, climb speed. Who asked that?
Tradocio didn't ask that. Someone else did.
No, that was Dragonus.
Dragonus. Tradocio said proficiency has to be at stealth or not.
Way better.
Yeah. Climb speed makes sense. Maybe I didn't include one because they already kind of get that on their own at higher levels.
Monks?
Yeah, monks can run on walls and stuff at higher levels. But that's different than a climb speed.
I mean, I get it's different than a climb speed. So I think getting a climb speed is just a cool thing to have, kind of regardless, right?
Yeah. All right.
I mean, people are coming in saying not sealing and stuff, which I think
sealing.
It's worth
it.
I mean, fucking look at what giving guard a climb speed has done to our fucking podcast.
It's true.
It's a big deal.
All right. I'm gonna be honest. I like the bite a lot, but it's not that much. Like, it's not enough to sell the fiction. It's just a nice feat. I'll be honest, the bite feels like almost a secondary feature, but it's missing the first feature because I do not really like where shifting form is. Although I will say, I do really like the idea of doing things based off of alternative ways of spending ki. Like, I think that what I'll probably do with shifting form is I'll keep this Step of the Wind one, and I'll either drop this one or I'll make a new one for Flurry of Blows and for Patient Defense, probably.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think it's weird to sort of leave one out, and then, but if you have all 3, you've got to watch making sure that they're not
too
breaking
hectic.
The bank, right? Like you got to make sure that they're just like they're a little.
Look how long this 6-level feature is. What the hell am I about to read? Oh my god!
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look. Man. Parasitic bite. I spelled otherworldly wrong, maybe.
No,
yeah? I don't know. I missed an L. Beginning at 6th level, when you hit a creature with your bite attack, okay, so that's the bite from the 3rd level, you can attempt to infect them with an otherworldly parasite. The attack deals an extra 1d8 acid damage, and they must succeed on a con saving throw against your key save or be infected with your parasite. Okay? so it does a little bit of extra damage. Let's see what the parasite does. While a creature is infected, you can forego any of your attacks on your turn to have an infected creature take acid damage equal to a roll of your martial arts die per attack. At the end of an infected creature's turn, they can make a con saving throw to remove the parasite. So you can basically do less damage than you would for hitting to guarantee damage.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, like, if you hit a guy with this, if I hit a creature with this, with my first attack, and then I use a key point for Flurry of Blows, I can just deal 3d8 acid damage to it for free. Okay. That's not bad. It's weird. There's more, though. Creatures remain infected until a parasite is removed. Oh, so you could do this on, like, turns. Okay. Spells and abilities that destroy curses, such as Remove Curse or Greater Restoration, remove parasites from a creature. And then you can use this a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus per short rest. Or you can spend 3 key points to use it again. Okay. I like it. It's weird.
It's fun.
I think it's pretty good.
It's interesting.
Otherworldly. Yeah. Thank you, James. What do you guys think? Chat, what do you think? Thoughts?
Do people become monks if they don't remove the parasite?
I feel like it's okay. Tradosia says, I think you should get a key tail at 3rd level. Oh, that's not a bad idea. A tail attack. Yeah, I like that. Derek says you could move the pounce into FOB. I wish I knew what FOB. Flurry of Blows. I got you.
Flurry of Blows.
And Step of the Wind into Spider Climb. Yeah, that makes sense.
That could potentially work. You could also, if you wanted to do the tail, you could put the tail in Flurry of Blows. Effectively giving you like a little bit of extra piercing damage at the end of one of your Flurry of Blows hits.
Graham says, which is I think is a really good point, the enjoyment from attacking is maybe hitting or maybe not, and the guaranteed hit is less exciting. I think that is probably true for a lot of people, which is a good thing to think about.
It is a good thing to think about, but I also think that like this system of like proccing this parasite, because you also can put parasites in everyone, and it's just on them to save, right? There's not a one target at a time. It's not concentration.
No, it's limited by the amount of parasites you can put out and your key points.
Yeah, which, you know, it's a pretty big number.
Yeah.
So I feel like there's something to be said about like about that sort of alley-oop that you get there, where it's like you did the damage, you did the hit, and now you can just like wear them down a little bit.
Yeah. It's very strong for the movement aspect of monks because there's no range on it. So you could like hit somebody and then 100%. Dip. It's like heat metal in that sort of way.
This is out of left field, Cinder, but one thing that I would
maybe
suggest is move. I would, in this instance, move the number of times that you can use the feature up to immediately under
parasite
the infection.
Or the infection?
Immediately under or become infected with your parasite. I know that's not usually how you like to organize things, but here it actually, where it is currently, it's got a bit of a dangling modifier thing going on where it could be, I don't think it could strongly be interpreted, but it could maybe be interpreted as you can only forego the attacks to do the acid damage a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus or spend key, right? Like you've got an initial effect that you need to describe that being a limited resource, and then the ongoing effect has to do with the save state.
I see. No, that's a really good point. Yeah, this should definitely move up here. That's a good point. It could be cool to have basically stacking death timer. I'll be honest, I remember when I first made this that I did have them stack initially, and I changed it because I thought it was too complicated, because I don't like keeping track of like, this has 2 things, and this has 3 things, and this has 1 thing.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Here's the link if people need to see it again. Boop. Yeah, this is the Xenomorph monk I made a little while ago. Let's move on to 11th level. Oh, small. Nice. I love a good small one. Look how long the 17th one is long, too. 11th level, acidic body. At 11th level, your body continues its development. What a boring sentence. Your blood becomes acidic. The first time a creature hits you with a melee attack on their turn, they take acid damage equal to 2 rolls of your martial arts die. Solid.
Now, see, that feels like a patient defense thing.
It does. Oh my god, it definitely feels like a patient defense thing. Although it's kind of double dipping into the defense aspect. Like it's sort of like this thing where I guess it would make sense. Like you're harder to hit,
that's
and
how
if you're hit,
supposed to work.
Yeah,
right? Like
yeah.
the buffs to the third level features are supposed to buff the third level features. So maybe not double your martial arts die, but maybe like they take damage equal to half your monk level, rounded down, right? Or damage equal to your wisdom.
Yeah, no. If we make this part of the patient defense, I don't think it would be 2 times your roll of it. I do like it though as sort of a permanently on thing at higher levels potentially. Cool. Graham says this thing needs a chest burster feature or it's not going to work. The 17th level is a chest burster feature and you become the chest burster. This feature I do remember pretty well. I love it. I still love it. I didn't read it, but I don't know how it's written, but the idea of it I think is really fun. Let's read it for you now. It's called Rebirth. At 17th level, you have matured. Boring. As an action, or when you drop to 0 hit points, you can immediately teleport into the body of a creature that is infected with one of your parasites. You burst out of the creature, dealing acid damage equal to half your maximum hit points. This damage ignores resistances and immunities. You emerge in the closest empty space within 5 feet of the target with half of your maximum hit points, and the target is no longer infected with any parasites. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest or spend 8 key points to do so, to use it again.
So, this is fucking gret. That's a really cool way to...
You're a chest burster.
And it is also like a little revivify, which is wild, and I love.
The damage doesn't have a target? Is that not clear? Cool. I think the target is the creature you teleport into, but I can change the language so that's more clear.
Yeah. I'm wondering a little bit like, let's say half your maximum HP doesn't kill the thing, right? Let's say you're fighting just like a big beefy boy.
Yeah.
And now
I don't think it'll kill a lot of things. Yeah.
I know, but like now it's got a hole in its chest, and that gets into some places where D&D falls down for me a little bit.
Yeah, I'm okay with that because there's a lot of features that essentially you have to sort of like roll your eyes at realism for how they do damage. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it's fucking good. It's fucking good.
I like that you come back with half your max HP, meaning that if you use this before you could use this at full health and basically sacrifice half your life also, which is kind of an interesting idea.
Yeah.
Tradosia says, I think you should have the downside of Raise Dead after you do it, representing that you're a newborn. I don't remember what the downside of Raise Dead is, but I think it's all right. I think Rebirth and Parasite are cool. The rest of it's okay.
The downside for Raise Dead is a -4 penalty to all attack rolls, saving throws, and ability checks. Each time you finish a long rest, that penalty is reduced by 1.
No, man, this is 17th level. That sucks. Why would you ever make a feature something that makes you not fun to play for a bunch of days? I wouldn't do that. I don't think that's the move.
You could maybe slap a level of exhaustion on it.
Yeah, a level of exhaustion would probably be the way to represent it.
Now that I think about this is actually technically unlimited.
Well, it's based on key points.
Oh no, it's once per day.
It's once per day or 8 key points.
Yeah. No, you're fine. I think it's fine.
So it's like twice a day. Most if you're it could be more than twice a day if you're like taking a lot of rests, but I feel like it's okay. It also is very circumstantial. It requires you to hit with your bite attack, and then that requires them to fail that con saving throw. So there's like a couple steps before you can activate it.
Yeah. Arcade Avery asks, what if it triggered on falling to 0 HP? That is one of the two.
It does.
So you can either do it on fall to 0 or do it on an action.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's cool. I like it. In general, I think this is pretty solid. I think that the third level needs a little bit of work.
So this is my interpretation of a monk subclass.
Okay. Well done.
Notice no avatar state at level 17. Fuck out of here.
Thank God.
Those goddamn avatar states.
People like an avatar state.
Yeah, they belong to paladins.
Yeah.
Okay, that was the monk. Which one should we look at next?
You want to let him vote?
Yeah, chat, let's vote. I know that one of you I saw a bunch of you say Siren, so I'll put that. So what do you guys want next? I saw Siren a bunch of times. I saw Golem a bunch of times. Let's put something else. Doppelganger. And Chimera. Okay, those are the 4 that we're going to vote on right now.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Let's see.
I'm going to vote for fighter. We never see fighters.
I remember the golem fighter in how I wrote it. I don't remember what I wrote.
Yeah.
All right, get your votes in. Get your votes in, friends.
It's close. It's close.
James really wants people to vote for Golem. Thank you for the 5, James.
It's neck and neck. If you want to see Golem,
people are listening.
If you want to see Chimera, you got to pull it. It's neck and neck. Neck and neck, friends. Get your votes in now. 122 people watching, 65 votes. Half of you aren't. Half. This is just like American politics. Get your shit together.
Golem is barely creeping ahead.
Yeah, just a little. Make your voices heard.
All right. Well, I say we'll end it at 80 votes. That's what I say. Unless
okay.
The votes just completely stop.
Siren coming up actually on the outside.
Yeah. Fireflam has been spamming the word siren, like this, the whole stream.
Yeah. I mean, I get it.
All right, guys. The votes are really slowing down. All right, I think we might have to end the poll. They're taking a long.
Oh wait, hold on. We might get 80. We're at 79.
Excuse me.
I don't. The one more vote isn't going to sway.
No. Okay, we're looking at the golem next.
Oh, amazing.
Where is the golem? And if anybody is wondering how I format my homebrew, I use the template that you guys can find in my Discord, and then I just make it have 2 columns. And then it looks like this.
Very pretty.
All right, so here it is. The Awakened Golem. So here's what I'll say about this one. I remember when I designed this, I very specifically built this to be inspired. This was where I was like looking at the stat block of a clay golem, a flesh golem, an iron golem, a stone golem. I guess I threw wood golem in there too. But I remember basing them off of like golem monsters. So I don't really remember what I did, but we'll see. What were you gonna say?
Okay. I was just gonna say, I appreciate that. Like, probably the most exciting moment of this stream so far has been that fucking poll.
Surprised I didn't make this a paladin class? Nah, fighters are cool. Okay, the Awakened Golem. Golems are tools. They watch tirelessly over the treasures of nobles or labor endlessly at the behest of merchants and arcanists. Arcanist is spelled wrong. They have no minds at all, at least they aren't supposed to. Whether through magical...
That's a good line.
Thank you. Whether through magical mishap or experimentation, there are those that claim to have seen awakened golems. Maybe that is what you are. Or perhaps you were once a human and are cursed with an otherworldly form of petrification. You might not know your past, but you know that you are not mindless. You walk with hardened purpose. That's a good last line. It's an okay flavor text.
Yeah.
Has some good lines in it.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I'd give that like a solid A-.
Yeah,
I feel like it's not winning a Pulitzer, but it's getting the job done and then some.
So at third level, we get 2 features: Material Nature and Material Slam. We get a lot of options. They're based on golem types.
That idea.
So you're basically picking at third level, I'm going to be a clay golem, a flesh golem, an iron golem, a stone golem, or a wood golem, and then you get different things based off that, I think.
Crystal as well, it looks like. Interesting. You have...
I thought I took crystal out, didn't I?
It's in here at third level. So you've got it at third level, but the options are missing everywhere else. So that's probably it's a typo at this point.
Oh, yeah. I probably had it originally, and I think I took it out. I don't remember what I wish I remembered what it was. All right, whatever. Doesn't matter. Let's look at Material Nature. At third level, your flesh gives way to your true golem form. Choose a material, blah, 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 blah. Your chosen material grants you extra features as you level up in this class. Okay. Some of your features require your target to make a saving throw to resist the effects. It's calculated by... It's your golem save. That's fun. It's based on your con modifier. Okay. And then in addition, you have advantage on saving throws against being charmed and frightened. Okay, because that's like your golem.
Fun.
Material Slam. Beginning at third level, you can put the full force of your form into some of your strikes. Once on each of your turns, when you hit a target with a melee attack, you can deal 1d8 additional damage. Additionally, based on your material, the attack gains extra features. Okay, so once per turn, you can deal 1d8 extra damage and do one of these things. So if you're a clay golem, you're knocking creatures back. on a strength save. If you're a flesh golem, you're frightening creatures on a wisdom save. If you're an iron golem, you're poisoning creatures on a con save.
Oh, interesting.
Iron golems do poisoning in D&D.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
If you're a stone golem, you're knocking a creature prone on a strength save. And if you're a wood golem, you're grappling them on a dex save. James with a 5 says, if you click file, then on Verizon history, you can go back to see the crystal details. Whatever. We're not going to worry about it. No worries.
Question.
Yes.
A question for you. Clay and stone at 3rd level are occupying a very similar
space. Yeah.
Is that gonna start diverging, do you think? Or
I
do we
think
feel
so,
like that
but I
maybe
don't
is
wholly remember.
overlap?
I do know that they get I think they get different. Yeah, I think they get different stuff, but I don't know. We'll see. It's sort of different combat techniques. The one thing that I'll say is that I do feel like it is a little one note. Maybe that's okay, but like, is it okay for 3rd level? Like at 3rd level, you basically get resistance to Charmed and Frightened, and then once per turn, you get one of these things. Is that enough?
I think so. I mean, what do other fighters get other than the Battle Master? Because obviously Battle Master.
They might get like a variety. Some of them get a little bit of a variety of options. I guess they don't all like the this. I guess some of them get things like Fighting Spirit, where they just get like temp HP and stuff like that.
Yeah. If you wanted to work anything else in, I would maybe split based on material nature again and give you a skill proficiency, a different one.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I like that idea, actually. Yeah. I might do that. Or something similar to a skill proficiency, like counting as like giving you like making you better at carrying stuff or something like that.
Yeah. You know, stone golem or whatever it is gets you, basically the larger size for carrying capacity, and, flesh golem, whatever.
Yeah, the whole Trodosio, the whole 1d8, this whole feature is once per turn. So basically, when you hit with an attack, you can do 1d8 and force a save to make one of these things potentially happen. How did you make the template 2 columns again? You click the top where it says format, and then you go to columns, and then you go to 2.
Yeah.
And then
Nicholas Sabo says this is really 4 subclasses, and I pretty heavily disagree with that. There are a number of subclasses where you pick basically a branching path, a branching tree, and it just builds on itself. The core thing that needs to be true in order to make that happen is that all of the different options need to be pretty similarly balanced and pretty similarly occupying like action space and mechanical space. So, for example, if all of these did things like, the clay golem was doing some sort of crazy charm condition, and the flesh golem was letting you breathe underwater for a huge amount of time, and like the iron golem was giving you a fly speed, that would be divergent enough that I'd be like, hey, put the brakes on. These are multiple subclasses. But seeing as how they're all like hurting your target in a specific way for a little bit, I think it's fine.
Tradosia says, I don't think you should be adding that much damage every turn. Maybe make it a little bit more limited to con. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Lowering the damage, I could see that. I could see lowering the damage there. For sure.
Before I'd reduce it to con, I'd maybe drop the damage die.
Because, like, you could just make it a D4 or a D6. Maybe that's okay.
Yeah, because you don't want your basically only 3rd level feature to get gated behind a con mod if you can avoid it, especially for a fighter.
Battle Master is limited, but it's also a lot more versatile. Like, you are doing a lot of things with the Battle Master. You can basically do half of these things with the Battle Master. Let's look at the 7th level feature. It looks like at 7th level, depending on your golem type, you get a damage resistance and a once-a-day spell. At 7th level, you begin to show magical signs of your true form. You gain unique features based on your material form. Some of these are based on the spells that golems get. I don't know if they all are. I don't remember. Clay, you gain resistance to acid damage, and you can cast haste once per long rest. Flesh, lightning damage, and you can cast Spell Spirit. Oh, Spirit Shroud. I just mixed where I put the italics. Okay, that was maybe stupid. You can cast Spirit Shroud once per long rest. I don't know how I feel about that one. Iron is fire resistance, Stink Cloud once per long rest. Stone is cold damage, slow once per long rest. And wood is poison damage, plant growth once per long rest.
I feel very strongly that Spirit Shroud is the wrong way to go, because that is just another D8. So the flesh golem just becomes the D8 machine.
Yeah. It should be maybe something fear related, or maybe a lightning spell. What if it was like Thunder Step?
That'd be pretty terrifying. Do flesh golems do lightning?
No, but they're like Frankenstein's, so I feel like lightning fits.
Got it. Yeah. Or maybe something a little bit more defensive. Thunderstep is pretty cool though.
Yeah, maybe Thunderstep is the move. I feel like this is a pretty cool 7th level feature. I feel like it maybe is a little strong for a 7th level.
I don't think it's too bad. I'd really have to get my teeth into the spells just to make sure. But I am still feeling a little bit like Clay and Stone. I know they're doing exactly the opposite here, but I'm still feeling a little bit like they are stepping on each other in a way that it
really.
That if I'm trying to be brutal about removal,
the spells are so radically different, though.
Well, they're exactly the opposite for sure.
I will also say the Stone Golem casts slow and the Clay Golem casts haste. That's why I went with that direction.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I think it makes sense based on the
but you
the
feel like
D&D
they feel
lore.
too similar? What makes them feel similar? Like, what makes them feel any more or less similar than the Clay Golem to the Iron Golem at this level?
I think it's an up to this point thing, right? Where it's like at 3rd level,
do you not feel like the difference between
and
slow and
getting
haste? Yeah, do you feel like the difference between slow and haste is not big enough?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that it's so much the opposite side of the same coin that it's effectively achieving the same thing. I know it's a weird roundabout way to think about it, but like in a game, I could see slow and haste being very different spells being played. But from a design perspective, where I'm trying to think about the mimetic space, the like ontology of these things, like where are they sitting that are very, very distinct. You've got flesh, iron, and wood, which are all very divergent from each other, and then you've got this like two sides of the same coin, clay and stone thing going on that I don't know that I understand why they're both there.
All right, I don't know if I agree with that. I would argue that slow feels so different in play from all perspectives than haste that I don't feel like they're so divergent that they're the same. I just feel like they're just different. But I could see that.
Yeah.
Crazy Moose, welcome. Just finished your first D&D lesson with your new Padawan. Very cool. You hope they don't end up like the last one? Oy, oy, oy.
Oh, no.
Dark past.
All the younglings.
What are you talking about? Is it for them or subscribers? Anybody can submit homebrew. You just click the fucking link. I don't know what you're talking about. We're looking at my homebrew right now, but I don't know what you're talking about. But if you want to submit homebrew for me to review, post it in that link right there. Okay, let's look at 10th level. So now they all get the same things. So I would argue that if you felt like stone and clay were too similar, they're probably going to be too similar the whole time.
Getting the same thing the whole way through, yeah.
Okay, so at 10th level, frailty leaves your body. You have the perseverance to push past limitations of your old form. You gain advantage on saving throws against effects that cause exhaustion, the paralyzed, petrified, or poisoned condition. Okay, very golemy. Very golemy.
Yeah, I don't think you need that second flavor text sentence. I think frailty leaves your body. You gain advantage on blah, blah, blah. Is probably fine. But it's good.
Cat Kid, I'm probably going to just post these on my channel. I'm probably going to post them in the community tab when I finish them. I'm not, that's what I'm going to do. You can also just look at them here. Keep commenting them yourself. Unnatural regeneration. At 15th level, the damage resistance you gained from infused magic becomes damage immunity. All right, so all of these damage types you're now immune to.
Yeah, sure.
In addition, whenever you are subject to that damage type, you instead regain hit points equal to half the damage that would normally be dealt.
Maybe temp HP?
Okay, yeah, it could be temp HP if that feels too strong.
I don't know if chat disagrees with me, but that feels I don't know how often it would come up, and that varies probably a little bit per golem type, but like it feels like if you're up against something where that's their primary mechanism of interaction, like boy howdy are you going to be at full health the whole time.
Yeah, temp HP. Everybody in chat's agreeing with you. They're pointing out cantrips. It's a good point.
Yeah. Also, that is actually a good point, because then you can just get shot with friendly fire and have free healing, which is not great. Yeah.
All right. So, I mean, getting shot with friendly fire for free temp hit points is kind of fun, though.
Yeah, I love that. That's good energy.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I agree with that. Other than that, I think it's pretty much fine. Immutable form, 18th level. Guys, I remember this one. You guys are going to feel strongly about it. Beginning at 18th level, you are immutable. You become immune to the non-damaging effects of spells that target creatures, unless you want to be affected by them.
Holy shit, man!
So, like, you can't be polymorphed, you can't be enlarged, reduced, you can't be... You're just a golem. It's a little strong. It's a little strong. Everybody's like, that's too strong. I know it's too strong. I know it's too strong. I know it's too strong.
Hold on, I wanna
look at everybody in chat. Look at chat. I knew this was gonna be a controversial one.
We love it. Put this shit on Reddit right now. That's
so funny.
My favorite thing about this is that you're immune to healing spells unless you want to be, which is very fun. You are immune to anything that pushes and pulls you. You are immune to power word kill, because power word kill is not affecting your hit points, it's just killing you.
Yeah, you're immune to a lot of stuff. It's too many things.
You're immune to banishment. Yeah, this is yikes.
It's too many things. But I like the idea. I think the idea came from all golems have immutable form, where their form can't be shifted against their will. And I probably wanted to get that in here, but then that alone wasn't enough. So then I just made it ridiculously too strong.
Yes, you did. Could you do your form?
You're not immune to Wall of Force. Wall of Force doesn't target creatures. You're only immune to spells that target creatures. So you're not immune to any AoE spells. You have to be. It has to be a spell that specifically targets a creature.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Because I would not give me. We'll do hallucinatory terrain. That's an AoE spell.
Doesn't target creatures.
I don't know that I would agree with that interpretation, but I want to look it up and get the specifics, because I think that's an interesting. That might bring it around for me.
It very specifically is a spell where you target a creature. That was the goal of it. Sacred Flame targets a creature. But Fireball doesn't target a creature. Confusion doesn't target a creature. Fear doesn't target a creature.
So it affects creatures, for sure.
But it doesn't target them. It's an area of effect.
Target them.
Yeah.
Does
that make it okay? If that's... I understand that might not be clear. Because it definitely is not clear right now. But if that was clear, would that make it balanced?
Fuck me, it might. It's 18th level, so it's pretty big.
Yeah, Cause Fear targets a creature, but that's a first level spell. Who gives a fuck? You're level 18.
Right. There are a lot. Most of the spells that I just rattled off as things that you were immune to, other than Powered Kill, are spells that are area of effect. And if these are not area of effect spells, forgive me for wanting to be diligent here. I genuinely want to look up.
Being immune to all power word spells, honestly, I'm fine with. I hate the power word spells.
Yeah.
Being immune to one 9th level spell or a handful of 9th level spells is not going to change the game. I think it's fine.
No, 100%. I'm trying to figure out.
Trodosio says change the option to opt into the spell and you're golden. That's kind of fun. So you can't take any of the benefits of single target spells either.
Well, that's how it is currently. You are immune to the non-damaging effects of spells.
No, but right now you could choose to have somebody like what Trodosio is suggesting is that no one could ever cast haste on you. No one could ever cast polymorph on you to turn you into a T-Rex.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Is Trodosio suggesting get rid of the opt-in?
Yeah.
Oh, that would not be fun.
You don't think so?
No, I really don't. I really, really don't.
I think you're only immune to Wish, depending on how you word it.
Well, Wish mostly just gives you another spell, so it depends on what spell you're casting with Wish, I would argue.
Yeah, it's a weird ability.
That's interesting.
I think regardless of it being too strong or not, it definitely needs a lot more clarity. But I like the idea. I still like the idea that like you are immune to just a bunch of single target effect spells because you are an immutable force. I like that idea a lot.
And it is really interesting. I'm trying to get to D&D Beyond's being slow. I'm trying to get to like an idea. Yeah, I can't look this up on D&D Beyond.
Do you feel like being unaffected by so much
it.
of the game would really make you feel like you're not playing? It's not that much, Graham. I think you're overestimating how much it would impact the game. Certainly in a way that would make you feel like you weren't having fun.
I thought I was going to be able to look this up on D&D Beyond, and D&D Beyond does not sort for targeted versus area of effect spells. It just doesn't. And so I would need to look that up. That would be the deciding factor, is like, what does that breakdown actually look like? Because honestly, and I don't think this is going to be true, but this could honestly be not powerful enough. I genuinely have no fucking clue. I have no fucking clue.
I don't think a spell level has an impact. I feel like if you're a dungeon master, you shouldn't give a fuck about spell levels 99% of the time anyway, so it shouldn't be a way to balance it. Like, you being immune to spells of 8th level or lower is not different than 9th level or lower. In 9 times out of 10, I don't think that matters. All right, I think it's an interesting subclass. I'm going to be honest, I like a lot of it. I feel like, man, this is a weird one where I like a lot of it conceptually. I genuinely don't know if I would have fun playing it. But I do think it does accomplish the goal of being like a golem. I just don't know if it would be fun.
Yeah.
Because all of the higher level features, like 10 on, is just stuff that prevents stuff from happening to you. Like 10, 15, and 18 are all non-action oriented abilities. Do you know what I mean? It's very golem-y. But none of them are, like, they're all like, this doesn't get you as much. Now this doesn't get you as much. Now this doesn't get you as much. Very few of them are, now you can do this.
That's certainly true. And I think that this would definitely be a very specific play style. I think there's room for that. Especially 15th level, I think you could figure out how to make more active. Because you're putting yourself in a situation where you're actively able to, like, throw yourself at that damage type, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I feel like it's really 10th and 18th level that are very, very passive, and 18th level is very, very passive again in that way that if it balances out in an okay way, you are just throwing yourself into the fight, right?
Which is very golem-y.
Yeah.
It's very golem-y.
It's certainly interesting.
It's interesting. I'm gonna be honest. I'm pretty pleased with it. I'm curious. Chat, would you play this? Because I don't think I would want to. I don't know if I'd want to play this. I don't know if I would. I feel like I would get bored of just having the one special punch move.
Yeah, you are a man who likes his ults, right? His
I like a little diversity. I like a little diversity.
Yeah. 100%. And I think that this would definitely be a subclass that is for the kind of person who wants to be able to tackle a variety of situations, not in the same way. Sorry. A person who wants to tackle a variety of situations in the same way, not a person who wants a variety of ways to tackle a situation.
Yeah, it's all right.
It's a very different play style.
All right. That was the fighter.
Like
Guys, what should we look at next? What was really high? Siren is still pretty high.
Siren and Chimera, I think, tied for second.
Okay, so here are the options. There's the Siren, Chimera, Doppelganger, Prowler, Sphinx, Skeletor, or Beholder. I'll put the Siren. I'll put the Chimera. James, thank you for the 2. We'll put the Doppelganger. What should be the last option? Or should we just do those 3?
Those 3. We'll narrow it down a little bit because we have some people who want to see some things.
Yeah, everybody's spamming the same bullshit, so let's just get through those.
Yeah, right.
All right, we're doing the Siren, the Chimera, the Doppelganger. People are going to love or hate the Chimera because it is built in a way that I will say that I sometimes, in fact, often criticize people for doing. I know that I do, and I'm curious to see if it will read well or not because it's a complicated.
It's going to be the Chimera.
It's complicated.
It's going to be the Chimera.
Oh, it's definitely going to be the Chimera. It's definitely
the Chimera.
It's definitely.
I mean, if you guys want to vote for Siren, get it in now. You need about 30 of you to come out of the woodwork.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's the Chimera.
It's so funny. We're getting more votes, and it's just staying in ratio.
Yeah, people want to see the Chimera. All right. I think we closed the poll. Chimera's going to win. It's ahead by 20%. All right, guys, get ready for the most complicated subclass I've made. Maybe.
Am I gonna hate this?
I think you're gonna hate it initially. I think you're gonna hate it initially, but I think when we read it, you're gonna I think it's gonna be like the 18th level golem feature, where at first you were like, "That's too much," and then you thought about it and you were like, "Oh, maybe I like that." All right, so here it is in the chat. Make sure did I link the right thing? I did. Okay, the Druid of Chimeras. So this is based on a chimera of many creatures mushed together. Now, this is why everyone's going to hate it. Look, it's all just a bunch of fucking tables. And I always criticize people for doing a bunch of tables.
There's a lot of tables, goddamn.
Every subclass feature is just a new table that you get access to. Druid, Circle of Chimeras. All life is connected. There is an illusion that animals live separate lives. Redundancy. But those that come to know the energy inside them, this is such fucking...
What does that mean?
See that the separation is subjective and malleable. Yeah, you could turn this into a sentence that just says... There is an illusion that animals live separate lives. That separation is subjective and malleable. I would just say that. The Circle of Chimera Druids tap into that interconnectivity to shift their bodies, picking and choosing aspects of different creatures to adopt depending on their needs. So basically, every time you wild shape, you become a different type of chimera, is the point of it.
Yeah, sure.
At second level, you get 2 features, Unnatural Weapons and Chimera Form. Unnatural weapons, you just get Primal Savagery and Poison Spray. Boop.
Easy.
Okay, now we get into the meat of it, is this Chimera Form. It's your special wild shape. You gain the ability to warp your wild shape. This ability is represented by Chimera Points. When you use your wild shape feature, you can expand any number of your Chimera Points to grant special adaptations that last the duration of your wild shape. All adaptations require a saving throw. Use your spell save DC. You start with 3 Chimera points, and you gain 2 additional points at 6th level, and then 2 more at 10th, and then 2 more at 14th. So you start with 3, and then you end with 9. What?
Yeah.
You can't. I
don't know how.
There's 1,000 abilities that already work this way in D&D. This is not a thing to criticize. This is the same as getting extra martial arts die. This is the same as getting. This is just a thing.
Is it?
Yeah.
Hold on. Maybe I'm misunderstanding how these things work. You spend them when wild shaping.
Yes.
And you just get it. So I'm not saying the scaling is a problem. I'm saying I don't love that you're effectively giving me a currency system that I am using to buy upgrades during my wild shape.
Then I take that feedback and I hear it. But that is the entirety of the subclass, so you're gonna have to. You don't need to agree with it, but that's what it is. Because that's the way that this is. We can disagree with it, or we can talk about it, change it to make it simpler. But the way that this was built is essentially, you have a list of upgrades that all cost points, and then you pick those points each time you wild shape to activate them. So long as you spend at least 1 Chimera point when wild shaping, you gain temporary hit points equal to 2 times your Druid level, and you can use your spell attack modifier in place of the beast's form for attack and damage modifiers. So you're still turning into the basic beasts that a non-special Druid could turn into. So nothing hectic, but whenever you use them, you get a little boost to your hit points, and you can use your spells for attack and damage rolls. And then at second level, you have these 1-point adaptations and these 2-point adaptations. We don't need to go through all of them because there's a lot, but basically the 1-point ones are like, look, this one is, this normal text is Cambria. What the fuck? I think that this is supposed to be you gain a skill proficiency, but I mistyped that. So basically you get an AC of 16, you get some temp hit points, you get a climb speed or another movement speed as you unlock them on the wild shape table. So you couldn't give yourself a swim speed or a fly speed before you could wild shape into a creature with a swim speed or a fly speed. The 2-point ones, which so basically at this level you could pick 3 of these or 1 of these and 1 of these. You either get Pack Tactics, which is Pack Tactics. You get Unnatural Grip, where you can grapple creatures. Heavy Hitter, where you can knock creatures prone. Or Sting, where you could potentially poison creatures.
Cool.
At 6th level,
that's not too hectic.
No,
for
right?
second level.
No, I feel like it's pretty solid.
Again, I don't love the currency system.
Yeah.
I think that's a design hang-up more than a usability hang-up. It's like an ideological thing more than it is a practical thing.
I will say there's one feature that this thing has towards the end, which I remember liking a lot, that I don't know if it well, we'll see when we get there. I'm very curious to see what you think as we get to it.
Sure.
This is one that I remember a little bit better in terms of the core mechanics. So at 6th level, you just get your beastie attacks are magical. And then you get access to 3-point cost. So at 6th level, now you have a total of 5 points. So you could spend 1 3-point, 1 2-point, 1 S, or whatever. You can split them up. And the 3rd level points are combat regurgitation, where you can basically throw up, and you can treat the area as an area of grease or web until the start of your next turn.
That's cool. That's kind of
it's
fun.
an action. And these are all happening when you're a wild shape. So you could like wild shape into a pigeon that does this, or wild shape into a cow that does this, or whatever.
Absolutely.
Elemental defense, you get a resistance to a damage type of your choice. Aggressive, you get an extra attack. Or sensory organs, you either gain Tremor Sense 15, Blind Sight 30, or Dark Vision 60.
I have a piece of flavor feedback here that I think might make this a little bit more usable even.
Yeah.
All of the names of these should be the names of the body part that you're getting.
That's a good idea.
And you do that occasionally. You've got Stinger, you've got Carapace.
But all of them should be. No, you're right. You're 100% right. It's a good idea. Yeah, it's a really good...
And
like,
that allows you to
limbs
that I'm going to be like a cow with spiderweb spinners for casting web.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Tremor Sense can be better than Blind Sight, in my opinion, because it allows you to see through walls. Blind Sight is blocked by barriers. Tremor Sense is not. At 10th level, you can now wild shape as a bonus action instead of an action, or as I wrote, an action.
An action.
And now you get these 4-point ones. One is you get a Draconic Breath weapon that basically does a fireball type thing, and it has a recharge, which is weird. I don't know if I like that or not. You get spell turning. Basically, if you succeed on a save, you have advantage on saves against spells. And if you succeed on one that's 4th level or lower, you can bounce it back on the caster.
Oh, whoa, that's hectic.
Petrifying Gaze. Basically, if a creature is looking at you and you're looking at it, you can use your reaction to try to petrify them. You can have one creature affected at a time.
Yeah.
And it lasts until the end of their next turn, so it's not like a permanent petrification. That's basically what it does, but I don't want to read the whole thing because it's long. That's basically what it does. Shifting size, you are under the effects of the enlarge or reduce spell. No action, no concentration required. So you want to be a giant mouse, you can be a giant mouse. And then 14th level, if you roll initiative and you have 0 Chimera points, you gain 4. So you can just always do your bestial shift a little bit. But
hold on.
Yeah.
I was under the impression that these points were every time you wild shaped, because you don't tell me when I get them back otherwise.
Oh, I guess that's true.
So do I spend these throughout the day, or do I just always get that number when I wild shape?
I don't know. I didn't write that. I think I initially intended that you got them, that you spent them and they were gone, like they were limited use. I think, but I don't remember. That's a good point.
If you make them limited use, I think I'm back on board, because then it's just key.
I think
right?
they were
it's like a regular
I didn't put this, but the goal was definitely limited use.
Okay.
The goal was definitely limited use.
I knew there was something that I didn't like about this. I thought it was a currency system that was simply a way to manage the complexity of the tables.
Yeah.
No, they
were basically charges. I just called them Chimera points.
That's fine. So what I would because then at that point, you're not spending 3 when you wild shape once. You're probably spending 1.
Yeah.
Right. And it reduces the complexity of the whole thing by a ton. And so I think that if you get these back as on a long rest, for example, I think I'm back on board.
Yeah. Limited use is definitely an intention. I will definitely put that in there. So you get 4 when you start initiative if you don't have any, and then you get access to the big boy moves. You get an Ancient Dragon Breath attack, which is a 60-foot cone, 12d6 damage. You get 2 extra attacks. This one is not exciting, but is very powerful if you are thinking about the spellcasting aspect of a druid, I think. You just get to add your proficiency bonus to saving throw con saves. My favorite is this one. Roll 4d... Oops, I didn't mean to change that. Roll 4d4. And then you get a random first level feature, second level feature, third level feature, and fourth level feature.
That's fun. That's absolutely
so
insane.
Like, you see how I say, you see how this says 1, 2, 3, 4 next to these ones? I think I initially had that for all to like show that dice roll. And it ends up action economy being cheaper because you're basically spending 6 points to get
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
10 points of stuff, like more points of stuff, but it's random, so you don't really know what it's going to be.
Yeah. I like that quite a bit. I would say of this table, either get rid of the Ancient Breath Weapon or get rid of the 4 Breath Weapon. I feel like
they're the same. Why did I do that?
I don't know. It's just you just made one that was buffer, which makes you always want the bigger one.
Yeah, I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I did that.
Yeah. Yeah. So here's my thing.
It's okay. I don't know if it's okay. It's a lot. It's a lot to keep track of.
If this was the only thing that my druid was doing, basically, if I had somebody come to me and say, I want to play this druid, I would say, all right, we're gonna do this. We're gonna let you play this druid. You are not getting any summon spells. We're not giving you that level of complexity, right? That's off the table. You're also gonna pick a subset of beasts that you want to turn into, like either at the top of every session or some form of ahead of time, so that you have those. Right, and you know that that's like the base form that you're turning into, because you're going to be spending all game managing these chimera powers. Yeah,
it's a lot, but I do think it's cool. I think it came out. I think it's okay. It's
neat.
This makes this. I feel this being like an earlier of my work though, because I just feel like it has too many things in it. Like
it's got a lot.
This is doing the thing that I see a lot of people try to do, where there's just like there's so many ideas that they have that they're trying to get in. It feels like there's too many ideas that I'm trying to get in. But I like the core concept, and I do think that it does a decent job of capturing that feeling of, like, you are like dramatically becoming different types of monsters and stuff.
Yeah, no,
like,
I agree.
I'm a horse that grows a dragon head to breathe fire, that sort of thing. I feel like that's pretty cool.
Could I pitch you on a radically simpler way to do this?
Yeah, sure.
You can transform into, again, we'll say starting at second level, you can, because the tables are based on CR and that goes up over time, right? Starting at second level, you could transform simultaneously into any 2 beast stat blocks that add up to your maximum CR. And then you just specify, like, you take the stats from this one, and you can use the actions from both.
I would have to think about that. I'm very hesitant to give features that just open up access to anything in that way, because I feel like you have to account for a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I mean that's the.
But it's an interesting idea, though. Yeah, that's an interesting.
But I think just to cast a little bit of light on, like, this is a pretty good way of executing big tables worth of many features, but there are probably other approaches that are also worth thinking about if you really want.
It's a neat idea. I do think it's a little hectic, but it's a neat idea. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
I like it. I like it.
All right, that was the Circle of Chimeras.
Cool.
What should we look at next?
All
right, guys. You gonna get out of here?
I think I'm probably going to go.
All right, go. Get out of here, Patrick.
You're probably going to bounce. But this has been fun, and I love you all, and hopefully you all get to see all of these amazing subclasses.
All right, Pat, you're wonderful. Have a good one, buddy.
Take it easy. Bye.
All right, what next, guys? We got the Siren. We got the Sphinx. We got the Beholder. We got the Doppelganger. All right, vote. Make your voices heard. Let's see. Ooh, Siren is coming up hard and fast. For Fire Flam, Siren. All right, come on, let's see. Get your votes in while you can, friendos. We're sitting at 65. I'll give you guys a hot second left to vote, but I think it's gonna be Siren. Yeah, Siren's dominating, and it's just getting higher. All right, we're doing Siren. We're doing Siren. We're doing Siren. All right, Siren, I remember being pretty straightforward. But I don't actually remember it that well. Oh, let's take a look. There's the Siren, I think. Yep. Give her a gander. All right, let's take a look. Sailors tell of humanoid creatures that call them to leap into their watery graves. Ugh, that is an awkward sentence, my guy. Sailors tell story of humanoid of... Yeah, I don't know. It's just fucking awkward. I would change that. Most are just stories to scare new ship hands, but that doesn't stop even the most experienced of seamen from stuffing their ears with cotton when the fog rolls in. That's an okay sentence, but I don't love this. I don't love this opening. Where many find terror in these tales, you find something alluring. Whether through magic, bloodline, or circumstance, the siren song has inspired something in you. There is comfort in the uncertainty of the sea, and you have learned to wield your voice like a weapon against those who dare challenge its might. That's kind of cool. This is solid. The sea is your home, the storm is your shield, and your voice calls out in the fog. Oh, that's fucking badass at the end. I like that at the end. Imagine if he could bring one of us into VC with him to talk them over. I know. Who imagine? I don't trust any of y'all is the problem. Let's see what this thing gets. Did you write all of these in the 3 of AM? I wrote these like I wrote these a little while ago. These are a collection of things that I wrote a while ago. Yeah, I was talking to one of my mods about this, where it's like I don't want to just bring random people on all the time because I like being in a position where we're talking about something that you made, or we're talking about a question that you have, because you guys aren't performers. And you're sometimes awkward as fuck. And if you have a lot of control, it's going to make the stream awkward as fuck. And I'd rather not do that. Some of you have earned a little bit of trust, for sure. But that doesn't necessarily mean you're entertaining or not awkward as fuck or don't have a sense of pacing. Not you specifically, Matt. In general. All right, let's take a look at these features. Definitely not you, Fireflam. You're just the spamming guy. I don't know you at all yet, other than you just said siren every 10 seconds. You've got to earn my respect, and you're starting from spammer. Good luck. Siren's Call. At 3rd level, you can wield your voice like a lore. As an action, you can expend a use of your bardic inspiration to force a creature that can hear you within 30 feet of you. Hear you within 30 feet, you can just say that. To make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, the target is charmed by you until the beginning of its next turn. It's a very short time to be charmed. Oh, okay, I see. It must immediately use its reaction, if available, to move a number of feet equal to 5 times a roll of your bardic inspiration die in any direction of your choice. This does not cost movement and is not limited by the target's movement speed. That's kind of neat. The target doesn't avoid opportunity attacks, but before moving into damaging terrain such as lava or a pit, and whenever it takes damage from a source other than you, it can repeat the saving throw. Okay. So at 3rd level, you can like use the bardic inspiration die to like command a creature to like zombie walk in a direction. I think that's kind of cool. What do you guys think, chat? I think that the way that I wrote this is that this was intended to trigger opportunity attacks, but we could get rid of that if it seems like it's too much. You think it fits the theme? You can walk them off cliffs, but they have to. But they can attempt to repeat the saving throw. but you can definitely walk them off cliffs. The way that it's written, you can 100% walk them into dangerous areas, but as soon as you attempt to walk them into a dangerous area, they can remake the saving throw. Or if they take any damage, they can remake the saving throw. So like, if you, for example, if you did a Bardic Inspiration die and then you rolled a 4, you could move them 20 feet. So you could sort of like walk them in and out of fire or something, but every time they would take that damage, or about to take that damage, they could remake that saving throw. Is a cliff a damaging area, though? I think it's a hazardous. I don't know. I would maybe, we could change the language to that it's hazardous terrain, but I feel like it's a pretty solid 3rd level feature. A nice use of a Bardic Inspiration. I'm so used to not being able to trigger opportunity attacks, but I think it would be interesting to make an exception to the rule. How does it compare to the command spell? It's very different than the command spell. This spell is about very intentional, specific paths that you're sending people on. Command is a one-word command. Very different. Wisdom save for the victim should decrease the further away they are from the siren. That would be complicated, I think, for a one-turn spell. I think it's too complicated. You would just copy the language of spells like suggestion. I like that, but I want it to be able to hurt you. I like the idea that, because suggestion, you just can't suggest they do something harmful. But I want this to work for something harmful. I want this to be a siren that's like walking you to the cliffs. Needs cleaned up to take damage or before entering hazardous terrain. I think I have that in here. I like the idea of a forced opportunity attack too. Cliff tops don't hurt. It's the bottoms that do. Oh no, for the saving throw. Okay, I see. Oh yeah, Matt, that's a good call. It promotes player creativity in using the environment. Yeah, exactly. Okay. That's an alright feature. Let's look at the other 3rd level feature. Song of the Sea. At 3rd level, the depths of the ocean begin to feel like home. You gain a swim speed equal to your movement speed and can breathe underwater. That's fine. Additionally, you gain a hover speed equal to your movement speed with a maximum height of 1 foot while over bodies of water. Huh. Why did I put that? It's interesting. This is really just flavor. This is nothing. Because if you have a swim speed, this is just irrelevant to this. It's just the Jesus perk. I mean, I guess it helps create the allure of a siren. You're sort of floating over the water. It kind of is just water walk. But if you have a swim speed equal to your movement speed and you can breathe underwater, I feel like it's also mostly irrelevant. You know? I feel like we could get rid of it. I don't think we need it. I'd like it if you could make them walk towards you or teammates. Yeah, that's I mean, you could do that with Siren's Call. You could send them in any direction. In Greek mythology, sirens have wings. Sirens look like a lot of different things. You might be thinking of harpies. Sirens usually just look like ladies. What if your speed was double underwater? I feel like that would be stepping on the toes of the fathomless a little bit. Can you be a male siren? Sure. You're not against it, but it seems unnecessary. I kind of feel the same way. They're mermaids? Kinda. Yeah, they're like mer people. They're definitely more fishy than they are birdie. Harpies are the birdie ones. Alright, let's look at, let's see what the 6th level feature is. It feels a little redundant. Yeah, I agree. Beginning at 6th level, when you are targeted with an attack, you can use your reaction to teleport to a space you can see within 30 feet of you, forcing the attack to miss. You leave behind a fog cloud with a 10-foot radius in your space that lasts a number of rounds equal to your proficiency bonus. Huh. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish short rest. It's an interesting ability. Is it a siren ability? I don't know. I think it's a fine ability. I don't know if it's a siren ability. But I think it's interesting. Huh. What do you think, chat? Siren ability? It's sort of like Misty Escape. It is sort of like Misty Escape. Doesn't feel like siren outside of the fog cloud. It feels pretty siren. People are saying the opposite. That's so funny. It kind of feeds into the illusory idea of sirens making you see things. Yeah, maybe that's what I was thinking when I made it. I think you should look at the succubus for their charm, and you make that the capstone. I went with a very different capstone because I wanted to go with the idea of sirens causing madness, like men needing to clog their ears so they don't like kill each other on ships. I went with the sirens that drive men mad. I could potentially see doing a succubus charm for the 6th level though instead of this. Maybe lean more into the fog and less into the misty escape. That could work. Kind of feels like pseudo-siren. It's the skin of a siren encasing a potato. Still a good potato. But is it really what needs to be there? Okay. You want to play this subclass? Odyssey Sirens? Woo! Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going with, the Odyssey Sirens. The madness ones. The ones that make you go crazy. Okay, let's... I have mixed feelings about this one. I think it's mostly fine, but I could see an argument for doing something more charmy or getting more foggy with it. How about you get hit by a attack fog cloud bursts out around you? You could do something like that. Fog is good. Don't know how you feel about full teleporting. Why does the music sound like Stranger Things? Why doesn't it sound like that all the time? Maybe some kind of foresight? I don't feel like foresight is a siren thing. Get foggy with it? Yeah. Okay, maybe we lean more into the fog stuff. Let's look at the 14th level, Maddening Scream. At 14th level, you learn to drive men and beasts alike into a frenzy. As an action, you can let out a maddening song. I should call it Maddening Song, not Maddening Scream. All creatures of your choice within 60 feet of you must make a wisdom saving throw. Oh, excuse me. Or become charmed by you. While charmed in this way, creatures... That's a big charm. While charmed in this way, creatures no longer differentiate friend from foe, regarding all creatures as enemies. The charm lasts a number of rounds equal to your charisma modifier. Okay, so it's very brief. Each time a target takes damage, it can repeat the saving throw, ending the effects on a success. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest or expend a 5th level spell slot or higher to use it again. Interesting. What do you guys think? Yeah, huge AoE charm that makes everybody hit each other for a couple rounds and potentially get out of it early if they get hit. Why? No, it does not include. It doesn't include you. It's all creatures of your choice. Read it, my guy. Read it with your eyes. It is an AoE enemies abound for the most part. You love the idea as a player. You like it. I like the spending a spell slot thing. Yeah, there's a lot of mechanics that do this now. 2 rounds maybe. I feel like basing it off of charisma is fine. You don't love the idea as a GM? Yeah, it's definitely a hectic idea. Dumb question. I love a good dumb question. Call it mosh pit. I think it's pretty solid. It could be a little tedious, but realistically, you're not going to have hundreds of characters on the board at a time most of the time. Sometimes you are. The DM having to balance it will hurt. That's true. Everybody just needs to make... Well, I mean, to be honest, to be fair, it doesn't actually make the DM have to do any more work than they normally would do. It's just that instead of having all of their creatures attack you, all of their creatures just attack anything. So they're still taking the same amount of time to do anything because it's based on, like, you know, the action economy is the same. So the Dungeon Master has the exact same amount of work to do, either way. I asked if it would disrupt concentration. Why would it disrupt concentration? I don't think so. I think that's a little strong. I mean, the attacks could disrupt it because they're doing damage. And they can still attack you. Yeah, they consider you hostile. Well, technically no. They can attack your allies, but they can't attack you. They're charmed by you. So if they're charmed by you, they can't attack you. But they can attack all your allies. And they likely will attack your allies. Like, the way that I would say this, like, if your ally is next to one of these guys when this goes off, they're just as likely to still attack your ally. It doesn't guarantee they attack an enemy. It just forces them to see everybody as enemies. So if there's groups of enemies together, they'll just start attacking each other. But if your guys are just in the fleet with them, they'll probably be a bit of both. Popping off during a combat session? That would be really fun. Just turn a market into like a massacre. Yeah, you could do super evil stuff with this if you wanted to. But for a 14th level feature once a day, I think it's okay. We're gonna do the wheel after we look at my stuff. So we're gonna look at a couple more of my subclasses because y'all wanted to see them, and then I'm gonna take a pee break, and then we'll come back and do the wheel. So if you guys have not submitted stuff to the wheel yet, there is still time to submit stuff to the wheel. You love it? You feel like it's a good time to stretch the it feels like a good time to stretch the legs. We'll stretch the legs in a minute. I wanna look at a couple more of these subclasses first. Then we'll stretch the legs. NZ with the 5, thank you so much, said, what do you think about a class that would give you fast healing and damage resistance like a super tank? I think you answered your own question when you said it can be strong but might be boring. I think it would be strong and might be boring. That is exactly how I feel. Is today the member wheel or ordinary wheel? Thursday is the member wheel. Every day, but Thursday is the only day that's the member wheel. Every other day is the ordinary wheel. Welcome, Lance Turner. Thanks for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. James with the 2. Thank you. Are we able to submit a video to the wheel? No. The wheel is for homebrew. Hey, Cinder, if my submission gets picked for the wheel, can I request we skip the fact that it's a class and just choose a few features? Yes, so long as those features are the first level features and the second level features. I will not be able to give you any feedback on higher level features because I won't have any understanding. Like, I'm looking at them out of context. You know what I mean? Like, that's like asking me, is hot sauce good? Depends on what you're eating it with. You know? Do you want hot sauce with ice cream? Hot sauce on top of ice cream, that doesn't really work. Hot sauce on top of some eggs works really well. So we need to see what that base level is first, which is why I look at the first level things. Hot sauce is probably good. It's good on a lot of stuff. Maybe that's not the best suggestion. All right. I feel like this is mostly okay. I think we could do a little bit of tweaking on this one, but overall, I like this subclass. I think it's pretty solid. I think this is a solid little guy. I think it does a really good job of, in a couple features, evoking similar feelings to being a siren. I think it's pretty solid. Okay, so we looked at the hide behind. We looked at the siren. We looked at the chimera. We looked at the awakened golem. We looked at the xenomorph. We have the doppelganger, prowler, sphinx, horde, and cosmic eyes left. We don't need to look at all of them. So just to remind you guys what they are, the doppelganger is a ranger. The prowler is a rogue. The sphinx is a sorcerer. The skeletor / horde is a warlock. And the School of Cosmic Eye is a wizard. So I'm going to put them in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The one that I'm the least... I'm not even going to tell you. We'll let you pick. Okay, so what next? Okay, so let's see. Do we want to do... the doppelganger? Do we want to do the sphinx? Do we want to do the prowler? Or do we want to do... let's do Cosmic Eye. I can't do more options than that, so we'll keep the Skeletor off the board for now. All right, so go vote. Thank you, James, for the 2 again. Doppelganger, let's go. Somebody really wants that doppelganger. Trying to doppel that gang. Trying to get that dop. That dop gang going. Cosmic Eye's looking like it's going to win, maybe. We only got 40 votes so far. Let's get your votes in. You lost your ability to control the people? I'm sorry, my guy. Power comes and goes, you know? It ebbs and flows. All right, I think we're going to end the poll soon. We got about 50 people voted. I feel like pretty solidly we're at the Cosmic Eye. I'll give folk one more second to vote, and then we will end the poll. And a 1, and a 2. Oh, Doppelganger's coming back! Guys, Doppelganger's coming back! Doppelganger could take it if people vote for it. We'll see. I'm going to give it another second as I drink some water. Oh, it's not quite there. It's getting closer, but it's not quite there. I don't think it's going to make it. I don't think it's going to make it. I don't think it's going to make it. I think we're ending the poll. It's Cosmic Eye. We'll do Doppelganger soon, though. So the School of the Cosmic Eye is based on a beholder. But beholders are not Creative Commons. So you can't actually make something based off of the beholder because it's copyright. And I don't like making stuff copyright. So that's why I changed the name to the Cosmic Eye. So it is beholder. It is based on a beholder, but I don't actually mention beholders anywhere in the document. Just so you know. That's why. All right, let's take a look. Here it is in the chat. Did that link work for you guys? It should work. Did the link work? Okay. This is the School of the Cosmic Eye. It's a wizard subclass. You were conceived in the dreamscape of of aberrant creatures with cosmic visions. I think you could just say in the dreamscape of aberrant creatures. Their power flows through you. It isn't a gift. It is a right. Those that underestimate your power won't live long enough to regret it. All this flavor text is okay. This is definitely beholder flavor text. You are the smartest and most powerful being in the universe, and everyone knows it. This is definitely me writing this flavor text as if you are a beholder talking to yourself. The creatures around you might act like they don't believe in your ultimate majesty, but that is a futile attempt at deception. Yeah, this is definitely like a beholder talking to itself. Maybe they think they can take it from you. Some of them might even pretend to be your allies, the fools. They are not your allies. They are your tools. Okay. Okay, the flavor text is okay. It's a little silly. 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 You love my shorts? Well, thank you, True Zelda Gamer. That's very kind. Yeah, this could all be in italics. I mean, it's fine. It could all be in italics. It's not really flavor text. It's like flavor text, you know? But I do like it. This is just very funny, imagining a beholder talking to themselves saying this. Okay, let's see what we actually get. Okay, so here, we're going to get some weird shit. You guys are going to like it or hate it. Eye stalks. Starting at 2nd level, as a bonus action, you can extend or retract eye stalks out of your head. They can take any visual form you like, such as arcane symbols glowing around your head or actual eye stalks. While your eye stalks are extended, you can use them as a spell casting focus. Okay? Additionally, while your eye stalks are extended, you forgot to spell that correctly, you can use your action to expend spell slots to shoot specialized lasers at creatures you can see within 60 feet of you. Okay, so basically, you can use a spell slot to shoot an eye ray. And then this grows with you as you get access to higher level spell slots. So at 2nd level, you basically can just do this con, and then you get the 2nd level one, 3rd level one. So all of these features so like the 4th, this is a 4th level spell slot to use this feature. This is a 5th level spell slot to use this feature, etc. Maybe limit the eyes to the amount of spell slots. What does that mean? I would call them rays rather than lasers. Lasers a bit too sci-fi. That's a good idea, actually. I agree. So for a 1st level spell slot, you can do 3d8 force damage. For a 2nd level spell slot, you can make someone charmed or frightened for 1 minute, and then they can do wisdom saves to break that. For the amount you have is kind of irrelevant. If you want to be a beholder, you would have 10. But the amount of eye stalks you have has nothing to do with the amount of these things you do. These things are limited by spell slots. For 3rd level, you can move something up to 30 feet in any direction. Or pick stuff up. So it's like a minor telekinesis. For 4th level spell slot, you can affect a creature with the slow spell, but it doesn't require concentration. At 5th level, you can paralyze a creature. And you can move the ray around to target other creatures. At 6th level, you get like a giant sleep ray. It's like a big area of effect sleep. For a 7th level spell slot, you can petrify a creature. And for an 8th level spell slot, you can do 10d10 necrotic damage to a creature. And if they drop to 0, they just die. Should there be a cantrip option to make it a total of 10? That's not a bad idea. But I don't want to give them too much more than like, the thing that I would say is all of these, none of these stand out to me as too overpowered, but they're all pretty strong. Like, slowing without concentration is huge. Paralyzing in a way that you can move it is really strong. Area of effect sleep is situationally really strong. So that's like the main feature. And then we get something at 6th level. But before we move on, how do you guys feel about this? It might take a little while to read through because there's like a lot of these, but I feel like most of these are pretty good. And and them costing higher level spell slots, I think is a pretty decently balanced way to do it. It significantly limits how often you can do them. It is kind of complicated, I agree. I don't know if that's a huge issue though, because the other thing is like you're not getting all of these at once. Like you don't. It's not like here's suddenly 8 different things you're picking from. It's like you get one thing, and then you get 2 later, and then you get a 3rd, and then you get a 4th. So they're just slowly adding on. So I think that might make it easier. I think they're too similar to spells you can already take as a wizard. Some of them are pretty similar to spells. It's true. They're different. They all are different, but the difference might not feel like enough. That's a good piece of feedback for sure. It gives you a ton of options at choice. Are beholder beams random or no? I think it depends on the way you want to run your beholder. Good night, Gwen. These free up spell slots. It certainly helps limit the spells you feel like you need to take. Beholder character is the best idea. It's like a chromatic orb as a cone. I'm not sure which one you're saying that is. I don't think any of these are a cone. I think they are different enough. No concentration and switching targets for paralysis allows for a very different playstyle. I am the beholder. You're basically giving the wizard an expended spell list that automatically prepares them. That's a really good way to think of it about it, Tradosio. That's exactly what it is. Have I used this in game? I've done some play tests with it. I haven't used it or had a player use it for a super long-term campaign. All right. Feels sorcerer-y? I could see that. I could see it feeling sorcerer-y. I wanted to make it... I think I wanted to go with intelligence because beholders are more intelligence-based than charisma-based normally. My point is that none of the wizards get that feature. But what you mean? Get like extra things that they can do? So it might be too strong. I don't know, because the other thing is like that's the only thing you get for like a lot of it. So like at second, by 3rd level you get this. You get I don't know. I feel like it's not crazy too strong. Let's see what the other things we get are. But I hear what you're saying. Getting essentially extra spells could potentially feel like a lot. I hear you, for sure. Aberrant Mind already exists, so it doesn't need to be a sorcerer. I meant that it has different effects. Sorry, that was a little confusing. Everything's confusing, don't worry. Considering that they are magical, they are a magical monster that uses spells, it makes sense that their abilities are magical and spell-like. Yeah. It doesn't add a ton of new features, but expands on what wizards do pretty well. This is not that similar to the Aberrant Mind. Yeah, all right, let's see what we get at 6th level. Paranoid Arcanist. At 6th level, you have come to understand the importance of arcane secrecy. You no longer require a spell book, as you keep all of your known spells memorized in your mind. When you copy a spell, you can memorize it instead of adding it to a spell book. Copying spells in this way does not require any gold, but takes twice the normal amount of time required. You still prepare spells as normal. So basically, you can copy spells for free for twice the time, and you don't need a spell book. That's actually pretty damn strong. Additionally, once per long rest, you can use a bonus action to swap one of your prepared spells for another spell you have memorized. I might drop this second part. I could see dropping this second part. It's very much a flavor ability for the most part, but I think that that's mostly fine because of how active this second level one is. You like the swap? Spellbooks only matter if DMs make them matter. Scribe gets something very similar to this feature. That's true, they do. The second part's too good, you think? Maybe the swap spell should be the same level or lower? Yeah, that would make sense. Drop it because you have extended spells already? Spell swapping is a Tal'Dorei book thing. I have not read the Tal'Dorei book. You like the spell swapping? Kind of just a flavor thing, but do you need to say memorize in your mind? Can't you just say memorize? I don't know. Maybe that's just a flavor thing. I'm not sure. The eye rays give you space for spells already. That's a good point. Yeah, it's an okay 6th level. I like this part. This part's okay. Let's see what we get at 10th level. Improved eye stalks. At 10th level, your eye stalks grow more powerful. While your eye stalks are extended, you gain the following features. 360 vision, immune to the surprised condition, and the range of your eye rays extends to 120 feet. Okay. Double range on lasers. Yeah, it's an alright 10th level feature. I think it makes sense. It does feel like you're sort of growing in a beholdery way. You know what? It's not super exciting, but again, I don't think it needs to be super exciting because of how this is growing. What's the mechanical impact of 360 vision? I genuinely don't know. I almost feel like it's the kind of thing where you know it when you see it. Like, there will probably be moments in-game where it would affect things, but they're very situational. The flavor on this is top tier? Oh, that's very kind of you. Yeah, you're unable to be surprised. Yeah, well, that's the second part. You're not immune to attack of opportunity. No, that wouldn't have anything to do with that. The main thing that you get here is the immune to surprise and the range of your eye rays extend. The 360 vision feels more flavor, but definitely would affect things sometimes. I think it's really, really situational. I'm gonna be sharing I'm gonna be redrafting these. I'm not gonna change them a crazy amount, but I'm gonna be redrafting these, and then I'm gonna be sharing them on my Patreon. And I'm going to be sharing them for my YouTube members. So if you're a YouTube member or a patron, you will get access to these. And if you would like to get access to these, you could become a YouTube member or a patron. Or you could just copy them right now. That's fine too. I won't be offended. I'm literally linking all of them in the chat, so you could just go through the chat and click them. That's totally fine. Let's look at the 14th level feature. Anti-Magic Eye. I just so you guys know, I record the way that I make my streams record is that the chat stays. So, like, if you go back to my stream and watch it after, you see the chat roll live. So you could copy paste now, but you also can just go back and in real time go back and check the chat because I have that setting active. Because I don't... Listen, I'm trying to make a little bit of money, but I also am just trying to share my shit. So the barrier to entry to getting access to these is just you guys deciding to do a little bit more work to find them. But they are here. You should just take them if you want them. Do not give me money if you cannot afford to give me money. That's a crazy person thing to do. Don't do that. Now, and if you can afford to give me money, I'm happy to take it. But also don't. Unless you want to. But don't if you can't afford it. Okay. Anti-Magic Eye, 14th level. King of Mars says, would you still be immune to surprise if the attacker was invisible? Yes, those are separate features. See the bullet points here? The 360 degree vision has nothing, is not the same feature as immune to the surprised condition. They are separate features. Because in D&D, surprised is a condition. So when you surprise a group of enemies, it's not like you just get a free turn. It's that for the first round of combat, they have a condition called surprised. So you just can't get that condition. And then, yeah, the capstone is anti-magic cone. What are you booing? Booing something. At 14th level, you can rend the magic of others with your power. As an action, you can open your arcane eye, creating an area of anti-magic, as in the anti-magic field spell, in a 60-foot cone. So it's a little bit less. It's still, that's a big fucking area. Jesus. At the start of each of your turns, you can decide which way the cone faces and whether the cone is active. This is just exactly the same as the Beholder anti-magic eye, but a lot smaller. But still pretty big. The area works against your own eye rays. That's cool. I like that. The anti-magic cone lasts a minute or until you end it early as a bonus action. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. You should need to concentrate on it. I like that. I agree. Requiring concentration makes sense. I could also see an argument for the cone being a lot smaller. I could see the argument for the cone being like 30 feet. Yeah, you can't target anyone with your cone with any of your magic. If I stare too long, I'll probably break down and cry. Sweet child, oh mine. This is very strong, but not too strong. 30 is a lot more reasonable. Yeah, I agree. I think 30 makes more sense. Do you guys think if we made this concentration and 30 foot, it would work just as is? I feel like that would make sense. Do you think you should be able to use spell slot to reactivate? It's so strong. Anti-magic is really strong. I feel like it should just be once a day. Because that's the thing, is you're a wizard. You could also just take the anti-magic field spell if you really want more anti-magic, you know? You think it should be once per short rest? You could maybe do that. Yeah, anti-magic is really good. You can still be blinded? Yeah, you can still be blinded. Maybe we could make it... What if... I mean, I guess we could make that a different thing, but I'm okay with you being able to still be blinded. You still have eyes. NZ with the 5. Would concentration matter? If you're in the field zone and can't use any other spells, well, you could have concentration on another spell that you're not looking at. If I cast Polymorph on my buddy and then I turn away and activate my anti-magic cone, unless he goes into the anti-magic cone, I'm still concentrating on Polymorph. I was talking with Hold Action about something similar for a sorcerer. Anti-magic should only be able to affect spells. Well, I think the reason why I made the anti-magic affect the eye rays was because that's how it works with the Beholder, but I could change it so it doesn't. I could change it so you could still do your eye rays into the cone. Would that make sense? Would that be too strong? No, don't do that. That's too OP. That's too strong. Yeah, I feel like that would be too strong. Oh, you mean for magic items and other effects? Oh, I see, I see. So you're saying it shouldn't be as powerful as anti-magic field? It should be like just it's a spell turn off? Nah, maybe. I don't fully know how I feel about that. I think if it just turned off spells, I would let it stay huge. Okay. This is my Beholder Wizard. Pretty cool little guy. Definitely a little overpowered in some places. But I think flavor-wise, I think I hit the nail pretty hard to the head. If it's spell only, then make it huge on a long rest. It's almost an inappropriate sentence right there. Why do you need to extend and retract eyes? Because it's cool. The bonus action to extend and retract eyes is just cool. That's just cool. So you can like be like a normal person, and then you activate it, and blah, 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 all your eyes come out. I think that's cool. No level 17 through 20 features? That's not how wizards work. Wizards don't get anything higher than wizard's capstone feature is 14. Your 17 through 20 features are your 9th level spells. You're a wizard. I can't show a demonstration. I'm sorry. I don't want to hurt you. Yeah, wizards. Every subclass gets things at different abilities. So wizards get things at 6th level, at 2nd level, 6th level, 10th, and 14th. In the same way that barbarians get stuff at 3rd, 6th, 10, and 14. And fighters get stuff at 3, 7, I forget what, 15, 18, I think. It's all different. Every subclass gets different things. I don't know if it sucks. It's a subclass. The thing is, it's the way the game has, it's the way 5e has been since its iteration. It's just how subclasses work. I think it's fine. I don't think it's anything issue. The True Zelda Gamer, thank you for the 2. Just wanted to say you love the Beholder PC. Oh, thank you, buddy. That's very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. Very, very kind indeed. All right. I don't have much more to say about it. I think it's okay. All right, we're just going to go down the line now because we don't have that many left. Let's look at the Doppelganger. Every class does get a big ability at level 20. It just depends on... It's not always a subclass feature. It's a class feature a lot of the time. You do get something special at level 20. It's just not always a subclass feature. So in D&D, you have your class and you have your subclass. So your class is Wizard and your subclass is Beholder Wizard. So, for example, Barbarians have a... everybody gets a 20th level feature. Everybody gets one. Wizards get one too. Don't you worry about it. It's just not tied to the subclass. All right, let's take a look at this Ranger. Yeah, 9th level spells is kind of like what you get as wizards. Yeah, druids become immortal, indestructible, basically. So this is the Doppelganger, Ranger, and it is very specifically based off of the D&D Doppelganger, which has the ability to make itself look like other creatures and to sort of read their minds and like become them. Why the capital G? Probably because I have a spelling error. I'll fix it. Okay, let's see. Something awakens in you. Your form can shift. You can take on the appearance of other humanoids, throwing off pursuit or luring victims to their doom with misdirection and disguise. It's okay. You are a doppelganger. It might have taken some time for your nature to blossom. And as you grow, so will your power. Few creatures spread fear, suspicion, and deceit better than doppelgangers. This flavor text is okay. It's not super evocative, but it's like to the point. Doppelganger Rangers use their innate skills to hunt in cities, towns, and any place humanoids normally consider safe from monsters. I like this sentence a lot. I spelled when wrong. Look. See that? So before we get really into this, aren't doppelgangers player as a race? No, they are not. what are they called? Not doppelgangers. There's changelings, but changelings and doppelgangers are different things. So the doppelganger spells that we get are Disguise Self, Detect Thoughts, Tongues, Greater Invisibility, and Seeming. I feel like this is a pretty solid spell list for a doppelganger, considering they're trying to help us feel like, I think it's pretty solid. You'd switch out Seeming? What would you put in its place? No, it doesn't need Alter Self. You'll see it in the subclass features. Since it's supposed to be about you and not your friends. Interesting. Yeah, I could see that. I'll have to look around at some 5th level spells to see if there's something else that fits better. But I think Seeming will fit if there's nothing that fits better. You feel like Doppelganger would be something a rogue would strive to be more than a ranger? I think that entirely depends on how you build it, my friend. Because this Doppelganger is not about sneaking. This is not a sneaky character. This is a creature that hides in plain sight. Alright, let's take a look. Shifting Form at 3rd level. You can cast Disguise Self without expending a spell slot. When you cast it in this way, you gain the following features. It doesn't require concentration, and the change is physical as well as visual. And you have advantage on deception checks. And you can do this proficiency bonus times per long rest. So basically, starting at 3rd level, twice per day, you can cast Disguise Self for free. No anything, and it's just on. And this is the way that we're representing your transforming into other things. So you could also just do it extra because you have Disguise Self as a spell, normal, but you get the special version, proficiency bonus times per day. I feel like the 5th level spell, Modify Memory, would be nice. Oh, you know what? That's a good idea, James. Modify Memory would make sense. Disguise Self is not concentration? I'm 99% sure it is. Oh, it's not. All right, there you go. Might be. Color me mistaken. Good to know. So we'll get rid of that part. Boop. Is advantage on deception checks in general too good or no? I think it's good enough that I would rather put it behind a little bit of a limit. And the thing is, you're still getting a lot of this, right? The spell lasts an hour, and it's proficiency bonus times per day. So you're still getting a long time to have this on. Why not just make it prof bonus times per day? It can use it, and it can use a spell slot again. Well, that's how it's written because you get Disguise Self. I just didn't want you to be able to do the special Disguise Self infinite times. But maybe it's fine to be able to do it anytime you cast it. I don't know. If you guys think we should just always be able to cast Disguise Self and make this happen every time we cast it, I think that could be fine. The middle one is worded weird. The change is physical as well as visual. Well, Disguise Self is normally not a physical change. Like, you can tell by touching. So maybe I need to put the language in where, on a physical investigation check, the illusion withstands. Like, touching doesn't break the illusion, I think is the goal here. I like the idea of changing, like, one freckle on your face to get yourself into the headspace to lie better. Changelings get infinite Disguise Self? No, they don't. They can change their faces and their bodies. They don't change their clothing. They don't change what they're wearing. They don't change their size. There's a lot of stuff that does not change when a changeling changes. Very different than Disguise Self. Hello, Whimsical Illustrations. Welcome. Wasn't your mole on the other side? Yeah, that's a good reference. Changelings also have to have seen the person. How long are you running today? I'm going to go for a little while. When I'm done looking at these, I'm going to take probably like a 5 to 10 minute break, maybe a little bit less than that. And then I'll come back and we'll do the wheel for a while. Then we'll do the wheel till I go to bed. So I'm going to be on for a little while. My Tuesday is not super busy, so I'm letting my Monday night be long. And then we had another 3rd level feature. Deceptive Strike. At 3rd level, you gain the ability to throw an opponent off guard with your deception. As a bonus action, you can make a charisma deception check against a creature you can see that isn't incapacitated. contested by the target's wisdom insight check. If you succeed, the first time you hit the creature with a weapon attack, this and subsequent turns, you deal 1d8 extra damage. This lasts for 1 minute or until you use this on another target. So this is essentially like this class's version of the bonus extra and extra damage. It's a little bit more than the Monster Slayers. The Monster Slayer is a d6. This is a d8. And I think I did that because the Monster Slayer just happens automatically. This, you have to pass a check first to make it happen. So there's a little bit of a bar to entry. I think it's fine. I don't think it's that exciting. I almost wish there was a more fun doppelganger-y way to get this extra damage in, but I do feel like this fits. You like it? You think it could last longer? I think a minute is fine. Hunter gets a D8 almost automatically. Yeah, so I think it fit. You think it's probably fine. This guy gets a sneak attack thing at higher levels, I think. Yeah, they get a sneak attack thing at a level 11. I wouldn't do legend lore. I would do modify memory. Hidden if they don't suspect you. Oh, yeah, you'll see. Well, there's a sneak attacky thing later. I think this third level feature is mostly fine. Got here as you were finishing up the Beholder Wizard. Have you gone over the Druid yet? I have. But you could go back and watch it later if you want. It's not crazy, but it's fine. Yeah, I think it's fine. Let's look at the 7th level feature. Mind Vessel. You have been so many people that it is hard for creatures to find anything in your mind. You have advantage on saving throws from magic or abilities that would let creatures read your mind or extract information about you. That is weird wording. I don't like that wording. I don't know why I wrote this way. I don't know why I wrote this way. But I get it. It's fine. In addition, wisdom insight checks are made at disadvantage. Okay. So people really just can't read you. That's it's not super exciting, but what it does is it really does help you be a monster hiding in plain sight. You can be like, I'm a person. Everyone's like, oh, I guess he's a person. Maybe you can describe a way where you cast Disguise Self to look like a target. While you look like that person, you deal extra psychic damage to them because it's a scary concept. I like that idea, Tradosio, but I feel like that pulls away from the doppelganger aspect of like what a doppelganger actually does. Like a doppelganger wouldn't do that. They wouldn't disguise as you to attack you. They would disguise as your friend to attack you, you know? But I like that idea. I think the second half of the 7th level feature is redundant. I agree. I think it's kind of redundant. I don't know if this is enough for 7th level, but it's fine. I feel like we could get something else here, though. Welcome back. It's like you lose your identity slowly. Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for. Yeah, no, you guys can't post links. You think I'd let the public post links in the chat? You guys are mad. I can't trust you guys. The one day I did a call-in show with a phone number, I got a racist coming in. Who knows what kind of nonsense y'all put in there. Listen, I love my mods. Bildo, killing it. I'm a Moron, killing it. Dragonus, killing it. But I don't want these guys to have to police links that are coming in. Yeah, all right. 7th level is okay. I wish I want it to be something else a little bit, but it's fine. I don't feel super strongly about it. It's fine. Let's look at 11th level. Ambusher. You have advantage on attack rolls against any creature with the surprised condition. Okay, that's fine. He was only on the show for a half second. I got rid of him pretty quick. As soon as he showed his colors. In addition, if you are hidden or under the effects of Disguise Self when initiative is rolled, the first creature you hit with an attack roll takes extra damage equal to 1d6 times your proficiency bonus. It says times, not X. What? Say times, not X? Oh, I see. You mean just write it out that way. Yeah, it's 4d6, but it's 4d6 once per combat. It's the first round of combat. I think 4d6 once per combat is not that hectic. That was a command. No, I understood, Peter. I just think this should be how you get your bonus damage, then the ability to hide as a bonus action. But then it's just a rogue. Then it's like really just a rogue. I don't want it to be a rogue. I want to say, since this is a ranger, favored enemies and favored terrain should be implemented more here. I medium agree, Arcade Avery. I hate favored terrain and favored foe, and I never build rangers around them because I always opt for the other features. And you can pick, maybe I would let you pick more humanoids when you pick favored enemies, or pick cities as a favored terrain, but I wouldn't add anything more than that. I feel like it's fine. What about once per round? I don't know I think once per round would be too much. You love favored terrain and favored foe? You are, listen, Data, I love you, but you are in the minority with a big, bold marker. Surprised? Well, here's the thing. Surprised is sort of hard to pull off. It's not hard to pull off if you have advantage on deception checks, can make yourself look like other creatures and read minds. Because then you could be anybody and just attack. Like, as soon as you reveal yourself, I think, here's what I'll say. This is one of those powers where it's like stronger or less strong depending on how a dungeon master will interpret your sort of illusory abilities. I think that this, so far, what I'll say is a lot of this, especially the shifting form stuff, which infers a lot of the later stuff, I think is going to be a lot stronger or weaker depending on how your dungeon master interprets abilities like Disguise Self. Sort of in the same way that an illusion wizard is going to be a lot stronger or weaker depending on how a dungeon master interprets illusions. I prefer to use favored enemy. Yeah, that's same. I use all the Tasha's variant stuff. Is a ranger focused on favorite terrain, favorite foe? Then the player has to speak to the DM about the settings. Yeah, for sure. You like the 11th, it's fine, but the 3rd really needs a rework, and you could move the theme from here to there. What part of the 3rd needs a rework, you think? I feel like the 3rd is pretty fine. Illusions can legitimately be the worst, or by far the best, depending on the table. Yeah, this is going to fall into a little bit of that issue here, for sure. 3rd is the strongest in your opinion? I guess if they're immune to surprise, you can't ambush them. That's true. Yeah, I think that's fine. And then we have one more feature. We have 15th level. Absorb thoughts. At 15th level, the minds of others pour into you. If you spend a minute or longer within 30 feet of a creature, you can use your action to see into its mind, as if casting Detect Thoughts. Notice this is not casting Detect Thoughts. It's doing the effects of Detect Thoughts. This doesn't require concentration, and the target gains no awareness of your actions, even if you attempt to probe deeper into its mind. So 15th level is basically you can just always read a creature's mind if you spend more than a minute within it, or within 30 feet of it. You can always attempt to. You think it should require concentration? No reason it shouldn't? I don't feel super strongly about that, but I could definitely change it to require concentration. That would just be Detect Thoughts then. I feel like this would be a hard pull off if the party isn't in on it. Trying to get the party to do anything specific is almost impossible. Dizzy Gnome, I hear you, but I don't think that is a huge concern, to me at least. There's a lot of features in D&D that require you to observe a creature for an extended period of time to activate. The Battlemaster Fighter has one. The Gloom, the Whisper Bard has one. I think it's fine. This is busted. Imagine getting your BBEG monologuing and then you read their mind for the whole battle. Well, you have to keep in mind that there's still saving throws required. Detect Thoughts doesn't just let you read their mind instantly. You just get their surface emotions, and then there are contested checks to probe deeper. But it's not just like It's a first level spell. Detect Thoughts is not a crazy powerful ability. Keep in mind, it's a first level spell. Pretty powerful as is. It's also stackable with things like invisibility, so not busted without concentration. So no busted without concentration. Is that the biggest deal for 15th level? I don't know. Like, I feel like it's kind of fine. Oh, maybe Detect Thoughts is second level. Excuse me. I don't think it's busted. I don't know. I disagree with you there. I think it's okay. I think maybe the answer is to make it limited use. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's just not infinite use. Maybe it's proficiency bonus times per day, or charisma modifier or wisdom modifier times per day, or once per short rest or something like that. But I genuinely don't think it's particular. I don't know. I don't think it's too strong. You like the infinite, but you don't like the concentration? Yeah, I hear ya. Trodosio thinks it needs to be stronger. Well, that's my doppelganger. I see no problem with it being infinite use. It's not a spell that does influence dice rolls. I think you can add Detect Thoughts to the spell list. Detect Thoughts is on the spell list. This is a unique way of casting it. In a very similar way to how the Fey Wanderer Ranger has Misty Step on its spell list, but its 15th level feature is a unique way of casting Misty Step. Very similar structurally to Fey Wanderer for a 15th level feature. Hey, Bildo. It's not a combat spell. It's not a combat spell at all. Once they save, they're immune for 24 hours. That makes sense. For sure. That definitely makes sense. Anybody can add to the wheel tonight. I haven't even set it up yet. You could add to the wheel right now. When I go to take a tiny little break, you should all hustle to get your homebrew in, because as soon as I get back from my break, we're going to be moving on to the homebrew wheel, and we're going to be looking at your homebrew for a little while. So yeah, that's the Doppelganger Ranger. I think it's pretty solid. I like it. I think it's an interesting idea. It's a very specific play style of Ranger. And I think that you really need to want to be this kind to do it. It's very, it's not one note, but it's very one directional, you know? But I think it's mostly okay. I think I could get rid of a couple things. I could get rid of this. This is redundant, as people have pointed out. There's a couple things to change around for sure. You think it's solid? It would be a blast in a heavy RP game? Yeah, for sure. And what link would that be? That would be this link, my guy. Check it out. I believe the link is also in the description of the video. Sociable Gloomstalker. You should get buffs in combat when you successfully probe into someone's mind. That's an interesting idea. If you did want to change it to be more combat oriented, I think that would be a great way to do that. I think that would be a really good way to do that. All right, I don't have a lot more to say about this guy. I feel like he's mostly okay. I like it. I feel like Deceptive Strike is probably the least interesting part of it. I'm just not sure how to make it more interesting. I think it works fine. I might play around with it a little bit to try to make it something that feels more evocative, but it's probably my least favorite part. Also, Mind Vessel is really boring. So probably Mind Vessel and Deceptive Strike probably need the most work. All right, what did we just look at? All right, guys, we have 3 left. Do we want to look at the Prowler, the Sphinx, or the Skeletor? I feel like people have been yelling for the Sphinx. You have a recommendation to make it more interesting? Make it more. What's your recommendation? Did Trodosios tell? Did Dragonus say a bad joke? Knock knock. Who's there? Brew. Brew who? Don't cry. It's just homebrew. Yeah, terrible. Psychic damage. Everybody take 1d4 psychic damage. Good night, Matt. Sphinx. 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 Skeletor. Sphinx. All right, we're going to do the Sphinx. This is another one that I don't really remember that well. All I remember about this is it is very linked to specifically the Sphinx from D&D. which is like a secret keeper, a lore keeper, that sort of thing. But and it does roars. All right, so let's take a look at it. There it is. All right. Sphinx Bloodline. Your people guard the most powerful of artifacts and ancient stories. The blood in your veins runs hot with forgotten lore, granting you magic beyond the scope of mortal men. Kingdoms rise and fall, but knowledge endures. And to be the keeper of that knowledge is to wield fate. It's all right, flavor text. Needs a little bit more about, like, what the fuck you do. You can't say your people? Why not? I can't tell if that's a joke or not. I'm pretty sure you can. I think that's fine. I already did the Chimera, yes. Can't say you people. There you go. There you go. All right, so we get some Sphinx spells. Sphinx spells. We can change them out for divination, which I spelled wrong, and illusion, which I spelled wrong. Look at that. So you basically can pick spells from the illusion or divination spell list, and the special thing here is they can come from the cleric spell list instead of the warlock. Why illusion? I don't remember. I feel like illusion fits them. I feel like if you look at these the Sphinxes in D&D, I actually don't have them up, but my guess is that they have spells that are illusion spells and divination spells. That's my guess. That's why I picked them, is my guess. That would be my guess. Genuinely don't remember. Kind of big, feels good though. Here's the thing, is you get access to cleric spells, but it's only divination and illusion ones, which means you're not getting any healing. No healing spells. You're just getting some of the other more, like, you know, ancient, bespoke, augury bullshit type spells. At first level, you get Detect Good and Evil and Identify. At third level, you get See Invisible and Zone of Truth. Trodosio, that might have been my logic. Gynosphinx has wizard spells and Androsphinx has cleric spells. Might have been my logic. Olivia, we're looking at homebrew that I wrote. We're reviewing my homebrew. This is the Sphinx sorcerer that I made. So at third level, we get See Invisibility, Zone of Truth. At fifth level, we get Dispel Magic and Tongues. At seventh level, we get Banishment and Divination. And at ninth level, we get Legend Lore and Scrying. So, again, we're going very much with, like, the Sphinx as, like, a keeper of lore and a protector of hidden knowledge, that sort of thing. I think D and Dooms is just saying lyrics from songs. Okay, so what else do we get? At first level... Oh, come on, man. Get your formatting together. At first level, you get Timeless Mind. You know the importance of a well-kept secret. Wisdom insight checks made against you have disadvantage. All right, so you are hard to read. Inscrutable is... I don't think is Inscrutable a D&D spell? Or is that, like, something else? I don't even know what that spell is. It's a Mythic Odyssey. This is not a spell. This is like a ability. This is like a totally different thing. So no, it's not there. Why would it be there? It's complete. Why would a non-spell be on a spell list? Love the channel. Welcome, buddy. I'm glad you love it. Divided by 0 is fail. Okay, so yeah, I think this is fine. Let's see what else we get. We also get roars. So Sphinxes get roars. At first level, you know how to call upon the bellows of your bloodline. You know two roars that you can emit in a 30-foot area around you. I think I need to clarify this. I don't know if it should be a cone or a sphere, but it's either a cone or a sphere. I don't know which one. And you can make 2 different roars. You can do a fear roar and a knockback roar. The fear roar. Creatures of your choice in the area must make a wisdom saving throw or be frightened by you until the end of your next turn. Knockback roar. Creatures of your choice in the area must make a strength save or be knocked prone. And once you used either roar, you can't use any of them again until you finish a short rest. So basically get a little Sphinx roar. Yeah, we're not going to give you the same radius as the Sphinx. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. You're still a D&D character at level 1. All right. How do you guys feel about the first level features? I feel like they're pretty solid. I like the spell list a lot. I'm very proud of the spell list. I think the spell list is magnifique. All creatures of your choice that can hear you. Yes, that is a really, really good way to put it. It should definitely clarify that for sure. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's a little lackluster for first level because it's not that much going on, but I think it's mostly okay. I think everybody having disadvantage on insight checks against you is pretty strong. And then a once per short rest, one of these two in an area of effect, that feels pretty strong. Do they eventually get intelligence saving throws? I don't think so. I don't remember. I haven't looked at this piece in a little while. Let's take a look at 6th level. We get 2 things at 6th level. We get Inscrutable and Bend Fate. Oh, look at that, you fucking scumbags. Whoever said I need Inscrutable, I'm on top of that shit. I was looking at Sphinx features when I made this. I told you I was. I told you I was. You think the roar should do thunder damage and knockback? Or thunder damage and deafen instead of knockback? You could do that. Do they have to hear you in order to be knocked back? Seems like you could forego that. I guess you could if it's like the force of it. All right, let's see what we get. Inscrutable. Beginning at 6th level, you're immune to any effects that would sense your emotion or read your thoughts. Boom. You just can't be read. All right. And then you have Bend Fate. At 6th level, when you are targeted by an attack roll or an area of effect spell, you're not targeted by area of effect spells, so the language should say, or are in the area of effect of an area of effect spell, something like that. Or ability, you can use your reaction to teleport up to a distance up to 20 times your proficiency bonus. That's annoying. You shouldn't do this. You should probably just make it a distance. If the attack targeted only you, or you move out of the area of effects, you avoid the effects. Yeah, this should just be a range. It shouldn't grow. Olivia, I'm reading it as if I'm trying to read it as if I was reading one of your pieces a little bit. So because I haven't, these are things that I've made, but I didn't make them like yesterday. I made them like a year ago. Yeah. Well, I got to. Yeah, I'm feedbacking myself we're all feedbacking me together. We're feedbacking me of the past. The goal of this is to feedback these because I want to rewrite them, and then I'm going to put them out on the internet. Am I being mean to myself? I didn't notice it if I was. Yeah, this is stupid. This shouldn't be this. Why did I do this? This should just be a distance. In addition, you can expend sorcery points to bring willing creatures within 5 feet of you at a cost of 1 sorcery point per creature. Once you use this feature, can't do it again until you finish a long rest or expend sorcery points you can. Oh, that's interesting. So as a reaction, you could like pull a bunch of creatures out of a fireball. That's kind of cool. I like that. I think that's good for a 6th level feature. It's not Dimension Door because we're gonna change the range, so it's not quite so far. But I feel like that's pretty solid. And Sorcerer 6th level features are usually A, pretty dang strong, and B, they usually require sorcery points to be cool. I think it's mostly okay. And I think I called it Bend Fate to sort of represent, because Sphinxes do have sort of a reality warping, destiny fate warping thing. Yeah, I think it's pretty solid for 6th level. 14th level, pretty straightforward. I think it should be at 6th level. You can use a roar. When use a roar, you can spend a number of sorcery points to deal damage, thunder damage to anyone who can hear it. That could be interesting too if you wanted to go a little bit more damagey. You think 10 times is probably good enough, but you're not sure. I was wondering if maybe it would just make sense to just make it a flat number. Maybe it doesn't need to grow at all. Right? Because it already is kind of growing in power just by the nature of you being able to bring creatures more easily, because as you get higher, you have more sorcery points. So expending a sorcery point is like less of a big deal the stronger you get. So it sort of feels like it's already growing. So maybe the range doesn't need to. I don't know. Yeah, I think flat numbers is the way to go. 14th level, you gain True Sight to a range of 30 feet. That's pretty dang strong. Additionally, you can expend 2 sorcery points to cast See Invisibility with the range of touch. I like this a lot. Maybe you should get this earlier. So for folks that don't know, See Invisibility is a self-targeting spell, meaning you can only cast it on yourself. So if it has a range of touch, I can let other people see invisible things. So it's sort of like you're being, like, you are guiding another creature towards revelation. Do you know what I mean? Like, I give you second sight. But this could also be like a 6th level feature. Yeah, exactly, Zeke. Sort of like what the Shadow Sorcerer gets at 1st level, where they can cast the spell kind of specially. You should move Inscrutable to 1st and this to 6. Yeah, maybe that's the move. Databank, I think you might be right. I think you need to specify that. Why do I need to specify that? By giving invisibility to the range of touch, that's what it means. Like, it's cast on other creatures. I think we could clarify. Maybe if we feel like that's not clear enough, I could put some clarity in there for sure. But I feel like it's mostly clear. I like the idea of powers that continue to grow and feel relevant as you get higher in level. I do too, but I feel like if you overdo them, it's like, it becomes gobbledygook. Yeah, that's how it usually worded for such things. That's literally what range of touch means. I think you're good. Okay. Okay. I like the 14th level feature. I think it's nice. I think maybe we drop this to another level, but I'm gonna be honest. Even if all you get at 14th level is True Sight to a range of 30 feet, I think that's perfectly fine. That's a strong fucking ability, and it's very Sphinx. Lance's suggestion was good. Worst case scenario, just put range of touch instead of self. Yeah, that might be the move. I think that might be the move. See invisibility is also combat useless, so it's that. I disagree with that. It makes it so you don't get affected by creatures that are invisible. You don't have to deal with the disadvantage on attack rolls from invisible creatures. It also allows you to track creatures that are traveling through the ethereal, which is sometimes quite useful if you're fighting things like phase spiders or night hags or that sort of thing. Or just like hidden doors, stuff like that. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. 18th level, Paralyzing Roar. Ooh, I might feel like this is too strong. Before I read it, that's my first thought is. You can emit a Paralyzing Roar. Creatures of your choice within 30 feet have to make a con saving throw or be paralyzed for up to a minute. They can roll the saves at the end of each of their turns. Oh, man, I don't know. Is that too strong? That might be too strong. It's 18th level. So it's like, It definitely is a roar that one of the Sphinxes get. I wouldn't have done it if it wasn't. I don't remember which Sphinx gets it. But I also feel like it's pretty strong. The thing that I like, though, is also, this is the thing that I like the most. The roars that you have at 1st level, their range is now 60 feet, which is cool. Okay, Tradosio, that's the move. When they take damage or at the end of their turn, that's the way to solve it. I agree. That's the way to solve it. Moving speed to 0 is kind of boring. I still want to keep it heavy. Like, I would much rather just get rid of the Paralyzing Roar and give it something else hectic if the Paralyzing Roar felt too strong, than make it too much weaker. Doesn't True Sight do everything See Invisible does? Yes. Which is why the ability that you get is to give True Sight to other creatures. Because you don't need... the ability you get is to give See Invisible to other creatures. That's why you don't need it on yourself. Even when you have See Invisibility, you're still affected by the benefits and downsides of invisibility. Databank, I feel like that is probably a rules as written thing that I would not run that way, because I feel like it's one of those rules that is dumb. And it's like one of those things where it's like, technically, this is how it works. And it's like, well, technically, that's fucking stupid. So while I agree with you, it's worth acknowledging, I still think that there is some benefits to See Invisibility. I mean, at the very minimum, you just know where the things are that you're shooting at. Even if you do still have disadvantage on the attacks against the invisible creature, you're not potentially swinging where it isn't. You still are guaranteeing that you're swinging where it is, which I think is fine. This giving creatures See Invisibility thing is a ribbon feature. It's not intended to be a crazy powerful thing. It's a ribbon feature. So I don't think it needs to be super powerful. I think it's fine as is. It's still a cool idea. Yeah, I think it's still fine. I think it's fine. Like, I don't need it to be super powerful. It feels more like flavor than anything else. You would make it stunned instead of paralyzed. I could see that. Yeah, maybe stunned would make sense here. But okay, so that's my Oh wait, did I get rid of something? Oh no, I didn't. I did. Oops. All right, there we go. All right, there's my Sphinx. There's my Sphinx sorcerer. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I think it's all right. It's weirdly not. It's like in a lot of ways, it's very not combat oriented. In a lot of ways, like the first level I guess that's not true. It's actually pretty combat oriented. I remembered it being not very combat oriented, but in hindsight, I'm looking back at it. It still feels like it has a lot of combat features. How strong would it be to give them foresight on their spell list? I feel like I don't think it would necessarily be too strong. My only thought would be, I mean, I guess you're just getting a free extra 9th level spell, but it's not expending any extra. You're not getting extra spell slots. I think it'd be fine. I almost just feel like you would. Can I tell you something? I did make a Mimic Rogue a long time ago, and I didn't even include it on this list because I couldn't find it. I have to find it. I found the other rogue that I made, but I couldn't find my Mimic Rogue. It's out there somewhere. I gotta look for it. It's actually on my Patreon, I think, but that's fine. I wanted the Prowler Rogue to be on this more than I wanted the Mimic one. The Sphinx is known for seeing the outcome of stuff, so it would be thematic. It would make a lot of sense. Did you miss the Beholder Wizard? You did. But you can always go back to it if you want to. All right, that was my Sphinx. All right, we have 2 left. We have the Prowler Rogue and the Skeletor Warlock. Which one are we looking at? Go to bed, Dragoness, if you want to. It's fine. Which one am I least proud of? Probably probably the Skeletor one. I don't even remember it. You're so into this, so I'm glad. All right, let's do Skeletor first, and then we'll end with the Prowler. So this is based on Skeletor from He-Man. And it's called the Horde. And the idea initially was that it's your patron is your minions. This is like the prof brings out their old work. Yeah, that's exactly what that's exactly the goal. Okay. You have toiled under the oppressive forces of good for too long. The time has come for evil to rise. Your minions need you. Every villain has their own Castle Grayskull to overcome, and you must go find yours. With your Horde's support, maybe one day you can overcome the forces of good and become the master of the universe. This is really fucking He-Man. Jesus Christ. The spell list I don't think makes any fucking sense. Bane, inflict wounds, spike growth, Mind Whip, Glyph of Warding, Spirit Guardians, Resilient Sphere, Vitriolic Sphere, Circle of Power, Wall of Force. The only thing that I can think of that ties these together is that they're all like super villain spells. Where's Animate Dead? I don't know. I think they already get access to... I think Animate Dead is already on the Warlock spell list. Any spell that's already on the Warlock spell list, I wouldn't put here because they already get access to those spells. These are all spells that a Warlock wouldn't normally get. I think it's okay. Let's look at the... If you guys have feedback on the spell list, let me know. I think it's mostly fine. It's like a little bit whatever. If any of the mods can see this, please, I'll do anything. Just time out you. You're not timed out anymore. I can see it. I think people were maybe getting upset with the lyrics you were posting. I don't know. If you don't have a power called Nya, then I don't know, man. I don't have a power called Nya. I'm sorry. At first level, we get the Scepter of Havoc. Did I share this? I did. Okay. I shared it already. Post it again in case you need to. At first level, you are granted a magical scepter crowned with an animal skull of your choice. You can use the scepter as a spellcasting focus for your warlock spells. It has a number of charges equal to twice your proficiency bonus that recharge after you complete a long rest. While wielding the scepter, you can expend a charge to create the following effects. Animate Dead is not on the warlock spell list. Oh, so maybe we could add that. Although I don't feel like Skeletor raises the dead. But I guess that would make sense. The thing is, I didn't want this to feel like a necromancer, but I guess we could do a Raise the Dead. I think that could make sense if we wanted to. Anyway, you can expend a charge to do one of the following. Grim Gravitas. You have an eye for evil. You can expend one charge from the scepter as a bonus action to determine the alignment of a creature you can see within 60 feet of you. If the target is evil, the next performance or persuasion check you make against them has advantage. If the target is good, the next deception or intimidation check you make against them have advantage. I don't really play with alignment that much anymore, so I don't know how much I would like this feature. It really requires you to play with alignment, but I get the meat behind it. Yeah, I don't really like mixing alignment into mechanics either anymore. It is kind of cool, though. I don't know how I would change it. I probably would make it so... I would probably make it so you had it affected like different... I'd probably base it off creature types more than anything else. Maybe. I'm not sure. The thing is, the whole point of this was around being a villain. So that's why I did that. So I think I would shift it a little bit so it was around something more monstrous oriented and then push it towards that. What about neutral? It doesn't do anything to neutral creatures. I love the idea that your patron is those under you. I think this could be reflavored to be all sorts of things. Yeah. Your magic is from leadership. Exactly. Aberrations, fiends, undead monstrosities for evil. Yeah, I was thinking something like that. Fae, celestial. You have to think about... You'd have to put all of the monsters on it. Or at least some of them. I don't know. Okay. And then the next thing that you can do is grasping woe. You exploit failure. Once during each of your turns, after you hit a creature with an attack roll, you can expend a charge from the scepter to give the target a -1 penalty to its AC until the end of its next turn. So basically, the way that it's written, this can't stack. But if you hit a creature, you can make it easier to hit the creature a little bit for a round. Normally, I'm pretty anti-stuff that fucks with AC. If it is a lot, but if it fucks with AC a very minor amount, like a -1, I kind of think it's fine, because it's basically like a shitty version of Bane once per turn, which I think is okay. I think it's okay. So that's first level. If the scepter is destroyed, you can do a ceremony to get it back. So first level, that's first level. If you were exploding failure, you could definitely change it to somehow attacks effects onto the creature that just failed. I mean, that's sort of what it is. It's tacking on the -1 to their AC. It might be better if you just leaned into the law versus chaos instead of good versus evil. It's not a bad idea. I think you'll come up to similar issues, but maybe not quite as similar issues. I feel like people use... I don't know. I think it's definitely another way that you could go about it, though, for sure. Let's look at 6th level. Absorb Power. The monster types would fit into those restraints better. I kind of agree. I kind of think monster types might be the way to go. Yeah, that's the whole point, is that this can be triggered with Eldritch Blast. That's exactly it. It could be triggered with a Pact Weapon. It could be triggered with Eldritch Blast. It could be triggered with any of your spells. That is the goal. But again, it's only once per turn. So it can't stack in any way. But you could hit a creature with the first Eldritch Blast, use a charge, and then they have -1 to their AC for all of your subsequent Eldritch Blasts, and everyone else that attacks them until their next turn. End of your next turn, not theirs, would be better. I think it would just make it... I think it would almost make it too strong. I'm okay with it being somewhat action economy, somewhat initiative impactful. I'm okay with that. Because I think messing with the creature's AC is a lot. Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe change it so it's based off of your turn if you don't want to have it affected. If you didn't want to have it, if I didn't want to have it affected by the initiative, I could make it based on your next turn, and they just get a -1 for the whole round. I could do that. You kind of want more your underlings do stuff for you. That is not really how it's designed, Olivia. Was not my design intention. But I think that is a fun idea for a subclass. But that's a little bit of a different direction than I went. You should bring the level column of the expanded spell list closer to the left. That way the table isn't split evenly in two. Oh, that's a good call. Okay, let's look at the 6th level feature, Absorb Power. Starting at 6th level, you can make your foes weak and feed off that weakness. As a bonus action, you can expend 3 charges from your scepter to force a creature that you can see within 30 feet of you to make a con saving throw against your spellcasting DC. Choose a damage type. On a failure, the first time the target takes damage of the chosen type before the end of its next turn, it is vulnerable to that damage. If the creature is normally immune to that damage type, they take damage as if they had resistance to it. If they normally have resistance, they treat the damage as if they did not. Additionally, you gain resistance to that damage type until the end of the target's next turn. I almost feel like 3 charges is not expensive enough for it. But I guess if everything that you get is based off charges, it might be fine. I feel like this should be like a once... This shouldn't be a very common... You shouldn't be able to use this a lot. Once a day? Yeah, well, maybe make it once a day. And maybe not have it charge-based. I think I built a lot of these things off the charges. Maybe just these 2 features. You know what? Maybe I'm going to completely rewrite some of this, and it's not a charge mechanic at all. And this is just... Maybe I just rebuild the scepter a little differently. Because I think that this could definitely be like a once-a-day thing for sure. Does it stack? It's not intended to stack if it does. It was not intended to stack. I don't think it does, the way it's written. It's okay. I think it's neat. It's like, you know, it's like making somebody weak. It's like, oh, you are now weak. Goodbye, Banana. You're wonderful. What if the scepter was a packed boon? That would be a very different thing, but I think it would also be very cool. And I think you could build a really cool packed boon around an evil scepter. I agree that that's a fun idea. Seems like 6 charges is too much. I mean, if you at level 6, that means the entirety of your subclass at level 6 would mean you do this twice a day. That's all you're getting out of your subclass at level 6 if you use this twice a day. That doesn't seem like too much. You're getting literally nothing else because everything is based off charges. So from that perspective, I don't feel like it's necessarily too much. How old does someone have to be to play D&D? Probably old enough to understand the game and to play responsibly and kindly with other people. And if they're really little, there probably needs to be like a parent or teacher type person guiding it. The 10th level feature, I love. I think you guys are going to like it. Evil Lair. At 10th level, you can cast the spell Galder's Tower without expending a spell slot or material components, with the following changes. Galder's Tower just summons a tower, so this is like you're summoning a lair. The number of floors is equal to your proficiency bonus. Creatures in the tower cannot be targeted by divination spells. The tower appears with a number of skeletons equal to half your warlock level rounded down. They are friendly to you and your allies, and they follow your commands. They crumble to dust instantly if they leave the tower. So basically, you get a bunch of little minions in your tower. So once a day, you can summon a tower that has some minions in it, and you can hide in. Evil Lair. I like this feature. I think it's just cool. It's a little goofy and weird. Skeleton minions, yeah, for sure. And then we have a 14th. This is probably, I think, the best feature of this subclass. I might rewrite some of it to try to make it more built around this. 14th level, Beacon of Villainy. At 14th level, you have found your voice. You can use your staff to emit an aura of villainy that extends out 30 feet from you in all directions. No action required. It needs to sit in the action economy somewhere, you fucking idiot. Where does it sit in the action economy? Just because no action required doesn't mean you can just do it whenever. It still needs to happen. Is it during your turn? Beginning of your turn? End of your turn? Clarify. Wasn't it a scepter? Yeah, you're right. Good call. Any creatures of your choice that enter the aura for the first time or start their turn within the aura must make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, any good aligned creature becomes frightened of you until the end of its next turn, and any evil creature becomes charmed by you. Creatures that are normally immune to charm or frightened condition can be affected by this, but they make their saving throw with advantage. It lasts a minute, or until you drop to 0 hit points, or until you choose to end it. You probably should say incapacitated, not drop to 0 hit points, because it would be funny if you got knocked out, but not 0 hit points, and it was still active. That wouldn't make any goddamn sense. You still need... You don't need any action required, but you need to put it in the action economy, my guy. At the end of the minute, you can extend the duration of the aura by expending additional charges from your scepter. It extends by 10 minutes. Every charge. It should extend by 1 minute. 10 minutes is a lot. And you get it once per long rest. It's okay. I don't know. What do you guys feel about this one? You think there needs to be a CR cap? Drop the good and evil and just make creatures of your choice? Dylan, we have one more Cinder Brew to look at. This is our second to last one. And then I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to give you guys the BRB screen. I'm going to go to the bathroom. And then we're going to come back and we're going to do the wheel. And we're going to look at your homebrew. I like this one. It's got some cool ideas in it. I don't think it feels like it is... I don't know. I don't think it feels like it's building up to something. Like, I feel like the first level feature doesn't... Like, I don't know. I feel like the features are a little all over the place. They're real scatterbrained. But I do think that they're pretty cool. Some of them... Evil Lair is definitely the best. But, I don't know. Everything else is okay. It's alright. It's alright. Not my favorite one. It's okay. Avoiding immunity to frighten seems like it would have some stuff with possibilities such as some silly golem stuff. Yeah, for sure. You could look at the Necromancer Wizard for an idea on how to handle this. I know it isn't supposed to feel like that, but it has something similar. It's a good idea. That's a good idea. Grad school is a lot of reading. I never did it, but I hear about it from people that did it. Honestly, I'd love to be able to summon the lair as an action instead. And just make the subclass built around that. I like that idea too, but I wouldn't give you the layer at first level. That would be too strong, I think. So maybe we could pull aspects of it in earlier. But I do love the idea of you summoning an evil layer. I think that's a lot of fun. Cool. All right. Click. Guys, we have one more to look at, and that is the Prowler Rogue. This rogue was intended to be like a boogeyman type monster, a catch-all, shadowy, in the darkness, hunting you, spooky rogue. You want to be a boogeyman or a vampire or something. That was what the goal of this was. I should still do a poll? No. It has a feature called Jump Scare. Hold action. I don't have a cleric or an artificer on this list because I did not make any monster clerics or many monster artificers. I think I made a madness artificer once a long time ago, but I didn't really like it, so I don't remember where it went. Good night, my dear French friend. So this is the Prowler Rogue. Rogues who walk the path of Prowler open themselves up to a corruptive influence. It could be physical or spiritual. Maybe something that was in them the whole time, or a dark power they sought out. I feel like I could cut this in half. Regardless, they are changed forever, and the more they lean in, the more they become the more they become more monster than man. Mediocre flavor text, not strong flavor text. There's been some much stronger flavor text tonight than this. Yeah, I bet you're doing crazy amounts of reading in a library program. A Displacer Beast Monk would be fun. That's an interesting idea. We need more monster clerics. I think the key is we need to think of a good theme for one that's cool. Because they're all really stereotypical. I don't want to... Here's the thing. I want to do a monster cleric that is not a fiendish cleric and not an aberrant cleric. I don't want it to be eldritch. I don't want it to be madness. I don't want it to be devils. And I don't want it to be demons. I need an idea that is unique. Because every fucking evil cleric is eldritch or fiendish. And I don't want to do eldritch or fiendish. So if we have an idea for a cleric that is not eldritch, that's eldritch. Cult is... What do you mean cult? Cult is... Oh, Lolth. We could do a Lolth. There could be a Spider Cleric. Spider Cleric's not a bad idea. I don't want to do Voodoo. That's too tied to, like, real life shit. I don't want to accidentally offend anybody. Mimic Cleric? That would be hard to pull off. Shadowfell Cleric? What would that be? Worship the Shadow? That's sort of like a Grave Cleric. Like, that's like a Death Cleric. That's a Grave Domain Cleric. Or a Death Cleric. Those exist already. Spore Cleric? We have a Spore Druid. I don't want to do that. Angels are eldritch. Sort of. Wendigo? How is a Wendigo a cleric? Guys, clerics worship a type of god. Wendigo god? Is that a thing? Blood hunters are... I hate blood hunters. They're fine. They're fine. I just don't like them. They're fine. There you go. Muppet cleric is not a bad idea. All right, let's take a look at this range. Let's take a look at this rogue. Y'all just talking a bunch of fucking nonsense. Oh, biblically accurate angels. Yeah. That's more of a gimmick than something to do, I think. Like, I like the idea, but I don't know how... I don't know. How do you represent that other than trying to give you powers that make you feel like you got discs of eyes? I don't feel like there's a lot to it. It's a very cool image, but I don't feel like there's a lot to it. Like, I feel like you could play a light cleric and just say that you're a one that has biblically accurate angels that you follow. Okay. At third level, we get 2 features. We get unnatural movement and unexpected strike. Titan Cleric? None of these are really inspiring me. Unnatural movement. Starting at third level, when you take the dash or disengage action, using your cunning action feature, you gain the ability to move along upside down and vertical surfaces without falling until the end of your turn. If you end your movement upside down or on a vertical surface, you fall. Additionally, if you fall no more than 30 feet, you take no fall damage and can land on your feet. So basically, if you dash or disengage, you can like run up walls and along the ceiling and stuff. And you also can just fall without taking that much damage. We also get Unexpected Strike. At third level, you gain... You submitted Darkness Domain Cleric? I think a Darkness Domain Cleric could be really cool. At third level, you gain additional ways to use your sneak attack. You don't need advantage on your attack roll to use your sneak attack bonus if you make a melee weapon attack against the creature immediately after falling at least 10 feet. If you fall 20 feet or more before the attack, you make the attack with advantage. Second story work is a subclass feature. Guys, stop suggesting clerics. None of these suggestions are interesting to me. I'll figure it out. Drop a bear rogue. Yes, exactly. So the idea behind this at 3rd level is you run up a wall and then jump down on people. You're like, surprise! Do you choose when you fall? Sure. You can jump off stuff. Or at the end of your movement speed. Or whenever you jump off a thing. How do you guys feel about this for 3rd level? Thoughts? I feel like being able to use your cunning action to spider climb is pretty strong. Because that means you can always bonus action dash, have a climb speed, which feels like a lot. You think it's too environmentally dependent? I mean, I feel like most of the time you're going to be able to find something that's 10 feet high to jump off of. I feel like it's really strong, but not too strong. Cunning action is already super strong. Not sure if it needs more in that aspect. I don't know. I don't think it breaks anything. When does a Dampier get their climb speed? Level 1. They just get it. Oh, maybe 3rd level? Maybe 3rd level? Whatever. They definitely have it by the time you get this. I thought they just had it immediately. I think it's no stronger than what Hexblade, Gloomstalkers, or other subclasses get. This is creepy potential. That's sort of the goal. This is supposed to be spooky. Yes, Dampier just gets spider climb at level 1. I think it's okay. If anything, I almost feel like it's not that strong. Like, it's a free way, it's an interesting way to get your sneak attack and to guarantee to get advantage without hiding. And being able to fall off stuff without taking damage is cool. But it's not crazy. They get a climb speed, but they get an improvement at higher levels. That is not how Dampier work, Tradosio. I think you've misremembered it. We can look them up if we need to. Oh, yeah, it does. It improves at 3rd level. Okay, you're right. I'm wrong. I'll eat crow. Excuse me while I eat crow for a minute. Mmm. Tasty crow. Regardless, by 3rd level, it's the same as this. Okay, let's look at Dark. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool for 3rd level. I like it. Let's look at 9th level. Dark Refuge. Starting at 9th level, immediately after you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can use your remaining movement speed to teleport to a place of dim light or darkness within a number of feet equal to your remaining movement. This expends the rest of your movement. You can't, there's no space for it earlier. You get 3rd level, rogues get 3rd level features and then 9th level features. I was going to say, I don't know if it's strong enough. We got something else at 9th level now. The wording is a little awkward. So the movement restricted Misty Step, but can do it anytime they hit something? Yeah. So you're not getting any extra movement off of it, and you're limited to teleporting into an area of dim light or darkness. Is that strong enough? I don't know. It might be strong enough. Maybe free hiding? You could hide as a part of it? They could do that. Maybe when you use this feature, you could hide as a part of it. Maybe. I don't know. Love the idea. I think it could be improved in a way. Yeah, the Shadow Monks version is way stronger at 6th level, for sure. I agree. Let's see. I don't think Shadow Step like Shadow Monks would be too strong. Does it expend all your movement if you don't go that far? It does. The way that it's written, it does expend the rest of your movement. We could change it so it just expends the amount of movement that you traveled. Wait, now that I saw that, you think it's better than it seems? It's not weak. You already get advantage on attacks if you fall more than 20 feet before attacking the target, so I think that's fine. You could bonus action dash. Yeah, exactly. So think about it like this. You basically use your bonus action to dash. You run up to a creature, stab it, teleport away with the rest of that dash. That's kind of what I would imagine you do. And amidst there, you're running up a wall. Like, you could bonus action dash, use 20 feet of movement to run up a wall, jump off the wall, stab a creature, and then the rest of your 40 movement from your dash to hide. I think it's fine. Bonus action dash 50 feet to the ceiling. That's a little different. I think it also depends on what other features are. Well, you're seeing the features. This is them. That's 9th level. Let's see what we get at 13th level. Shadows are often likely next to walls. That is a good point. Get out of here, Chris. You're wonderful. Jump scare is our 13th level feature. If the ceiling is dark, could you hit teleport back up to the ceiling and grab onto it? The way that it's written right now, you would start to fall because you don't have... If you end your turn stuck to a wall, you fall. But maybe we could change that so that stops happening. I think I maybe addressed that at higher levels. I don't actually remember. Josh D, thank you for the 20. Gotten lots of value from my content over the past few months. Question. Thoughts on creating multi-class builds and treating them like custom classes, homebrew, replacing abilities, feats, eldritch, invocations? I don't really understand what that question means. I don't... What do you mean by making a multi-class and treating it like a custom class? I don't understand what that means. Like, I feel like there is... You can homebrew classes and you can homebrew features. And then you can also multi-class. But I don't understand why you need to conflate the two. What's the point? Is there something that I'm not understanding there? Anyway, thank you for the super chat. That's very, very kind. But I think that you don't need to mush them together. I wouldn't do that. If you mean, let me rephrase that. If you are suggesting making a brand new class that is designed by taking a bunch of fighter features and a bunch of druid features and mixing them together into a new druid fighter hybrid or something like that, I would not do that. I would suggest against doing that. That would come off, in my opinion, as kind of boring. I wouldn't do that. That was just an example. Bro. I would say just multi-class at that point, or just come up with something new. It seems like a lot of work. Like, it seems like a lot of work to balance it to make something that will end up not feeling that original. Something to remember is that many classes are front-loaded, so when you multi-class, you're often more powerful due to your diverse features. That's a good point. Okay, let's see what we get at 13th level. Jump Scare. Starting at 13th level, your attacks bring terror to your enemies. When you successfully hit a creature with a sneak attack from your unexpected strike feature, you can have any number of creatures of your choice within 10 feet of you make a wisdom saving throw equal to 8 plus charisma plus proficiency bonus. Not sure why I picked charisma there. On a failure, they're frightened until the end of their next turn. If they succeed, they're immune for 24 hours. Additionally, you have advantage on saving throws against becoming frightened. Okay, so basically, if you jump down on a creature and stab them, everyone around them gets scared. That's kind of the vibe of this. I think it's pretty good. A little AoE fear effect could be pretty strong. Thoughts? I feel like it's pretty good. The birdie? Yeah, I don't think the charisma modifier makes sense. I probably would probably make it based off something else. I don't know if I would make it dex. I might tie it to, like, damage. I might tie it to how much damage a sneak attack does. How would you homebrew Carnage from Marvel? I would go Beast Barbarian and Plasmoid, probably, or Beast Barbarian and Dampier. And then I would maybe multi-class into Battle Master and see if my Dungeon Master was okay with me using Battle Master maneuvers with my natural weapons to sort of represent my body doing all sorts of crazy stuff. Yeah, I feel like it's pretty cool. Maybe I would make this based off of how much damage you dealt. I think that could be kind of fun. Tax Collector just got here. Thank you for the 2, Tax Collector. I didn't even realize that question was from you. I'm sorry. I just read Carnage and I got excited. I love Carnage from the comic books. Oh, but you meant as a monster. Oh. I would look at... What I would probably do if I was going to make Carnage as a monster is I would combine something like a hill giant or one of the bigger ogre-type monsters with an ooze, like a black pudding. Something like that. And I would probably make it so you could give it different types of attacks. Like, it could choose to attack with a battle axe type arm or a lance type attack or something like that. But I would combine giants and oozes, basically. And then we also get a 17th level feature. We get Nightmare. Let's see what we get for Nightmare. At 17th level, you are always under the effects of your unnatural movement feature. And if you fall no more than 60 feet, you take no damage and can land on your feet. Okay, so that means that you are just always under the effects of this. And now you can now fall up to 60 feet without taking damage. I think that's fine. I kind of want to get that earlier, but whatever. Additionally, normally rogues at 17th level get a way to do more damage. I hope this next part is a way to do more damage. Otherwise, I think I missed the ball. Additionally, the first time you use your jump scare feature in combat, that's this. I would say in a... okay, you gotta... I don't know. Maybe in combat's kind of weird. But in a combat encounter, basically. So this is like a once per combat encounter ability. The triggering sneak attack deals an additional 2d6 necrotic damage. Okay. And creatures affected by jump scare are frightened for 1 minute instead of 1 round. And your sneak attack deals an additional 2d6 necrotic damage against them while they remain frightened. Okay. I don't know how I feel about this. I almost want to give you a better way to frighten creatures, and I'm going to change this so your sneak attack always deals 2d6 extra necrotic damage to creatures that are frightened, you know? It's okay. It's not really AoE damage, is it? It's not AoE damage, just the one creature. The one creature takes extra damage. And anybody else that was affected by the jump scare takes extra damage if you hit them. Or are you suggesting we change it to AoE? Why would I make it 5 rounds? That doesn't make sense. I don't know where that would come from. Instead of once per encounter wording, maybe you give them the movement and attack when they roll initiative. Oh, that's not a bad idea. That might be the way to do it. A bit underwhelming compared to the Thief Phantom and all them capstones. Oh, it's medium underwhelming. I think that this is a pretty big part. But yeah, I don't know. There's some stuff we could do here. I don't love this feature. If you changed in to each for the first time of combat, it would look better. I was reading it more like a DOT tied to the frightened condition. Oh, I see. Yeah. I don't think that's that's not initially what it was, but maybe it could be that. It would also make them feel like a jump scare. They're quick to act before anything else. Yeah, I hear. That makes sense. I feel like if there was a new class... I feel like if there were to be a new class besides the longed-for alchemist, probably a cultist class. I don't think we need a cultist. We got clerics and warlocks. We're fine. They get permanent spider climb. That's basically what this does. Josh with the 10, thank you so much. Essentially, never refer to the multi-class by its component classes in-game. It's just a custom class for flavor, making minor homebrew tweaks to fit the player's vision of their character. I think that's fine. I just think that, I mean, class names don't need to be a part of your game, right? Like, you could be a paladin mechanically, and you never need to say the word paladin. That's just sort of how you decide to run your game. I also would say that, in general, I would strongly suggest you do homebrew for your players that is specific for your games, in addition to whatever homebrew you make with the goal of putting it out into the world. Whenever you make homebrew that's specific for your players, I feel like that's one of the most special parts of D&D. So even if you are making it with the intention of it being balanced and well organized for regular play, I think that if you're a dungeon master and you like writing homebrew, you should unquestionably make at least a little bit of homebrew that is really just for a player. It makes that person feel so special, and they get so excited, and I think it's one of the best things you can do as a dungeon master is to write homebrew that is not intended for everybody. That's just intended for one person. I play a wizard, but I refer to the character as a swordsman. Making specific homebrew for characters makes the game feel more personalized. Yeah, 100%. Brilliant feedback, 110% concur. Thanks, brother. Keep up. Yeah, man, no problem. Here's the one thing that the one other thing that I'll add to that is that if you are making homebrew that is intended for your table, it doesn't need to be balanced. It needs to be balanced for your table. So you have in some ways, you have a lot more flexibility with how balanced it can be, and in other ways, you have a lot more limitations. Like, a piece of homebrew that is for a specific game can feel really balanced or really broken depending on what classes your characters are playing, how much healing is in the game, all that sort of stuff. Tax Collector with the 10, thank you so much. I'm making a homebrew campaign based on Resident Evil where all the monsters are mutated and zombies are going to be your first time DMing a campaign. What do you think on it? You're still working on it. You asked me about this before. I love the idea of building a campaign on Resident Evil. Resident Evil is very cool. If I were you, what I would do is I would probably try to I wouldn't worry too much about too much homebrew. I would try to find monsters that fit the vibes of what you want to accomplish, and then tweak those monsters. I wouldn't build something from scratch, especially if it's your first time running a game, because you just want to have confidence in the things that you're running, kind of knowing that they kind of function in a reasonable way. That being said, I think a great way to make weirder Resident Evil mutant zombie undead creatures that could feel fun is to take the undead template, which I think is in the Dungeon Master's Guide, but basically take undead features and put them on different types of monsters. So, like, for example, you could take an owl bear, you could make it undead, you could give it immunity to poison damage, immunity to the fear charm effect, you could make it take more damage from radiant damage. You could make it so whenever it drops to 0 hit points, there's a chance that it'll come back to life. Like, all of that stuff that a zombie gets, you could put on monsters. In terms of making mutated people, I would look to the undead. Like, here, let me just show you something. Undead are one of the greatest creature types in the game. You could build many whole campaigns only using undead. So, like, if we just do this, these are all different types of undead. And we're not even at CR1 yet. Here's like 12 different types, okay? So what I would say is, instead of just casually throwing these things in, take a little bit of time and be like, no, this is what a ghoul, this is what I'm going to use the ghoul stat block for this sort of thing. Like, ghouls, they get a weird paralyzing claw, so maybe you make them people with like elongated fingers and venom hanging off them, you know, or take like the boneless, which is like this like person with no bones, and like, you know, you could make them sort of like a big goo ball person and that sort of thing. Like, you don't need to add a lot of homebrew to make something like a Resident Evil campaign work really well. And this is low level, but I'm telling you, it's the same all the way up. There's so many. Look how many CR2, 3 undead there are. There's just so many undead monsters. There's almost more undead than any other monster, which means they're very, very good to build stuff around. Very easy to build stuff around. Yeah, that's my main thought, is I would say, especially if it's first time DMing, I would look to, like, undead monsters for inspiration. The other thing is you could look to aberrations. That's the other monster type that I would look at. Aberrations are pretty cool, too. And you could sort of potentially combine them with undead. There's not nearly as many aberrations as there are undead, but there's still quite a few, and they're pretty cool monsters. So you could take aspects from some of them. A lot of them aren't going to work, right? Like a gazer is this little eye monster. That's not really going to be an undead person. But like a choker might. This like wiggly, ropey person with like ropey hands and a big leech type mouth. That could work really well. So it kind of just depends on the vibe you want to get. Boneless are really cool though. Yeah. Guys, so that we just looked at all my monster subclasses. What did you guys think? Can I talk the talk? Can I talk the talk? Can I walk the walk? I've talked the talk, but do I walk the walk? I don't know. Was I good at taking feedback? Did I take it well? Was I listening to you? Did I do a good emotional job of handling it? Will I ignore the things I want to ignore and take on the things I want to? I will. I will do all of those. And I want to just say, before I take a break, we're not ending stream. Don't think we're ending stream. I'm going to take a little break, and then we're going to come back and do the wheel. But before I take a break, I just want to say, very earnestly, I hope that was fun for you. It was fun for me, but thank you. I spend so much time looking at your homebrew and talking about your homebrew. It really means a lot to me that you guys are down to do the same for me. It's like really special. There were a lot, I don't know how many people there are now, but when we were starting it, there were so many fucking people here. We got like 130 people for a while, which is crazy. So it means a lot to me that you guys want to see the stuff that I write and that you're down to give me some feedback. I appreciate it a lot. It means a lot. I will probably be editing that looking at the monster thing into a video at some point, or a couple of videos, because I think that would be fun YouTube video. But also, we'll edit these subclasses and we'll be putting them out for you guys to get access to. I might not put all of them on them. I'm gonna put all of them up for members and for patrons. I don't know if I'm gonna put all of them up publicly, but you can just go to this stream and go to the chat, because the links are still there, and I'm going to keep them up. So even if you're not a member or you're not a patron, you will still get access to these, at least in their current forms. So don't feel like it's behind a paywall or anything, because it is still available to you. It's just easier. You'll just work for a little bit. But I'm going to take a break now because I really have to pee, and I'm thirsty, and I want to take a break and stretch my legs. But before I go, this is not the wheel for this week. Here you go. This will be the wheel. So if you are new to stream, here's the wheel for this week. So these are all the people that submitted homebrew. We have about 68 people so far. You still have a little bit of time to submit homebrew to me. So if you want to submit homebrew to the wheel tonight, which means that it will be on the wheel all week, but it could potentially be looked at tonight, submit it to the link here. And we'll give a gift. We'll take a look at it. But in the meantime, I will be right back. I need to go pee and like stretch my legs. I'll probably be back in like 5. Everybody go take a breather, take a break, and we'll be starting back up in a little bit. So, oops, what the fuck? That's not what we need. Look at this. That's not what I want. What do I want? That's what I want. Okay, let's play some nice music for you guys while we're waiting. Where's the This is the best part. We're on the waiting screen, but I'm still talking. I think that's funny. All right, I'll be right back. you miss me? Did you? I hope you didn't miss me too much. You know? Are you guys having fun? I'm having fun. Welcome if you're new. If you just got here. Where you been? Welcome, 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 welcome. All right, I think I know what we need right now. I think I know what we need. We need to shake things up a little bit before we start. So we need to sing a song. And then we'll do the wheel. You guys, you have a song. We're gonna sing we'll do a little song for all the new folk. And then if you so you have a little bit of time left to get your stuff on the wheel if you really want to. What song? All right, I think I know. Maybe. No, not that one. Maybe this one?
Bright flashing by the street lights. Keep waiting till you've arrived. Let it unfold. Let it unfold. Give me a reason to feel right. I keep waiting for the morning light. I let him fall. Let him
Okay. Now we can start looking at some homebrew. I needed to get that out. Excuse me. Sorry about that. All right, guys. This is your last chance to get stuff into the wheel right now. You can still submit stuff to the wheel, but I am officially making the new table. This is what LSD is like? Oh, I hope so. Added to the list. It's muted. All right, let's play some music. You know what, guys? I'm going to be honest. It's getting late. I'm going to fall asleep if I don't play some pump-up music. If you don't want to listen to pump-up music, I'm sorry. We're not going to play crazy pump-up music. We're just going to play my synthwave music that I like. So if you don't want to listen to that, you know, don't worry about it. It won't be too loud. He says as he blasts the volume in people's ears. But immediately when it starts playing, I get pumped up. All right. Here's the wheel, friends. What was that song called? It was called Keep On Dancing. Are we friends now? Wait, Tradosio, did you not know that most of the music I listen to is like very specifically synthwave soundtracks when I'm streaming? Like most of, not most of, but a lot of the music that I play is like specifically like synthwave. It's like it's the genre that it sits in. All right, we just spent a lot of time looking at my homebrew. Let's look at some of yours. By the way, I just want to point out to folks that are new, anybody, because we got a lot of donations tonight, a lot of very generous people throwing me some coin. I really, really appreciate it. If you don't see you, man, I don't know what to tell you. Did I grab the wrong form? Bildo, you're not on it, so maybe you didn't fill out the right thing. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, you can submit it right now. You can check if you're present. I don't know if you're present. You are. I see you right here. Tradosio. Bildo, when you click the link, did it say you submitted? Do you know what name you submitted under? Did you say a name other than Bildo? I can refresh it. I see a lot of submissions, but I don't see a Bildo. There you are, you fucking son of a gun. Let's take a look at Tradosio's, please. Just as you start driving. I am sharing my document of feats and other character options for the first time. The Dragon Warlock I promised is submitted for Thursday. Okay, cool. All right, let's take a look at some feats. If you could look at Inheritance, Magnify, Metabolism. All right, let's look at Inheritance and then potentially Magnify Metabolism. I moved in my chair. There it is in the chat. Do you want to take a look at it? Inheritance is on page 5. All right, here we go. Inheritance. Magnificent metabolism, excuse me. I apologize. I didn't mean to offend you, my dear Tradosio. Oh, but what I wanted to say is, first of all, everyone's been super generous with, like, becoming members and gifting stuff tonight. So, just so you know, if ever you do that, you get put on the end credits of the show. So if you do stick around till the end, you'll see your name rolling in them sweet, sweet credits. Okay, and I think we're going to do a different outro song tonight, maybe? We're going to play it by ear. Inheritance, charisma 13 or higher. You had a patron, family member, or stranger transfer you a heaping sum of wealth, perhaps by accident or perhaps because you're so lovable. Soon after you take this feat, you gain full ownership of a residence large enough for you and your companions to stay. The appearance, condition, layout, and location of the residence is determined by your DM. Your new residence includes a treasury that contains a bunch of gold and a bunch of gold. A bunch of stuff worth gold and a bunch of gold. I'm going to be honest. It feels weird to give a feat that feels like it should be like a story beat. You know, this feels like it should be like a this feels more like it should be part of a campaign plot than like a feat. That's the first thing. Like, I like the idea of getting a house. I don't feel like it makes sense to do that as a feat. The other thing that I'll say is getting gold as part of a feat, or getting gold as part of anything, is hard to balance just because you don't know how much gold is going to be in people's games. So it's like a hard guesstimate. You wanted the feat to spark a little adventure? I don't think it does, if I'm being honest. It feels like it sparks the Dungeon Master needing to come up with you having a house and then you getting a ridiculous amount of gold depending on what level you get it at. Like, it really feels like this feels like a campaign reward more than a feat. I just don't feel like it sits in the space of a feat. I don't know. Partly because it feels like a campaign point, but also I'm just trying to think about it from like the Dungeon Master perspective. Like, if a player picked this, does that mean I need to figure out in-game logic for them to get a house? Trodosio, I disagree with that logic. You can definitely inherit stuff with a low charisma. You know, you're not convincing anybody to give you this house. It says you inherit it, basically. Yeah, man, I don't know. It feels more like a campaign feature than like a subclass, than like a feat feature. Let's take a look at Magnificent Metabolism. I like the thing is, I like it a lot as a campaign reward. I think it's a great campaign reward. I just think I don't see it working as a feat. Specifically because it's like a world event. It's weird to like have an ability trigger a world event. Or a world event that's outside of your control. Do you know what I mean? You wanted the insight because of how strange it is, so it's good to know how others feel about it. Yeah, I like it a lot as a thing to put in a game. I don't like how much it forces the Dungeon Master to do stuff with the world. Everything else on top of the page looks really good. This would be better if you inherited a key. But again, that's a plot point. That's a campaign thing. It's a good reward and plot point, but isn't the right medium for it. I'm wondering if you could tweak it a little bit to make it a good medium for it, but I don't know. Like, unless you're... I struggle with a feat that has an influence on stuff that is just totally outside of your character. Do you think it should be a blessing instead of a feat? That way it's a reward instead. If it's a blessing or a boon, here's what I would say, Trodosio. If it's going to be a blessing, there needs to be some element of magic to it. If it's a boon or a reward, then it doesn't. But I don't think a blessing... Normally, blessings are like Feywild boons, that sort of stuff. They're like very magical. They're not just here, have this. Like, the issue is this is just a campaign reward. Like, it sort of feels like the same as, like, a feat that gives you a magic item, but even more specific. It's a campaign changer, not a character changer. Yeah. That's kind of how I feel about it. Not even in a dramatic way. Like, it's not too hectic, I don't think. I just think it's a little unusual for a feat. If it was a blessing or boon, I think the house should change to fit the needs. It's a neat idea. I mean, the way that you would make this a blessing or a boon is you could, like, cast a Magnificent Mansion for free. That's the way that this would be a blessing or a boon. What the fuck? Zach, I'm streaming. What are you doing? Okay, let's look at Tradosio's other feat. I call you? No, I won't ask him to call him. Magnificent metabolism. Your body has developed or has been changed to enhance your metabolic functions. This should be a period here. You gain the following benefits. Increase your con, okay? You can spend half the necessary amount of hours sleeping or meditating during a long rest. To finish the long rest, you advantage on con saves to resist suffering a level of exhaustion. I like the flavor of this a lot. I feel like it needs a little bit more. All right, let's call this fucking guy. What's up, nerd?
I looked into your stream for a second here. You'd be like, all right, let's call this fucking guy.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good, man.
Do you want to appear on stream or no?
I can stream. I'm fine appearing on stream.
All right, let me figure out how to do that. Give me a second.
I mean, you don't, you don't have to.
No, it's fine.
No, it's fine.
So how are you doing, buddy?
Oh, dude, I think I'm gonna have a draft version of my project up today.
Today?
For you, if you would like. I'm gonna send it to you. I'm gonna send it to some pals.
Today.
Draft. But yeah, I'm excited.
Oh fuck, I'm fucking up, man. Hey guys, can you see Zach? Isn't he beautiful? No, because I just put a blank screen.
That's okay.
For folks that don't know who Zach is a content creator who does not spend nearly enough time promoting me publicly, considering how powerful he is.
That's true. That is accurate.
This is Zach. Look at him. Look at his hands. Look at that fucking look at this. Look at this handsome mug.
Yeah.
So Zach is Zach Speaks Giant. He is a buddy of mine. Here, chat. I'm hiding you for a little bit. Actually, no. I'll just put you in the corner. Put baby in the corner.
Baby in the corner.
How's it going, buddy?
I'm going good, dude.
So you're done your draft already?
Almost. I gotta fix up the outro, but then yeah, it's gonna be the draft is gonna be done. I'll upload it on my channel as unlisted. I'm gonna send a couple people to look over it if you want to. If you have any notes, that's appreciated. I'm very, very excited.
How long is it?
It's about 40 minutes.
Oh my god, you're gonna make me watch something for 40 minutes?
Yeah, I'm a bad person on the inside where it counts.
No, it'll be fine. It'll be good. So for folks that don't know, can I tell people what your project was?
I haven't actually told anyone.
All right, then
I haven't made it public yet. We'll keep it secret for now. Yeah.
I just spent maybe like 3 or 4 hours looking at a bunch of my old homebrew with my chat.
Oh yeah,
and like feedbacking myself.
How's it been?
It was pretty good. It's been pretty good. I did okay.
Yeah, you've kept up with your own like internal,
I think I was successfully critical of myself.
That's good.
Critical of myself.
That's big of you,
dude. I can't believe you're ready to go, man. I feel like we spoke last week and you were in a panic attack about getting it done.
Yeah. Oh, that's That's the time. I might as well fucking tell people. So it's
No, dude. You can promote it on your channel first if you want.
Yeah. But like, I can, little treat for the gang,
Yeah.
So I shot in person a one shot where instead of we play D&D, but instead of rolling dice, I made a kind of challenge, physical and mental challenges for every single attack roll, skill check, and saving throw for every roll that you can do in D&D, and then ran through the one shot. And when the rolls came up, I made them do a thing. I had, a fake bow and arrow, like a toy bow and arrow. For ranged attack rolls, I had like props out my butthole, and it fucking rules. It's really good. I'm very excited to show it off.
I'm excited to. Listen, if you send it to me tonight, I'll probably look at it tonight before I go to bed.
Hell yeah.
Well, first of all, now that I have you online and stream, I'm just gonna say again, and I'm gonna keep doing this. I'm allowed to. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like we're close enough now where I'm allowed to pester you a little bit.
Yeah, you can pester.
All right.
I mean, I annoy you more than enough
No,
for you
you don't
to
annoy
have
me
some
at
pester
all.
points.
You're too charming. That's what annoys me. Is you're too fucking charming. You're charming, and it sucks. It's like, oh god, what else is he gonna be? Give me some of your hairline and some of that fucking charm.
I can be more annoying if you'd like. I can be
It's fine.
Like just distasteful as a person.
When you get back from PAX AU, I'm gonna hound you though a little bit more about us doing something.
Yeah.
Whether we're doing a specific stream together or a fucking event or something. I want to do something. We got to. We got to, man. So if you want to help, Saucer Bomb coming in with the 10. Thank you very much, Saucer Bomb. That's very, very kind of you. If you want, right now we're reviewing homebrew that people submitted. Would you like to help review it for a little bit, or do you want to just distract me for a little while?
Let's fucking do it. I mean, I can distract you anytime. When can we review homebrew together?
I review. That's all I do with my life anymore. Saucer Bomb coming in with the 10. They said it's time to boogie. Let's dance. Home from work. Gonna get to the Overwatch grind. Oh my god, you're playing Overwatch still? That's hard. Overwatch is such a sad game to play now. Okay, so we're looking at this feat. It's called Magnificent Metabolism. I think it's missing something. I'm going to read it, though, but I feel like it's pretty solid. I feel like it needs something else. This is what it does. Your con score increases by 1. You can spend half the necessary amount of hours sleeping or meditating during a long rest to gain the rest's benefits. And you have advantage on con saving throws specifically to resist suffering levels of exhaustion. I don't feel like that's enough. I feel like we need one more thing on that, personally.
What level ability is this?
This is a feat, and you could take it at any. It's a feat,
okay.
But I feel like it's close to a whole feat. I feel like it could be a little stronger, though.
Yeah. I mean, the long rest thing is good, and like for an elf, that's like 2 hours, right?
Yeah, it basically makes it 2 hours. But I feel like, I don't know. I feel like there's like, if it's about you having a super fast metabolism, like maybe throw in something about like you have advantage on poison effects that you ingest or something like that. Like I feel like there should be an element of like you're good at eating stuff better in a way that feels a little bit more chonky.
Yeah. I think like a advantage on saves against poison.
Yeah, I would consider throwing that sort of thing in, but I think it's pretty solid. The tax collector has some wisdom for us. They say a gun is just an advanced way of throwing a rock. So there you go. Whenever
we don't have those in Australia.
You don't have a rock?
Yeah, no, we got rid of them.
I feel like I make that joke 100 times a day. There's a couple go-to phrases that I feel like I say. That's one of my favorite jokes, when somebody says Iraq and you go Iraq or Afghanistan. The other one is when somebody says, hey man, this is real. And then I say, is it or is it Palestine? And that's another funny joke because Israel-Palestine. It's one of the best Israel-Palestine jokes because it's so non-political, which makes it an amazing Israel-Palestine joke. I do think that
you're getting in your toes in. You're not getting in the water,
Yeah, exactly. All right, Tradocio, thank you for sharing those feats. Those are some interesting feats. Faux show. Let's spin the wheel again. Can we see judo trained as well? Oh, we moved on, my dear good sir.
Please.
We should have... All right, fine. Judo trained. Where is judo trained? What were you gonna say?
I think the like standard 1 feat at level 1 that like some DMs just like give out to their players.
Yeah, I love doing that.
I think it should be like 5 feats. I don't give a crap. I don't give a shit about like balance. It just is fun.
What?
Like just.
Are you out of your fucking mind? 5 feats?
I don't. It's I don't know. Like 3 maybe.
No, okay. First of all, calm down. Second of all, I like the idea in context, in concept, but what I do in my home games is every time you get a ability score increase, you just get a feat and an ability score increase. That's just the way that I do it.
That's pretty good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe that's better, I guess.
Because you could make such janky builds so quickly if you allowed players to just like.
Yeah, but like okay. Like I feel like, but like I've got more resources than them.
You do. Okay, correct. You do. But you also have to keep something in mind. The more that you give, making players overpowered, it doesn't break the game at all, in my opinion. You can definitely make players overpowered. But what it does is it makes you have to do a little bit more work to be able to realistically predict the tone of a combat. So like if I'm planning a combat encounter, the more powerful my players are, the more work I have to do to plan that combat encounter.
I suppose. I do like a starting feat and then like having a level 2 feat.
A level
like
2
or
feat.
like maybe level 3. Like level 3 where most people get like their subclasses and stuff. Just give them a feat as well, you know?
All right, well listen, when am I going to play a game with you?
Anytime, babe.
When do you invite me to that game?
Anytime that I have, once I start a new game, because holy shit, do I always like, I'm going to start this campaign and I'm going to have it, I'm just going to be like, quick, like 15, 20 sessions maybe, then we'll be done to a new campaign. And then I end up fucking playing for like 50, 100 sessions. Cannot help myself.
It doesn't need to be a long campaign. Oh my God, come on. I'm going to, listen, as much as you might be charming to us Americans, you know how charming an American I am. I'm like, hey, how's it going?
Hey, how you doing? Hey, I'm from Philly. That's what you're always saying.
I am from Philly. In the same way that you're saying,
like,
hey, good day. Let's go to the Bobby. I'm from Melbourne or Perth. One of those two, probably. Right? I'm definitely from one of those two. There's other places, but we're all from one of those two.
Wait, you don't think people are from Sydney? It's the most populous city.
No, but content creators.
No one's from fucking Perth, man. There's like 3 Australian D&D creators.
Do you know why I said? Do you know why I said Perth? Do you know why I said Perth? Because I had an Australian camp counselor who was from Perth. like many years ago.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, everyone in Perth, their number one goal is to get the fuck out of Perth.
Yeah. All right. You're from one of those places though, Sydney or Melbourne?
I'm from Sydney. Sydney.
Do you ever go to the Opera House and be like, oh wow, look at that? Do
you ever go to the Liberty Bell and just give it a little lick?
Every day. That's how I start my morning.
Every day.
I do a circuit. I go to the Liberty Bell. I go to the building that the Constitution was written in. Thank you very much, America.
Oh.
And I go to the graveyard that like Thomas Jefferson is buried in, or some other patriots. And then I go to South.
People still love that guy, right? People still are like totally cool with everything he did.
And then I go to
whatever.
And then I go to Dirty Moms, the weird bar across the street from it. It's great. I have a good time.
I think that's what he would have wanted. You know.
Okay, America might be mid. One of my fucking people just said America is mid.
Is mid.
The thing is, America is not mid. America is everything but mid, but that is not good. Like, you want to live in a country that's mid. It's like, oh, I live in a country that's sort of normal and every.
Yeah, you don't want your living space to have high highs and low lows. You know what I mean? Like, you want you want that to be kind of a consistent kind of temperature.
Yeah.
You know, a kind of consistent vibe throughout.
Yeah. Man, I gotta tell you, my fucking analytics have been trashed the past couple weeks. I don't know what it is. I've been in a dip. I don't know what's going on.
Every time it happens to me, I'm like, I'm actually trash at this. Why
What
did
am I doing wrong?
Why did I think this is a good idea?
Yeah.
And then when it comes back, I'm like, actually, my mistake. I'm a genius. And then it goes down again. I'm like, well, we had a good run. I guess I'll look for marketing positions as a social media marketer.
I think that if I was left to that position, I would opt to live in the woods.
Oh yeah,
Like I think I'm genuinely
you'd be such
done.
a good woodsman.
I would be a great woodsman. I would befriend all the creatures of the forest, strange and ordinary alike.
That's not what I mean. You would scare the shit out of children.
A tax collector has a question. Do Australians actually say "I'm not here" to F spiders? I'm genuinely curious. What? Do Australians actually say "I'm not here to fuck spiders"? Is that a thing? Is that a phrase from something?
Okay. So
is that a reference to something?
The national pastimes of Australians is to make up things, and that's funny, because you make up things to foreigners and they believe it because they're like, Australia just has this like vibe of being like a mythical chaos land, and so you can just make up anything you want.
I don't think it's as chaos or mythical, but I will say that, my God, are you all fucking attractive?
That again, not true.
No, you're like the ravaged elves. You're like if elves grew up in the desert as opposed to the high forest.
Yeah, I get what you mean. There's some fucking.
Somebody said it's Florida the continent.
You haven't seen Florida the continent. You haven't seen some like real fucked up bogans. You gotta see.
I've seen some of your old people, because there's a YouTuber that I really like who talks about Australian politics, and he's always talking trash on shitty old Australians, and they look like dead bodies that were puffed full of air. They look weird.
It's the
but
sun.
all old people look weird.
We have a deadly laser above our country that does not seem to affect any other nation as much as it does us.
Well, isn't that
people come to this country and they're like, the sun feels angrier.
But
here.
isn't literally the ozone layer is weaker over Australia than other places?
Yeah, absolutely. It's
Let me ask you a question. Speaking of which, let's say you had let's say you had a monk player in your game and they were interested in a new feat. What if they had a feat where they mastered focusing on grappling, emphasizing on throwing and knocking their opponents to the ground, and they either got a +1 to their strength and dex, and then they could add their wisdom modifier to any skill check made to shove. Wisdom for shoving. And additionally, when they shoved a creature, they could spend a key point to move it to an unoccupied space within 10 feet of themselves and knock it prone.
Hell yeah. That rules.
You think that rules?
I think that rules.
I think using wisdom for shoving is cool. I would also maybe make it also wisdom for grappling. I feel like could be cool on a monk.
I think it's just you add your wisdom modifier. You don't you make a normal
that's what it is. You
check,
add it on top of it for sure.
Yeah. I dig that.
To sort of represent you like understanding how to move a body to knock it down.
Yeah, I think there needs to be I guess it's just grappling with throws. Yeah, it doesn't. You don't need to make a caveat about like size or anything because it just works within shove. Yeah, martials should have more cool stuff.
I think it's pretty good. I like it a lot. I think for a class-specific feat, it's pretty solid.
Yeah, make it 15 feet, like a push attack. You know.
What I would actually probably do is I would probably let the key point allow you to do a much further pushback or a knock prone. Maybe not both. That's probably what I would do. But I like it a lot.
Well, I mean, prone is like, is there...
You get advantage on attacks after being prone, and standing up from it takes half your movement. It's not crazy, but it's good. I think it's particularly good on a monk, where they get a lot of attacks.
Yeah. Can you replace your flurry of blows as...
I don't think you can shove or... I don't think you can shove... I think you can replace one of your regular attacks with a shove or a grapple, but I don't think you can flurry of blows. I think they have to be
attack
unarmed strikes. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool though.
Yeah, I think for a key point, I would bump it up to like 15 feet.
Yeah, because key points are a lot. I don't know. I still feel like one thing that I've started to do in my games with monks is whenever they start, instead of just having key points, they get their regular key points plus an wisdom modifier on top of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like it just, like,
I saw a
solves
really
the problem.
cool. Someone reworked the monk class to have essentially your key points. You have much lower key points, but they come back at the end of every round. So essentially, you have like it's more about what you want to do on that turn, and it feels more like you're like a combination fighter. It was really cool. They had a few like other like they reworked it pretty significantly, but like
That's an
it was really
interesting
cool.
idea.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting idea. I feel like you have to be a little bit careful about how you do that. Like you don't want to just make you have to sort of decide how much am I making a new class. First of all, thank you, Trodosio, for sharing your feats. Much appreciate. I have a little applause thing I usually play. I should turn it on. You're not going to have to listen to it. I'll make all of them listen to it. I used to not, and I used to just do that, and people are like, it's like kind of depressing. They just have like one person clapping. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the judo one a lot. Okay.
Yeah, I did like that.
Wow, wait. Did you just off the cuff be like, I want to give 3 feats? Like, where did that come from?
I don't know.
It was off the cuff.
I just like to throw in like just a little bit of chaos.
I appreciate that. I think that I am hesitant to do that. Well, here's the thing. I'm gonna be in my home games. I do that a lot, but I'm hesitant to suggest that to people. I feel like I have a responsibility to not suggest that to people. I've like pigeonholed myself in this place where it's like I have to try to make games easier to run as opposed to encourage chaos. But chaos is a lot of fun. I just think it requires an element of extra work and awareness, but it is a lot of fun.
It's like jazz, right? You gotta know the rules before you break it.
Yes.
That's what they always say about jazz. I think maybe. I think maybe it's jazz. Could be a lot of things. But I feel like once you like where I'm at when I make campaigns now, I'm like, what can I do to fundamentally like fuck this up? You know what I mean? Like for my last campaign, I started everyone at 4th level, but I was like, you can give your levels to the other players.
Yeah, that's fucking nuts. That's insane.
Yeah, so one person started at 2nd level, one at 3rd, and 3 at 6th.
Who did that? Who was like, I want to be lower level?
A guy I've played with for the longest time. He's been on the show for the longest.
That is either incredibly noble or incredibly silly.
He was just like, I want to play, and he always is like this. He always like everyone creates their character, and then he creates just like a guy. He's like just a dude who's just like kind of wandered in. And so it also is cool because it allows people to kind of create different power levels for their backstory as well.
Yeah.
Which is cool. And like some people are more accomplished and stuff, and it creates this like disparity between the players that's actually really interesting. As long as, all the players are fine with it, and they are fine with it because they got to opt into it. They can keep their four levels, or they can give them away.
I would struggle to give them away.
I know. I would too. And the players that started at 6th level,
it's a neat idea.
Really into the power level thing of it, and got to be like super
How many hours did you spend working on the video to get it to where it's at?
The video that I'm doing now?
Yeah, the one that you're gonna send me later.
I think around 15 business days working on it.
Okay, so a lot of hours. I'm trying to decide how upset I should get at its quality.
I mean, the other
thing, if it's really good, there's a part of me that's gonna be like, "Fuck you." So I just have to. But that helps. That helps me balance it out. That's a lot of work. I accept that. I accept the amount of. Okay, I accept.
And the other thing is that I was very lucky in that I had people with very expensive equipment and who had a lot of experience using that equipment.
Don't actually make excuses for it being good. You don't need to listen to me when I say that. You can say, "Shut the fuck up, Cinder." That's not just. That's just you being envious. That's just envy. Grow up. That's what you say. That's what I say when I scream at myself in the mirror.
But I think spite is an
Yearning.
underrated emotion.
Spite's
know?
a great emotion. Oh man,
It's
yeah.
a great emotion.
Yeah.
It's what channels me. It fuels me.
It doesn't fuel me. I will say I was watching a couple of my older YouTube videos today, trying to figure out the way I wanted to format my next one. And I think I'm actually going to go back to a structure that I tried in some of my older ones, because I think that it feels more like my shorts, but in a long form, and it's also just so much easier. It's so much easier to do. Like I feel like I could bust a couple of them out reasonably quickly, as opposed to like trying to like build like a emotional essay about how to be a villain or a hero. That's because that's what the next one I'm working on is how to be evil. Anyway,
Yeah.
let's.
I had a good idea. I just had an idea for a thing we could do.
What's your idea?
You and I, we bring on people who enjoy other systems apart from D&D, and they come up to us with the thing that they really like from the system they like, and we try and fold it into Dungeons and Dragons.
Is the goal of it to do something with it, or is the goal of it to make it?
The goal of it is to be like, hey, like other systems have cool stuff. Let's use that shit.
So, okay, no, I like that. I understand the idea, but I mean, like, in terms of what we would actually do, would it be
call
like
it Spell Thief?
Yeah. Ooh, Spell Thief. We could call it yeah, sure, Spell Thief.
No, your one was good too. Though.
My what? The
yeah, we call it that.
RHGGGGG. But would you want to make it so it was like we were filming something of us trying to figure out how to work it into something, and then filming something of us like running it into something and sort of mushing that together to see how it plays? Or would it be mostly the front end?
I think it's mostly the front. We could do both, I guess. But I like the idea of like we could start with just us, and we could like bring a thing every week for the other person to kind of like dig into. Be like, here's a really cool thing that like Pathfinder does. Like, this is why it's cool. How would you make it into D&D? Probably. And then we just kind of like talk through that process. We make some shit up, I don't think it's very hard. And then we could bring on guests sometimes.
All right. I like it. And I think that if, depending on how we film it, edit it, etc., it could be pretty funny and fun.
I think that could be good.
I think we need to...
We should get some funny and fun people on, though, because
I was going to say...
I need that.
Yeah. Or some really boring people that we can make fun of and feel bad about.
Yeah,
do you have anyone that you really don't?
Much funnier than them.
Do you have anybody that you? Yeah, I was gonna, like we have to look good.
Yeah. Make us look fucking hilarious by comparison.
All right, I like that idea. A lot. Do you want to look at a magic item with me? Yeah. Knight's Sickle is a legendary sickle for a druid. Specifically, it's for an edgy druid. So we have a goal in mind flavor-wise, which I like. An Oni Lord forged this jet black sickle with the aid of a night hag coven, using a piece of star steel and quenching it in his own blood. He gave it to his highest lieutenant to aid him in bringing down the priest king of a nearby city. All right, bunch of fun little flavor text there. It has 3 stages: Dormant, Awakened, and Exalted. In its dormant state, it's a druid focus. It deals an extra 1d4 necrotic damage to celestials or humanoids. I feel like you could just let it do an extra 1d4 necrotic damage across the board. Druids aren't making a lot of melee attacks anyway, so it's like, I think it just could do extra necrotic damage. Night Blessing. You can cast Darkness with it, targeting the weapon. You can use this feature twice and regain expended spell slots each day at dawn. Unless this is coming with a way for you to see through that darkness, Night's Blessing is not that good. Like, darkness is only good if you have the ability to see in magical darkness, or if you can cast the magical darkness not on you.
Yeah, honestly, I've never understood A, the difference between the darkness and fog cloud, and B, when you would use either spell.
Darkness can be seen through with magical darkness, see through devil eyes. Fog cloud cannot, is the main difference.
Right.
One is true darkness, one is just like visual obscurity.
Yeah. That seems like such a minor difference that almost never comes up for them to have a full level between them.
Even if it can, somebody's saying it comes in later. Even if it does come in later, it still puts you in this position where as a druid, you are essentially blinding yourself with this weapon until it gets stronger. Blind
Like,
sight
I've
goes
always
through
thought-
fog cloud. That's true.
The only thing that I would think, like the only time I like think of picking up fog cloud or something like that is I'm like, oh, there'll be a fight and there'll be a bunch of archers up on like a sniper's tower and they'll be shooting down at us and I'll fog cloud them and then they'll have to then they'll be messed up.
Yeah.
And that has literally never ever happened.
That's so funny. That I was in the one actual play I play in, which is for a podcast. I play a barbarian, and I was a homebrew subclass that gets a little bit of druid spellcasting. And fog cloud was one of my spells, and that was the thing I tried to do all the time. Never worked.
Yeah.
It's always
never
like,
comes up.
all right, they step a little bit over here, and then they just do their thing. You're like, oh damn it, this spell fucking sucks. It should be so much cool.
It's the thing that I think fog cloud is and darkness is good for is it's like a smoke bomb because you can run away from people without them getting attack of opportunity. I think.
Yeah. I think they can still get attack of opportunity. They just make it a disadvantage.
Well, that's the other thing about it is that they don't because you're blind as well. So it would be with advantage, and so it just cancels out.
Oh, all right. So then it doesn't affect it at all.
But I would think that then. Do you have to see someone to take a attack of opportunity?
Somebody says you do have to see somebody to take an attack of opportunity, so I guess it would cancel that out. All right, so there you go. It is it is smoke bomb in that regard.
But otherwise, yeah, I just don't see it as very. I mean, this is a cool. Like, I would treat Knight's Blessing as a ribbon, honestly. Even though
it's not enough for the. But the thing is, Knight's Blessing is just bad until you get to the evolution of it. Like, I don't want to have to wait for the evolution to make it useful. It's going to be so like, oh, it's I don't know. Unless you have blind sight, it just fucks you. So much spellcasting requires you to see, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tricky one. I guess it's like at dormant state, it's just kind of like a neat weapon. I mean, it does a D4 necrotic damage. It's nice.
Yeah, the D4 necrotic damage is nice, but I think that the way I think to solve Knight's Blessing is you just don't make it target the weapon. Just let you cast darkness like regular darkness.
Oh, I didn't realize it targeted the weapon. Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah, don't just make him be able to
make it regular darkness.
Already it's such a difficult to use spell.
Yeah. Then when it expands, you can see through it, so then it just gets pretty strong. Let's see what the big boy expansion is. Also, I do want to say something. Getting 5 uses of darkness is not fun. That's just annoying. So I don't think a way to expand this is you can cast darkness twice, and now 3 times, and now 5 times. I wouldn't have it grow in that way. If anything, I would have it grow in ways where you're getting access to other darkness feeling abilities.
Yeah.
But
Shadowblade.
It does have a final form. Shadowblade is a great example. You can expend 2 uses of Wild Shape to following the rules of Wild Shape, except it only lasts 10 minutes. When you do so, you take on the Oni form. Do you take on the stat block of an Oni?
Yeah.
While in your Oni form, the change shape feature does not function. I guess it does, yeah. And the glaive attack is replaced with an attack with this weapon that deals 2d4 extra necrotic damage. Once you use this feature, can't do it again until the next dawn. That's kind of cool. I like that. Onis are pretty neat. It's fun. It'd be fun to turn into an Oni for a little bit.
Yeah. I think maybe just...
what do Onis get that are cool?
I think if you can minimize having to look up the stat block for that dude, it might be, you could just be like, you get this attack and you get X amount of temporary hit points. Might be.
I don't know. I also want to say, now that I'm looking at it, the main thing that you get with being the Oni is Charm Person, Cone of Cold, Gaseous Form, and Sleep once a day. So what I actually think would make more sense is like is the goal of this to be you get a couple extra spells? Because that really is the main feature of the move. So I would almost encourage you to not make you transform into an Oni, but a monster that's a little bit more interesting outside of its spellcasting to turn into.
I mean, I kind of think that's cool, to be honest. I can't think of any other thing that transforms you into a creature that can use a bunch of spells, like high-level spell slots, and you don't have to worry about them spending your spell slots. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I think.
I guess.
To be like, I get to transform and just be like, pew, 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 pew.
Tradosia says wild shape, a regeneration of wild shape is too strong. That's not a bad point. I kind of agree with that. I might turn off the regeneration feature when you transform into it. It's a neat idea, though. It definitely is vibe. I think the biggest issue is that the darkness is mostly a hindrance to, and then you're just getting it so much that it's like, might as well just like, I don't know, it's just too many uses of it. Just give us some other stuff. Let us grow in other directions.
Yeah, because honestly, it depends on players and stuff, but it can be really annoying.
Yeah. And it's also just like a lot of the same thing.
Yeah, I have one of those paladin, the Oath of the Sea paladins, who creates a fog cloud around them, and it just makes every combat kind of annoying, because it's like, well, now we have to have this 20-foot radius fog cloud that travels with them as they move around, and just doesn't allow any of the spellcasters to cast spells, you know?
Yeah, that's going to be super tedious. Thank you, Derek, very much. Derek says, is this the worst of my growing items so far? I'm going to be honest, I don't remember what other items you made, and none of your items are the worst. They're all wonderful, and I think that they
I think that had a cool idea to it, and I like the idea of turning into, like, a thing that casts cool magic, so you can just kind of have this, like, I don't know, I feel like martials often revolve around this kind of idea of, like, you turn Super Saiyan for a little bit, you know? Like, that's kind of barbarians, that's their whole thing. And I think it's cool to have that same idea for a spellcaster, where you get to get, like, superpowered spellcaster mode for a little bit.
All right. I accept. Did we refresh the wheel? We did not. This is somebody's first homebrew item. They wanted to make a homebrew weapon as a long-term goal for a character to craft. How do you feel about that? About making an item that a character knows they're going to get eventually, that they're, like, building up to?
I think that's cool. I think that's, like, a thing that, you know, there is very little control over. Players have very little control over narrative in, like, have very little like narrative.
And you want to give them control. D&D. Don't you want to dominate them?
You want to tear control away out of their grips, out of their grasp. But a lot of other systems have, like, ways that you can directly affect the story. And I think, like, if your player's like, I'm really keen on having this, like, moment where I, like, you know, I Iron Man make my suit or whatever it is at some point, and be like, cool, that's your story.
Mm-hmm.
Zach as a DM sounds like he's cool with anything. I mean, if your players are interested in it, God, like, that's the ideal. Like, let them do what they're interested in. Just make it, you know, appropriately difficult for them to achieve.
Yeah. All right, so this is called Calamity. It's a +3 artifact. It has 5
Great
charges.
Name, by the way.
Calamity?
Yeah, it's a good name.
A pretty solid name. I like it too. The goal is fun, Dylan. Yes, correct. It has 5 charges. It gets 1d4 plus 1 at dawn. When you hit a creature with it, you can expend up to 5 charges to deal 1d6 force damage per charge. So it has, like, a mini smite feature.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can expend 3 charges to create a powerful shockwave. By hitting it into the ground, each creature in a 20-foot radius originating from you must make a con saving throw or take 2d8 thunder and 2d8 force damage and be knocked back 10 feet. On a success, they take half as much damage, and they're not pushed back. In addition, everything else that's not stuck to things is knocked back. This saving throw should be higher than an 18. Maybe it's okay. It's an artifact, so it's okay if it's, like, really fucking high. And you can expend 5 charges to swing the maul in a wave, causing destructive power to shoot forward in a 10-foot thick line.
Thick.
50. You just say 10 feet by 5 feet. Each creature in the line has to make a con saving throw where they take a bunch of thunder damage and a bunch of force damage, and they're knocked back. On a successful day, the creature takes half as much damage and knocked back. Okay, so I like this core concept, but it all kind of feels like it's doing the same thing.
Yeah. You know what I would do to make this a little bit more interesting is make the forced movement stuff happen whether they succeed or fail on the saving throw.
I like that.
Because it's an artifact. It should do shit.
Artifacts, you punch gods with artifacts. I also feel like the I don't love that the line and the area of effect basically do the same thing, except they just do different amounts of damage. Like, I wish that the line, like what if when you expended 5 charges, it like created a true fissure in the earth, like affected the terrain, you know? Like it opened up, like it opened up the earth and like things could fall in and collapse in. Also,
you should add a line that it does like siege damage essentially, like it does double damage to
structures.
To structures, yeah.
I like that idea too. And I also feel like I would probably maybe drop, I don't know, I feel like it doesn't, for an artifact, it's kind of weak. Like 5 charges is not, like, if you use all 5 charges to do this one thing, that's the only thing it's doing that day. I don't love that on an artifact. So I might give it something that is just passive. Like maybe it just does siege damage all the time.
Maybe you can, maybe it uses your hit dice instead of having charges.
Oh, that could be kind of fun. That could be kind of fun. What if every time you hit a creature with it, you could potentially knock them back?
Yeah.
Like what if it was
give
a
it like
charger, just always
essentially like the passive like crusher feat essentially, where you just you always move something back if you want to.
Yeah. Well, they know that. They know they don't need to listen to me. Or you. Even
as
though
in,
you
as
have
in,
a beautiful
like,
accent.
It's like the player's choice whether the...
Oh, I see. Yeah. I like that idea. I like it a lot. It essentially feels like it's very close to being like an earthquake hammer.
Yeah.
So I would just encourage you to push it farther down that line of like earthquake hammer. Oh, did I not link it? I'm sorry, guys. Here it is. I'm supposed to link these things in the chat. It's pretty cool, though. I love. Listen, for a final, the only other thing that I'll say is artifacts are supposed to break the game. Like, I feel like the difference between a legendary item and an artifact is that artifacts break the game, and it's okay. So it's okay to add a feature or two that make it break the game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or you can also do that cool thing from One Piece where the dude breaks the ship in half.
Have you been watching the? Oh, we've talked about this. The live action. Did you finish? Did you finish season 1?
I haven't finished it.
How many episodes do you have left?
I'm not sure. The last thing I watched was them. The episode with the shark men.
Like the introduction of the shark men.
Yeah, when they come and like
the little
restaurant.
They go to the restaurant.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my god, I'm so excited for you to finish it because there's some really cool stuff at the end that I'm curious about. I
think there's some very like their production quality is very up and down, but I think the prosthetic, their choice to do a lot of stuff with prosthetics, I really dig on. Like the shark guys look awesome. They look great.
Oh my god, the shark people look amazing. Did you know that each episode cost? It's like the same pricing as like Game of Thrones. It's like that's how much they're spending on it.
Wow.
Yeah. I think it shows. The sets are really good. There is a moment in the second to last episode or the last episode that for me is the first moment in the series where I go from thinking this is fun and kind of silly to like I am now emotionally invested in a way that I did not expect. And I'm curious to see if you have that feeling or what you think of that moment, but I won't talk about it. Caleb Monaghan, thank you for the 15. Here's a comment. Maybe you can help. You know a lot of stuff. They don't want to be rude, but they have a question. They've created a character. It's a 10th level Rune Knight. Rune Knight is fantastic. And a 10th level Armorer Artificer. So it's a 20th level question. I don't have enough characters to put my question. So you can ask it in the chat. You can just follow up in the chat, I guess.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, you can follow up in the chat.
Rune Knight, 10th level Armorer. I assume you would make some a pretty dope dude from that.
Yeah, well, while they're putting their question together, this is an alternative to the grappler feat. Let's see. I was wondering if the Guardian Armor Thunder Gauntlets remove the melee damage. Why would they? Aren't they melee attacks?
Maybe you're asking whether they are counted as unarmed attacks. I don't think they're counted as unarmed attacks. They are.
Here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say. If I was your dungeon master and you were playing a level 20 campaign and you had the Guardian with the gauntlets, no, they're simple melee weapons.
Yeah.
So they count as melee weapons. So anything that works with a melee weapon should work with them.
Yeah.
So that why would they remove them? They do different damage than they do different damage than a regular thing. Like they deal D8 thunder damage instead of whatever your other damage types would be. But they're cool. Yeah. Do you mean like do they mix with the Rune Knight features? I think they do.
I think they should do if that works off if it works off melee attacks or whatever. Should do.
Yeah. Clarify your question if I didn't just answer it.
Oh, they can be infused. That's interesting.
Yeah, they can be infused.
I've never been super keen on making a artificer until I had the idea to make essentially the Mandalorian, and I was like, that would be cool. Mando's cool. Have you watched Mandalorian?
I watched season 1 and 2 of it, and I really liked both, but I haven't watched any of it since then. Wondering if the spring step boots affect the Harengon jump affected by it. Why wouldn't they? Don't they just affect? Aren't they just someplace you've been in the past movement? I would imagine they would.
Yeah.
I would also say, Caleb, this is a question to talk to your dungeon master about, because this is the kind of thing where I would interpret that they work together, but your dungeon master might not. And depending on what situation you're trying to accomplish, I don't know how much. I don't know what the situation is. Like, I could also see situations where somebody's trying to combine things in a way that could feel kind of cheesy, and I might be like, what are you trying to do here? But in my opinion, they should connect. You know? Yeah.
I'm going to be playing Wild Beyond the Witchlight soon. I ran that campaign for a little bit. I want to play the most fey that ever fade.
Go a pixie or a satyr, right?
Yeah.
And then go like College of Eloquence Bard.
See, I would go like, I would give your DM a huge gift and just be like, I'm going to play a Eladrin with a Warlock whose patron is the like arch fae.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. You could do that. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Tie it into the campaign as you wish, and they'll be like sick.
Yeah, I suppose Arc Fae is pretty goddamn Fae.
Yeah, and there's a custom background in that campaign for being from the Feywild.
So you should do that. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I was thinking Eloquence Bard for the purpose of just being tricksy and good at talking. Like, I'm lying.
Yeah.
What? Am I lying? One of us lies, and one of us tells the truth. And then people are like, there's just one of you here, dude. There's just you. You know?
Tell you what I always wanted to play. I've had this character idea knocking around my head for a while. Is I want to play a guy who's been tricked by the Fae, and they kind of just liked his kind of vibe, so they made him the Puck. And the Puck is like, everyone thinks it's like, in various like Shakespeare stories, there's the character of the Puck. But that's not a guy, that is a title. And it's essentially like court jester. It's like, and so your whole thing now is to do entertaining things so that the Fae don't get bored with you and kill you and make a new Puck.
Wait, say that one more time. I got lost in the end. Say that again.
So your whole vibe now is doing things that are like entertaining for the Fae who are like watching over you, because if you get boring, they'll kill you and find a new Puck.
Oh, okay. So that's kind of a fun idea.
Yeah, to have this like title but it's like a title that if anyone actually knows much about the Fae, they'll be like, oh,
you don't really want to have that title. Would you play it like a world? What would you play? What class? I guess you could be any class for that, really. Like, it doesn't really have to be where your power comes from.
And I would play it as like a human straight up.
Yeah.
Like, and they got dickweeded on.
That's one of the that is a great idea for like a flawed character that you would, if you're a good player and you vibe well with your group, could be a lot of fun. But you could also be so fucking annoying.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh my god, like if I don't fuck with you, the Arcfae will be upset with me.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I had to cover you in pudding. You know?
Yeah.
Hexblood could also make sense for sure.
What is Hexblood?
Hexblood is the hag species. So you know how there's like the Dampier and the Reborn. In Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft, there is the Reborn and the Hexblood and the Dampier, and the Hexblood is like the hag person. It's pretty cool. Become a spooky fae person. Somebody said, Pep Talk guy said, Kobold Paladin Rogue who hides his familiar under his armor, crit fishing build with Divine Smite and Sneak Attack. Thoughts? That sounds fun and cool. I mean, the one thing that I'll say is I don't ever want to make a character that's a one-trick pony. That for me gets boring.
Yeah.
So
I have made that, and it is. You realize that most classes are actually much more well-rounded than the funny build that you thought up.
So I think that it's okay to build. I like building very specific homebrew things for one shot, or not homebrew, multi-classes for one shots or things, but it's part of why, like, I don't know, I want to be able to do lots of different stuff. I don't want to build myself to be really good at one thing. And then, like, I want to build my character that I'm excited to be based on their character more so than their abilities, I think. Like, the abilities are important to enhance the character, but if I don't have a cool character for that kobold, I don't have an idea for that character.
Yeah.
Basically, their character's a 3'8" Harrigan, and they become 8'2". All right, that sounds cool. I like that. That sounds fun. How do you feel about reworking Grappler? You think it needs it? Grappler
I think it desperately needs it.
Yeah. So what if when you used Grappler, you had advantage on attack rolls against grappled creatures, and when you have a creature grappled, you could take a new action. One of which is to make an unarmed strike that deals an additional 1d6 bludgeoning damage and knocks the creature prone. One where you roll 6d8, and the total is how many. If the total is how many hit points the creature has, the attack can affect. If the creature has equal to hit points what you rolled, they fall unconscious. Oh, that's a little too strong. Constrict. You make another grapple check. If you succeed and the creature are both restrained, if you succeed, you and the creature are both restrained until the grapple ends. I don't know. That feels very similar to the OG Grappler. I don't know if this solves the issues that I have with Grappler. Like, choking someone out is a fun idea, but it doesn't really fit for D&D, in my opinion. At least not on feet. I don't know.
So submit is just the sleep spell, essentially.
I guess it is, yeah. But it's infinite. It's sleep spell infinite use. Maybe it's fine. It's a little bit more powerful than the sleep spell. It's 6d8 instead of 5d8.
Yeah. And it is, you just have to be grappling the creature. Yeah, this is tricky. Because I'm like, this is cool, but this is one of those things that, like, I feel like is that weird spot of, like, just too powerful if you start as a human with this and a barbarian and you just go around grappling everything and, like, unconsciousnessing it.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you would have to take 2 actions to do this, like 2 turns to do this, because you'd have to grapple it.
Not really.
And then
you
you have to grapple it first.
No, grappling. Well, grappling is. I see. Because these are all actions. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it would take 2 turns to this. You're right. Excuse me. I apologize.
Yeah, and if you're, I mean, that actually kind of, and then once you get multi-attack.
It doesn't really affect multi-attack. I like
it
the
does,
slam.
It does, because you can take one of 3 actions in place of an attack.
Oh, so yeah. So you could do both. You could do all of this on one turn, because you could do an attack to grapple, and then another attack to try to knock unconscious. So you could do all of this in one turn.
Yeah, so when you're, like, a 5th level barbarian can just, like, make stuff unconscious, taking his full turn if they have less than, like, 30 HP.
I think it's a neat idea. I feel like there probably should be a little bit more limitation on the unconscious thing. Like, it maybe could affect creatures that need to breathe or something like that. And then maybe you could only use that effect if the creature was prone. So you would have to do the slam before you did the unconscious. But then you're sort of building this very specific gameplay loop that it has to be. It's a neat idea. I like the slam a lot more than I like the submit. The submit, I'm not the hugest fan of. Because the other thing about the sleep spell is there's all all you need to do to get someone out of the sleep spell is just kick them, like just shove them a little bit, you know. There's no way that this turns off.
Yeah, I think it's the same problem with the original, which is like it tries to hit too many different things, and they're not all like the slam is interesting, but when are you going to be using that? Because you don't want to make an unarmed strike because unarmed strikes are worse. The fact that it does 1d6 bludgeoning is like not as good as just using a longsword, which does a d8. Like it doesn't.
Technically,
get you
you'll end
anything.
up doing
It doesn't
one more. You'll
improve.
do one more damage than if you were using a d6 weapon. Like, because basically your unarmed strike does one damage unless you're a tavern brawler or a monk.
Yeah. And this doesn't give you proficiency with unarmed attacks too. Like,
yeah. Well, aren't everyone proficient in unarmed attacks? Am I imagining that? I assume that everyone was.
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
I think the difference is just how much damage they do. I think everyone just does one damage unless they're an unarmed fighter. You know?
Yeah. I don't know.
It's better.
Yeah.
Here's what I'll say. It's better than the regular grappler. I don't think it feels like a grappler in a way that works super D&D. I don't think grappling works as a D&D mechanic fundamentally.
I agree.
Personally.
I think that's why the Larian kept it out of Baldur's Gate.
That's a good point. Yeah. Should be different feats for 1 to 2 of them instead of 1 for all. Yeah, you could split it up into other things for sure. Listen, it's a noble effort. I don't think it solves the problem. I think the slam is getting closer. I think the submit and constrict are I feel kind of mid about. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Let's give it a little.
I think if I was going to make a grappler feat, I would make it around. Because what is the like fantasy of what is the power fantasy of being good at grappling? I think it is like the ability to like throw people around and move people around. So I think like have some rules around being able to like once people are grappled, move, your full speed without being encumbered, being able to throw people as an attack in place of an attack.
But isn't that just the same as like shoving and knocking creatures prone? Like, But
like have it like you can throw them like, 15 feet or whatever.
Further? Yeah. I see grappling, like in real life, what grappling is it is restricting movement and creating moments of submission. Like that is close. What that feat does, what Ty put together is I think close to what grappling does in real life. I just genuinely don't think it fits D&D. I would also argue that monsters in D&D are very often different than normal creatures. And there are plenty of monsters in D&D that would never submit.
Yes. And unable to be grappled.
Yeah,
really.
But even ones that are, like, I don't think that should work on a golem. I don't think that should work on undead.
Yeah.
I don't think that should work on elementals. There's a lot of stuff that just shouldn't work
out a being made of pure flames?
Or even a rock
you see
elemental.
them like tap out and they're like,
yeah, but like, is a rock elemental going to tap out? No. They're just going to chill.
That is funny.
Yeah. I think that it's a...
But like,
it needs to be magical.
But the fantasy of like picking them up and hurling them, that is, I think, a
like
bit
a
cool.
suplex move, I think. Yeah, like the suplex would be cool. A suplex would be very cool. What time is it in Australia?
It's like 2 p.m.
2 p.m.
2:20.
My God.
Chilling, man.
It's late here. It's 12:20.
Ooh.
What's on your schedule for your day?
I think I'll do one more of these, and then I'll bounce out and go back to the editing mines.
Okay, cool. You don't have to feel pressure to stick around. You can always leave whenever.
No. This is nice. This is enjoyable. This is enjoyable time for me.
Cool. Well, I hope it's enjoyable for somebody.
Because I'm having a terrible.
This is Phelan's piece. I originally intended to submit this for Member Day, but I tend to have D&D on those nights. That said, first submission. It's been at least 3 years since you did any homebrew before. Okay, so this is not an old piece, but it's been a while since you've been doing homebrew. You have balance concerns, but since it's your first iteration before you play test it, you expect that. All right, let's take a look at what it is. We still don't know what it is. Oh, it's a bard subclass.
Bard subclass.
College of Justice.
What
the fuck are you talking about in chat? Why can't Link be single? What are you talking about? Who said Link can't be single?
My man loves being alone. He does love being alone. He does love fishing.
Are you a Zelda player?
I love a bit of Zelda.
I've never played any Zelda game.
Yeah, I think Ocarina of Time taught me how to read, not gonna lie.
All right, so we got
yeah, go.
No, you.
I was gonna say to get to understand what was going on in that game, I had to know what they were talking about, and I basically was like, right, gotta figure out how all this reading business, so I can play Ocarina of Time.
Okay, I don't remember what taught me to read. I remember the first chapter book that I read that didn't have pictures, but I don't remember what inspired me to start reading. Do you want to know what book it is?
What book?
Too bad. I'm not telling you.
No, wow.
It's
that's how you know one of the good ones.
It's the Time Machine.
Lead them wanting more.
The Time Machine.
The Time Machine. H.G. Wells.
First chapter book I ever read.
Wellies.
And I really liked it. I read it in like 3rd or 2nd grade. One of the two. I read books before that, but they all had pictures. There were like Goosebumps or shit like that. That was the first, like, this is a book. Grown-ups read these. Okay, this is the College of Justice, which is, I think, an unusual college for a bard, but let's see. Members of the College of Justice live for the show. Whether their approach to matters of justice is parody, mockery, representation, or implementation, these performers find and exploit windows of opportunity to shift the balance in their favor. I am going to be very blunt. That flavor text confuses me. Yeah. Because none of that description, I think, applies to justice other than the word justice in the flavor text.
I think a great flavor for this, because you don't want to make him a cop, right? Maybe you do, but like I sorry, no politics. But I think making them like a lawyer is interesting. Like making them people that
well, it looks like they are
argue on the behalf.
Look at the feature names: objection, case building, burden of proof. So they are lawyers. So you need to. I would completely rewrite this flavor text. Get rid of all of the stuff about performance and stuff, and really lean into like you are a lawyer bard.
You travel. There are people that travel the land in order to stick up for the common person, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe you're in the midst of like kingdoms and you have to adjudicate, very tough cases and stuff like that between warring houses and all that. Like, I think that's great flavor, and clearly you've seen that at some point because of the labeling of the abilities. I think that's a super cool flavor for a bard.
Yeah, but rewrite the flavor text to represent that, because right now the flavor text feels a little bit nonsense. Like it feels like it just doesn't drive us towards that feeling. You have a wizard warlock multi-class character that's a lawyer. All right, that sounds fun. All right, so we get proficiency in insight and investigation. I think that's pretty solid. And then we get tip the scales. At 3rd level, your keen senses allow you to exploit windows of opportunity to rebalance events in your favor. When a creature makes a roll within 60 feet of you, you need to say what type of roll. You can spend a bardic inspiration die as a reaction to turn that roll into a 7 or a 12. Huh. That's fucking weird.
That is weird. I think there's something cool in that. And I think when they say roll, I think that's because they mean like
literally any
D20 roll. You should probably say D20 roll, because then it's like damage rolls and stuff, and then it becomes
it's almost here's the thing though that I'll say is that 7 or 12 I'm here for. But with it growing at 6 to 5 or 15, I feel like we are essentially just getting the portent ability, but way more
really
uses
good.
of it. But like way more uses of it. So like this is basically a much better version of portent, and way more uses.
Because like once you're 5th level, your saving throw. If someone rolled a 5 on a saving throw that you cast a spell for, they're gonna fail that every time. So you essentially have 5 auto fails.
Yeah, it's a little too strong. I don't know. I also want to say that I don't feel like it fits the flavor of the subclass that much. Like, it feels like a reality warper, more than a lawyer. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but like it's not it's the cuz when you use it is really not specific. The only thing that's specific is the numbers, and they sort of feel arbitrary in a way that I don't really understand why they're picked, but in the same way that portent is like you're shifting fate, I don't feel like this subclass should be shifting fate in that way. It's a little too close to the divination wizard, I think.
I think I would have it like, it's tricky because you've given them proficiency with insight and investigation.
You know what I might do? I might make it something where it's like certain type of skill checks you can like get like what if when a creature within a certain range of you is making a persuasion or deception check and you give them a bardic inspiration, it's a bigger bonus. Like they can roll, they get double the bardic inspiration or something like that. Like I'm just trying to think of like how would a lawyer inspiration work, right? Helping people lie, helping people get away with stuff.
I was originally thinking like you could like use an inspiration and make it's tricky, but like essentially make a persuasion check, and because bards have like you might have like expertise in your persuasion, you can essentially replace your persuasion check with any of your allies' rolls as a reaction.
Oh my god, that's a great idea. You can expend the use of your bardic inspiration to roll a charisma check in place of an ally.
Yeah, so like it represents you being like jazzing them up, gassing them up.
Yeah,
to
you're
make
literally
an attack
representing them. Then I like that a lot.
Yeah, you're representing them. That's
I like
funny.
that a lot. I like that a lot.
It just doesn't quite, because you get proficiency with insight and investigation, and then if you're giving them, maybe it doesn't matter.
I think it does. I think it does matter a little bit, but that idea is.
I guess you could give them the choice between if they can make an intimidation, persuasion, or deception, and then that's.
Yeah, I think it would be. I think it's okay to just tie it to charisma checks in general.
The
other thing that you could also potentially do is you could extend that to like you could do it like you could also like if you wanted to make it more combat oriented, you could roll saving throws in place of creatures, which is going to be situationally good. It's not going to be good all the time, but there's going to be a lot of times where you're going to have better saving throws or specific saving throws that might be better on.
Yeah, so I think you should be able to do that for saving throws, skill checks, and maybe attack rolls. Like,
maybe, but your attack rolls are going to be lame. You're a bard.
No, but like you can make a persuasion check as a reaction to replace their attack roll, and you use that as the attack roll. Right?
That's
you know what I mean?
Cool. Yeah. So you're not like replacing a thing for a thing. You're just using persuasion in place of one of their rolls in a variety of ways.
Yes, and you can maybe add your bardic on top of it, your bardic dice on top of it, or they can maybe get 10 HP based on it, whatever.
That's a neat idea.
But you're coming in and like essentially like gassing them up, like.
I like that.
Yeah,
I like that a lot. Okay, we have 2 features at 6th level. Burden of Proof.
Maybe you would have to limit it to just saving throws and skill checks.
Yeah, I don't know if I would make it attack rolls, but I like saving throws and skill checks. I think that's a lot of fun. I love the idea of a creature making a charisma, like making a persuasion check, and then the bard using a feature to be like, actually, like that's so fucking cool.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at the 6th level features. We have Burden of Proof, and then we have something else, Case Building. Burden of Proof. At 6th level, you have learned to quickly assess the defenses of others. As a bonus action on your turn, you can make an intelligence investigation check against a creature's charisma deception check. On a success, you gain one of the following benefits. Your spell save DC increases by 2 for the next single target spell you cast on it. If there's just one option, don't say you gain one of the following benefits. This is just one benefit. So you don't need to write it like that. You can just get rid of this whole thing and just say that. That being said, I would not do this. This is kind of a flavorless feature. It's just numbers go big more. And I think that there are some classes where numbers go big more is good and others where it's not. I would strongly encourage you not to do it when it goes to do with spell save DCs. And also bards get very few subclass features. They get almost less subclass features than anyone else. So I would lean far away from stuff if it doesn't have a lot of flavor directly correlated to the subclass, because numbers go up is flavorless. It doesn't evoke anything.
Yeah, but it does feel flavorfully accurate to a lawyer, I would say.
You do?
Like like they're and maybe not the investigation necessarily, but like their spell saves, like their arguments are stronger, like their spells are stronger, like their ability to argue and put this spell into another person is slightly better. Maybe not in this, maybe not in this kind of way, but I don't know.
Maybe it could work. I don't know. I'm just not a big fan of flat number goes up, especially when it has to do with spell saving throws. Spell saving throws are like, just to give you an example, a +1 magic item that is a +1 weapon is an uncommon item. A +1 magic item that is +1 to your spell save DC is a rare item. Just on its own.
Yeah.
It's just much stronger. So I worry that it's a little too strong. Maybe make it once a short rest. Maybe change it so it's that.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a way to tone it down a little bit. Let's see what the other 6th level feature is. I mean, it's fine. I just think it's a little too strong in its current iteration.
Maybe you could limit it to just enchantment spells.
That's true. You could limit it to types of spells. You could limit it to schools of spells for sure.
I dig the flavor of it, that you're kind of like, your argument is strong, and so like your ability to lay, maybe just limit it to enchantment spells and keep it as is. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's not hitting as it is.
It's
but it
close.
is cool.
It's just
close.
not.
It's very
just,
close.
I think it's just a little too strong for me. What about using it for spells like suggestion? That's enchantment spells. I was feeling weird.
That's
about this
that's why
feature,
I said that.
Yeah. Okay, so you're reading chat more than I am. Look at you.
I'm a professional streamer.
I'm working on it. I'm trying to decide if I should stick to YouTube or if I should switch back to Twitch. There's an element of the community aspect of Twitch that I'm kind of missing. Like, I wish people knew I was streaming that were other content creators sometimes. Nobody knows that when I'm streaming. Everyone's like, oh, you stream today? Fuck you.
Does YouTube have anything against co-streaming?
No, but Twitch does.
Yeah, but like, fuck 'em, you know?
Yeah, maybe fuck 'em. That's true.
But maybe
fuck 'em.
like TikTok. TikTok has like people on it.
TikTok's okay. I hate TikTok.
It's true.
Let's look at case building. Also at 6th level, investigating the backgrounds and histories of people comes naturally to you when you make an intelligence investigation check. To learn about a creature's past, you add your charisma modifier to the roll. I feel like we're already getting a lot of this stuff. This is not really a new feeling feature. I think that I don't know. I feel like
I mean, as a you've already got a main 6th level thing. This is like a ribbon, and I guess it's fine as a ribbon, but it's like,
it just feels like we're beating a dead horse. Like, we're already getting a lot of investigation stuff. I feel like I would want it to be something like, I almost want to go in the direction of like I feel like case building should be more like, I almost want to go in the direction of like the Battle Master move, where you like learn something about the creature.
Yeah.
Because the only thing this really affects right now is burden of proof. Because the truth of the matter is, outside of burden and proof, there is almost never a time that you're going to make an investigation check against a creature. Because most of the time when you are trying to read or learn about a creature, there is a skill for that. It is called insight.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of space here for the flavor to kind of like have a cool ribbon ability, but I wouldn't be excited.
This is what I would do. I would completely drop case building. Yeah. I would change the bonus proficiencies to, I wouldn't give you proficiency in these abilities. I would just say, You add your charisma modifier to insight and investigation checks as a 3rd level feature. Period.
Yeah.
Then you can completely get rid of this and come up with something new here, and you still get that little boost here from this. And then you could come up with a new ribbon feature that's a little bit, I think, a little bit like more holistic. Like I want to get more, like, we don't want to just all be doing the same thing. Like, what if case building was like, what if you're just better at researching? Like, what if, like, the amount of time it takes you to research is cut in half or something like that? Like, you know what I mean? Like when doing investigation checks, like when you're, something about like specifically like reading or deciphering information or deciphering text, you're particularly better at. I don't know.
Yeah, something maybe. Yeah.
I mean, the truth is, we don't really need it. Burden of proof is very strong, so you guys will just get rid of it.
Yeah.
Let's look at objection. Objection. 14th level. You have become adept at acting in the heat of the moment. When a creature within 60 feet of you takes an action, you can use your reaction to interject and act before it. As a part of this reaction, you can move up to half your movement speed and take 1 action. The creature you interjected immediately continues its turn after you take your action. You can use this feature once and must take a short or long rest before you do so again. So it's like an action surge on someone else's turn.
Yeah, that's cool. That's really, really cool.
I like it.
I really dig that. It's very strong. It's flavorful, and it makes sense at 14th level.
I might make it not once per short rest. I might make it just once per long rest, maybe, depending on how you handle dealing with changing burden of proof or not. It's an interesting idea. It's an interesting idea. I feel like you're dancing up against it. Like there's a couple pieces that feel like they're not quite sitting in the chair yet.
Yeah,
But
I think this as a framework, this rules. I really like the idea. I would absolutely like to play a lawyer bard. But it's just there's some of the features don't quite. They're like good by themselves, but they don't feel like they're a unified thing yet.
Yeah.
Like the bard of the creation bard.
Creation bard is a bard for sure.
Which I know everyone says is like stupid strong, but is also really good. It's fun. It's really fun to play.
Yeah. I feel like there's an element of. I want to see more branching features. That's sort of what I was saying with maybe turning case building into something that is a little bit not so in the same direction. Like we want to be feeling like we can do. We don't want to be too one note. We want to have a little bit of feet in a couple different pools with our subclass. And for a bard especially, you just don't got a lot of power to do that. But I think it's a neat idea. Final thoughts before we say goodbye to it?
I think like I said, this as a framework, again, if you change the flavor text at the start, this fills a niche that I think a lot of people, and I think someone said in chat, like they always like a bard that isn't just like a traveling musician who plays his funny little instruments. It's like this feels like another power fantasy that is specifically around elocution and speaking well and delivering on a charismatic ideal that isn't represented yet by any subclass or class.
The thing that I like the most about it is leaning into the idea of a bard as a lawyer, as like a lawyer as like somebody that speaks for others. I think you should lean into that as much as possible because that is such a bard thing and it's such a lawyer thing. Yeah.
I dig it.
Cool. All right,
man.
Well, listen.
I love you and leave you,
Zach. You're wonderful. Thank you for popping in. It was very nice to be. What a wonderful surprise. And send me that video whenever you want. I'm super excited to take a look at it.
Dude, I'm so excited for people to finally see it.
When is PAX AU?
The 4th of October. I'm there, and then till I come back on the 11th.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm sure we'll talk before then. But if we don't, I'll cry 1,000 tears.
We'll absolutely chat. All right, love you.
All right,
bye.
Love you too. Bye. All right, that was Zach. What a wonderful guy. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Zach is one of the first earnest, like, we are friends people that I have met on the internet through this stuff. He's Genuinely so fucking creative and funny and smart. I like him a lot. If we lived in the same country, I would have visited him by now, or demanded he visited me. But one day we'll look at each other and we'll stick our fingers up and we'll just slowly, you know what we do? We won't even stick our fingers up. We'll do this. We'll hold hands like that. Or we'll do, have you ever gone to shake someone's hand and you interlace your pinky into their hand? It's very intimate. We're going to do one of those. Phelan, I think it's a really cool idea. Thanks so much for the input. Exactly what I need to help figure it out. Yeah, I like it a lot. I think that you have a lot of potential here. I think that there's a couple things to move around, but I think that what matters most is that the core concept I think is really strong, which is nice. I got to reorganize everything now. I was pretty good at having it quickly the right size and shape earlier. I was okay at it. I wasn't great at it. Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much, Phelan. Let's give Phelan a round of applause, guys. Really fun idea for a bard. Really unique idea for a bard. Really new idea for a bard. Very nice. Good night, Steph. Have a good night. You're wonderful. Take care of yourself. Get home safe, as they say. That's such a stupid joke, but I like it. You probably are home already. Let's give her another spin. I'm not sure how late we're gonna go tonight. We'll go for at least a little bit longer, though. Lucy. Well. Lucy in the sky with the diamonds? Who's to say? Sup, Atomic? How's it going? Hey, Cinder, this is a rework of your earlier bard subclass, the College of Whimsy. Did I look at it already? If I looked at it already, I'm not going to look at it again. If I looked at this already, I'm not going to look at it again. I don't do re-reviews. You know this. You had to click a little button to say you would. I don't know if I looked at it already. Now I'm annoyed. Yeah, man. I don't know. Did you send this to me already? I don't want to look at it again if you sent it to me already. Let's see what you didn't change. Let's see. I changed. I have kept the names and general concept of the first and fourth features. Yeah, I think we looked at this already, but let me look at these. I'll just quickly skim a little bit then. Cascade of Mirth. Upon reaching 3rd level, you unlock the power to infuse the environment with joy. As an action, you conjure a 10-foot sphere around yourself, bringing natural terrain to life. Select a number of targets with your proficiency bonus within the sphere. Each target individual must make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. Those who fail to save are overcome with the sheer absurdity of the situation, resulting in their movement speed being cut in half, and they are blind until the end of your next turn. Those who succeed have a -5 to their speed. That is an overly complicated way of writing that. Why are they blinded? Also, we're getting a lot of things at 3rd level. Whimsical healing. You gain the ability to mesmerize your allies. As an action, you can touch a willing creature. That creature gains 2d6 hit points and does not provoke opportunity attacks until the start of your next turn. All right. If this is a redraft of something that I've looked at before, you need to dramatically change this feature. Chat. Homework. Test time. What's wrong with whimsical healing? There's one big issue with it. What is it? Tell me. I know what it is. Big issue. Huge. Glaring. Shockingly big. Will ruin the game. Will end the game. Sir username wins the prize. It is unlimited healing. Healing cannot be unlimited in D&D. It has to be based on a resource. So I would probably just cut this whole feature out. Third level, you also gain the ability to channel your joy into a tangible form. A wacky companion materializes next to the target. What target? As a bonus action, the target can direct the wacky companion to perform one of the following actions. What target? Okay, so we're going to stop reading it here. If you can summon a wacky companion, that's one thing, but what is a standard melee attack? We don't, like, what is the attack roll based off of? If you're going to do a thing where you can summon a creature, you either need to give that creature a stat block, or you need to not summon a creature. And you need to just describe mechanics happening. I think we're going to stop reading this here. I think the main thing that I'm going to say is you got to get rid of whimsical healing. And I will say and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, if you can't make a companion feature that doesn't have a stat block for the companion, you just can't do that. If you want them a companion to be something that you're using in the game, you need to build stats for it. Or you do something like the Echo Knight, or you do something like the Shaman's summon things, where it's sort of a creature, but sort of not. So it doesn't need a stat block, because it's not really a creature. It's just a mechanic that kind of looks like a creature, but mechanically it's not a creature. And it's also just a lot that we're getting at third level. Shepherd Druid? What about the Shepherd Druid doesn't do stat block stuff? Oh, yeah, it does. It does. You're saying for the Shaman. Yes. Thank you, Zeke. Yes, the Shepherd Druid summons the Shaman totems. Dude, do you need sleep? Does the flesh of the puppet need recharging? Fuck the puppet. He's not in charge when stream is on. He has to deal with sleep when I'm done with him. Dance party? Nah. I don't want to do a dance party right now. Unless somebody wants to make me feel like a crazy person. We could do a little dance party in a little bit. How do I go about balancing the amount of plot and fighting for my first one-shot? My party always argues and moves slow, and big combats take a long time. I love lore, and I really want to make it good. Well, Dabam, Dabmand, I think you just answered your own question. If you know your players take a long time with combat, then don't put that much combat in. I think a really good one-shot can have two combat encounters. One that's kind of small and one that's kind of big. You don't need much more than that. And you don't even need them to be a short and a long combat encounter. They could be the same length. It's just about the stakes. So, like, you could have a combat encounter that is not that difficult or is interesting plot-wise, but isn't super hectic and takes the same amount of time as a combat that is really hectic. It's more about the stakes, so that's how I would do it if I were you. We just need a big gifter against dance party. Bildo, listen, I wasn't gonna say it, but I won't disagree with you. Yeah, I don't know. I think that this is like this is a really overpowered ability if you could just do it infinitely. And it's doing, I think, a little bit too much. And I would also say that, like, I don't understand how these are whimsy or wacky or mirth. Like, I feel like you're using flavor text to describe things as whimsy and mirthful, but I'm not seeing it in the mechanics just yet. Do you know what I mean? You get it? Oh, Dylan, thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5, Dylan. I appreciate it. Give me 1 second here. I guess we'll think of some fucking... Here. You want a little dance party? Fine, you get a little dance party. I'll dance for you. I'll be your monkey. Give me a second. Let me find a good one. Let me find a song. Everybody calm down. No, not one of those. Actually, no, this is a good one. All right, hey, if you just got here and you're confused about what's going on, welcome to the stream. Yeah, that's what you were thinking? Hey, Rebelusi. Rebelusi, did you make this piece? Is this a re-review? Did you send me this piece already? Is this a redraft of something you sent me? You're not supposed to send me redrafts if it is a redraft, but I did look at it for a little bit, so I hope that helps. But I think right now it just feels too strong. And also, like, if you're trying to base it off of something that's One Piece based, which a lot of people in the chat seems to think that you were, you got to focus it a little bit. One Piece is too strong in 1,000 different directions. You can't encompass everything. So, like, getting for example, even just getting 3 things at 3rd level feels like too much. So I think all of it requires to be toned back a little bit. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense.
Drive me up the coast, boy. Wanna hear the ocean roar, crash over me. They're riding home, dancing like the moon.
What if I just did that the whole time?
Hold me tight and don't let go. Watch over me. We are all stardust, 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 left behind, left to find one another, face the sun, fear no one, 'cause we are all one, 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 we are all. Pick me up, that moonchild, put me into overflow, crash into me, and let me fall deep enough to feel like deep enough to not let go. Watch over me. We are all stardust, 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 left behind, left to find one another, face the sun, fear no one, 'cause we are all one, 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 we are all. Love get me higher, you get me hypnotized, I can see brighter, brighter, I love us, love you and I. Love get me higher, you get me hypnotized, I can see brighter, brighter, I love us, love you and I. Stardust, 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 left behind, left to find one another, face the sun, fear no one, 'cause we are all one, 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 we are all.
There's your goddamn dance party. Is everybody happy with their dance party? I like that you guys like the dance parties. I used to do dance parties a lot. So I'm glad that they're coming back. Oh my god, we got a lot of gifted subs during that. Let me just throw some thank yous out. Who was gifting stuff? Let me just see. Kelf, thank you for the gifted subs. 2 gifted subs from Kelf. Dylan, I already said thank you for the 5, but I'll say it again. Bildo, thank you for the 1. You guys are incredibly generous tonight. I gotta say, I've said it before, but I'll say it again. It is genuinely not a small deal when you do that. I don't ever want to ask you for money. You never need to give me money. I don't want anybody to pay for anything they can't afford. But it is the difference between me paying rent or not. So I genuinely appreciate it. It is incredibly generous. Every little bit is so, so generous. You guys are friggin' champions. Now, should we look at some more homebrew? Oh, That music scared the shit out of me for a second. I hope it didn't freak you out too. How loud was that when it started? It started really loud. Sorry about that. As a paid DM, you get on that deep level? Yeah, for sure, my guy. Sally and I stream at literally the same time each week. It's so rare you get to hang out. Oh, welcome, Kelp. I'm glad to see you, my guy. We do stream at similar times. Hey, man, your shorts are the reason you watch shorts. Oh, let's fucking go. I'm all about it. All right, Lucy. Good luck on your journey of making a whimsical one PC guy. I think the most important thing is, focus. That's what I would argue the most important thing for you is. I did not review all of it. I pretty much just looked at your third level features because there was a lot there already. Focus. Focus. Simplify. And focus. I think playing the synth music and the later part of this stream is really helpful for me to keep me energized. Slashly, I hardly know Lee. Second full custom class you've made. Well, I'm going to be honest, we'll look at the beginning of it, but we're not going to look at all of it. It's an imager file. Interesting. Okay. Just finished your first Baldur's Gate 3 run with Barbarian that had a pocket full of heavy things to threat your enemies. Guys, I am so behind on Baldur's Gate 3. Like it's like sad how far behind I am in Baldur's Gate 3. Executioner. All right, let's see what we're getting. Wait, why can't I scroll up or down? Okay, there we go. At first level, you get Execute. At second level, you get Natural Born Killer. You get not a lot of features. It's a D12 hit die. Simple and martial weapons, Poisoner's Kit, Strength and Con. Very barbarian so far. At first level, you get one feature, Execute. When you make a killing blow on an enemy, you can choose to execute it in a brutal and bloody fashion. All other enemies that can see you or the executed creature must make a DC 10 Wisdom saving throw or be frightened of you until the start of your next turn. The DC increases by 3 points at 5, 9, 13. This should not... This DC should not work this way. It should be based on a stat. If you're building a class from scratch, just give it a save. Give it a number. Tie this to a stat. This shouldn't just grow organically. It doesn't make any goddamn sense. Tie it to wisdom. Tie it to something. It's got to be tied to something. You're jealous that I'm behind on Baldur's Gate? You're behind on your goddamn thesis? Oh my god, Aton. I am not jealous of you. That's a nightmare. Theses are hard. So Peanut Butter said they were playing earlier with their friend on co-op. That is how mostly I've played Baldur's Gate so far. So I haven't played a lot. Yeah, if you're building a class from scratch, it needs its own... It needs, like, an ability score that its save is based off of. This is not how these things work. Like, monks have a key save DC. It's based on wisdom. Every spellcaster has a spell save DC. A lot of fighter subclasses have, like, a save DC based on whatever their subclass is. But if you're going to have abilities that use saving throws, it should be based on a subclass. I mean, it should be based on a stat. And it should probably be 8 plus the stat plus your proficiency bonus. That is how saving throws traditionally work in D&D. At second level, you get Natural Born Killer. You are very experienced with Implements of Death. At second level, when you make an attack with disadvantage, you may use a hit die to add to the roll. You can use this twice per short rest. It feels weird. Okay, so by second level, you can basically frighten creatures if you kill a creature, and you can add a hit die to disadvantage attacks, but you don't have any way to implement disadvantage on yourself. I guess you could just close your eyes. I'll be honest, it feels weird. It feels weird. It feels weird to be like mitigating. Like this seems like it's something that you would have to try to counterbalance disadvantage, which I think is an interesting idea. But I feel like we're not getting enough. We don't have enough by second level. Like this doesn't make sense as a second level feature in my opinion. This feels like it could be a subclass feature, or it feels like something that I would get a little bit higher. Hit die utility is really cool. I like that too. But I'm going to be honest. I don't understand why it's a D12 hit die. And I feel like it doesn't... all of these things feel like subclass features. Like, I don't see any argument for these not just being mechanics on a barbarian. Or mechanics on a fighter. When you're trying to build a new class, you need to sort of prove the merit of that class as early as possible. And all of these features, while interesting, I don't think that they are like core class features in a way that I think you want them to be for a class. I feel like they're they're not too situational, but they're too specific. Not specific. They're not particularly evocative of something. I also feel like execute shouldn't be something that triggers off a killing blow. It should be something that triggers a killing blow. But I wouldn't put that at third level or first level. The song stuck in your head? My main feedback for you would be to figure out what else you can give this thing to make it feel unique in a way that is in line with the way that classes are designed. That's my main feedback for you. So, like, the execute DC should be something specific based on your stats. It should be this. And then, if you want to do a core mechanic that's a fear-based mechanic, that's fine. But you just have to keep in mind, now you're making a character that its core mechanic is a fear-based mechanic. Is that what you're trying to do here? I don't feel like that's what you're trying to do here. Maybe it is. But when I'm thinking of an executioner, I'm not thinking of a fear-based class. You know? First two levels should be to show the utility of a class, and think and beyond should be to specialize into more broad utility. I like the idea of an executioner. This doesn't feel like enough for a class. Like, it feels like my guess is there's going to be a lot of interesting stuff here, but I'm wondering how much it could be put into a subclass. I'm also wondering, like, maybe you gotta move some stuff around. This is not enough at first level, second level. It might be enough power-wise. It's not enough flavor-wise, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't know, man. This kind of just feels like a fighter. or a barbarian. Like, in terms of, like, it doesn't feel like it, but it feels like it could be a subclass for it. Like, execute really just feels like it could be a third level barbarian feature. Like, when you're raging, you drop a creature to 0 hit points, everyone around you has to make a saving throw or be frightened for a round. That just feels like a pretty cool barbarian subclass feature. And Natural Born Killer, again, I think it's a good mechanic. I don't think it has enough. I don't think it's evocative enough for a second level. I think we either need something else here in addition to it, or just something else here entirely. Historically, the Executioner was the one that was afraid if they didn't do a good job, the crowd would beat them to death. Jesus. It could be it could spend a superiority die to trigger execute. I have a fighter with the same fear mechanic. Dabman, I don't know what you're going through, but it is very hard when there is somebody that you care about that is struggling and they are relying on you. And it is extra hard when that relationship feels somewhat unhealthy or negative for you. And if I could give you one earnest piece of advice, it would be that you are not always capable of being the one. And I think that it is okay to acknowledge that. You don't ever want to sacrifice yourself for somebody else. And unless you are a professional therapist or counselor, you probably aren't trained to handle some hectic shit. So, what do? I think the best way to handle that sort of situation is twofold. One, make sure that you are okay. And two, do what you can to help that person find the support they need. Whether that support comes from professional support, whether that support comes from their friends or their family. And that can give you the space and the safety net if you want to back up from the person to know that you're not just abandoning them. Because I understand that feeling of not wanting to abandon somebody, but not wanting to abandon somebody is very different than making space. You can make space in a way that isn't abandoning. The key is to just acknowledge your needs, acknowledge your limitations, and to express that to the person, and to do what you can to try to help them find other means of support that might be better qualified to support them. So again, I don't know the details of what you're talking about. That's what I would say, though. Listen, Meth Addict. First of all, what a silly name you have. I can't ignore heavy conversation in the chat. I'm not gonna just pretend that somebody's not out there thinking about some heavy shit while I'm fucking around with D&D homebrew. I give off a Hasanabi head vibe. Is that correct? I don't watch Hassan that much. I used to watch Hassan a lot. I don't really watch that many streamers anymore. I like watching Hassan's videos sometimes, but I like Hassan Anabi. Yeah. I like a lot of streamers. I like Hassan. I think my favorite streamer right now is probably Ludwig. Ludwig and Moist Critical are probably the streamers that I watch the most earnestly, like when they're live. But Hassan is great. I like Cutie Cinderella a lot too. She's a lot of fun. I don't remember who else I like. I like the famous people. I'm a fucking simple guy. Oh, Germa is probably the best streamer, actually. Germa is the best streamer. Germa, other streamers I'll watch depending on what they're doing. Germa, I will just watch. If you don't know, Germa is like if Jim Carrey was a person that streamed. That's Germa. I'm the only streamer you watch? Wow. My secret goal, well, it's a very nice build, though. That wow came off rude. I didn't intend it to. My low-key dream, like, I feel like I will know that I have succeeded. Not succeeded, but I will feel like I have accomplished a big step in streaming if I am ever acknowledged by Ludwig or Charlie. If either of them acknowledge my existence in any way, I will feel like I have earned it. Or Germa. Any of those three. If any of those three acknowledged my existence in any way, I feel like I would have earned, all right, I'm a fucking man in this little town. I think the goal, here's the secret goal. First of all, whose piece was this? This was Slashly. Slashly, I like the idea of an executioner. I just think we need a little bit more and a little bit more evocative stuff that isn't so fightery, like doesn't just feel, I think we need some more core base evocative stuff earlier. But I like the idea of an executioner. And I would strongly encourage you to think about, would this work as a subclass? And if you don't want it to work as a subclass, what else can we do to make it hit hard immediately? Let's give Ashley a little round. Let's give Slashly a little round of applause. Thank you very much for sharing. You streamed for years? I'm trying to stream for years. We'll see if I can do it. Okay, so here's my secret. All right, so here's my not so secret goal for stream. This is what I would love. So I'm a YouTube streamer. There's not a lot of us. And we don't know how to, I don't know how to talk to other YouTube streamers. I don't know how to find them. I don't even know who the other YouTube streamers are that are like worth reaching out to, because the only other YouTube streamers I know about are like massive, massive streamers to the point where there's no. I'm a little fish. I don't know any medium fish. I know who the big fish are, and I know who I am, but I don't know who the medium fish are. And the people that I should be trying to reach out to do stuff with, collab stuff, streaming stuff, whatever, are the medium fish. There's not really a community with YouTubers. Yeah, it's an issue. It's an issue. It's a big issue. So if any of you know how I can make myself known to people of the massive YouTube streamer variety so that I can do a goof and gaff with them once or twice, let me know. Because I'd do that. Somebody tell Ludwig to be my friend. No, don't tell him to be my friend. Tell him to do a stream with me. No, don't tell him to do a stream with me. Tell him to suck an egg. Oop, there, I'm back. I'm the biggest fish, I just don't know it yet. I'm very niche. Most of my stuff I do is so focused in D&D that I understand why people aren't trying to do stuff or don't even know who the fuck I am. Oh, this is what I was going to say. I know for a fact. Turtle, you're up next, by the way. I know for a fact that Moist Critical has a room in his compound that is specifically for playing Dungeons and Dragons. And they don't do it on stream. So I feel like there might be something there too. Like there might be a way to like breach that barrier, being like, hey, you want to do some streaming stuff with a bunch of little fucking jabronis and do some D&D? Maybe we'll write some homebrew together. Maybe I'll make some homebrew for you and we'll talk about it. Maybe I'll run a one-shot for your crew. I don't know. That would all be so much fun. You want to raid someone's comments? Don't do anything annoying, please. I don't think I'm that popular that I could command people enough to annoy people, but even a little bit is annoying. So we don't want to do too much. Calm down. Turtle, first serious homebrew. Wanted to make something that worked as an alternative to Hexblade for people that want to do Pact of the Blade. Don't hold back. I'm looking to grow. So this is an alternative Hexblade. This is a Pact Warlock. Will we get to your poor Doomstalker? Ooh, who's to say, my guy? Who's to say? Wait, did I click the wrong thing? No, it's a dragon. Oh, interesting. I did not expect that from the flavor text that I read. Or from the thing that you read. I didn't expect a dragon. You vote, we do Addict's thing? I missed what Addict says. I missed what they said. Addict, what did you say? What weird idea did you suggest? You really want to get yours because it's short and goody. Oh, they're homebrew. I like some short and goody homebrew. Davy, Chappie, and I are doing some other stream stuff together. I'm going to be honest. My streams where I play video games do not make much money. They make no money, I would actually say. They make zero money. I've never made money off of a stream that I've played video games yet so far. I love Davy Chappie. He's a great creator. I like him as a person, and I'm excited to do more streaming with him. It's been fun getting to know him. But it's... I don't know if playing video games is the answer for me. I like the idea of playing video games on stream, but I feel like I've built myself up as a non-video game streamer in a way that we would need to push. There would be some growing pains depending on how much I lean into video games. Let's look at this Dragon Warlock. See, I don't even know who Offbeat Outlaw is. Is that a streamer I should know about?
Here's the problem with...
All right, I'll have to check him out. I don't know this guy. I don't know anybody. All right. I'll look at him in a little bit. Gaming ones end too early. Hey, Cinder, I've always wondered, how did you come up with your name? I thought it was funny sounding. And I used it in a play because I thought it was funny sounding. And then I just started using it as a gamer tag when I was playing Overwatch. And then people started calling me Cinder. And I thought that was cool. So I leaned in. And I just was like, this is fucking cool. My real name is not Saul. I don't know if any of you know my real name. I don't know if I've ever said it on stream. I used to try to hide it intentionally. I don't feel like I'm trying to hide it anymore. I feel like if you guys found it, it would be fine. But no, my name is not Saul. At some point, someone will say my name on stream or something, and it'll pop up. But until then, we'll keep it quiet. Just build the lore. The Warlock of the... Let's see, look at this Dragon Warlock. John. Saul was closer than John by like a lot, actually. Neither one was close, but that was a lot closer. You're not... You know, I'm not just going to tell you D and Doomsday. No, it's not Samuel. It's not Paul. You're getting farther away. My favorite D&D monster, probably the Roper. Or the Quickling. I like Quicklings a lot. I don't know. One of those two. Dragons are the pinnacle of what every creature desires to be. Wealth, power, intelligence, regality. Their prowess in battle is unmatched. And they instill fear into the hearts of their enemies. Many spend their whole lives trying to steal just a fraction of this power. You are lucky. You found a dragon willing to share it. What does the worm ask for in return? That's for it to decide. You said what the worm asks for in return? That's an awkward sentence. I wouldn't write it that way. I would say, what does the worm ask for in return? All right, let's see what spells we get. Absorb elements, shield, dragon breath, spirit weapon, elemental weapon, haste, elemental bane, fire shield, dominate person, steal one strike. Is dominate person not already on the warlock spell list? That's surprising to me. I accept if it isn't, but I thought it would have been. Yep, you got it. Scion Bloodbane. That's pretty close. Dragon Prowess. At first level, the ancient wisdom of dragons enhances your physical abilities, attributes. You gain proficiency with shields and martial weapons. In addition, the ethereal visage of a dragon covers your body. While you're not wearing armor, your AC equals 13 plus your dex modifier, and you can use the shield to benefit from this. I would probably not do the shield and martial. I would probably not do the shield. I feel like that's just too much the same as, like, this is so similar. Like here's the thing is, this is basically the same as you get proficiency with medium armor. It's almost exactly the same. So I'd probably drop the shield just to make it feel a little different. As an action, you can activate a menacing aura, granting the following benefits. You're proficient in intimidation, and you can double your proficiency bonus in it. All creatures of your choice within 15 feet of you have disadvantage on wisdom saves to resist being frightened. That's a little too strong for first level, I think. Any creature within 15 feet of you who is frightened by you and can see or hear you takes psychic damage equal to your proficiency bonus at the start of its turns. These are both good features, but they're too strong to give a first level warlock. They're just too strong to give a first level. Like, warlock, everybody already does a warlock dip. I think these are just too strong to give a first level warlock. I would also argue that I don't think that this makes me feel like a melee character. Like, getting getting martial weapons is a nothing mechanic. Like, unless we're using our charisma to fight with martial weapons, you're never going to use those martial weapons. Tulok streams? I don't know Tulok, but I'd love to. I know Tulok the Barbarian as a content creator. I don't know them personally, but I like him a lot. I mentioned him in a video where I called him Turlock by accident. That's how well I know him. Okay, as an action, you activate the aura. How long does it last? It's just always on. That's too much. And you can end it early as a bonus action. So it's infinite use. Okay, so if you want to do a powerful aura like this, the aura has to last like a minute. And it's got to be like a once-a-day feature. This is pretty damn strong. Like, this is significantly stronger than the Undead Patron, which gives you, like, a visage and basically gives you an activated feature. This is a lot stronger than that. And it doesn't... I don't think it's accomplishing the goal of being, like, an alternative to a Hexblade at all. You know? I don't know. And Dominate Person is a base Warlock spell. That's what I thought. So when you're picking what spells a Warlock gets access to for their expanded spell list, you have to pick it from spells based on spells that Warlocks do not normally get access to, because they don't automatically gain their expanded spell list. The expanded spell list for Warlocks is just added onto the spells they can pick from when they're choosing their spells. Exactly, Kelf. It's an expanded spell list. It's not expanded known spells. Yeah, all of this is just... It's just a little too much for first level, my guy. I don't understand, like, where's the... The other thing that I want to point out is that we have... The core mechanic that we're getting at first level is all around the frightened condition. We have no way of giving the frightened condition to a creature. So, if you're building a subclass around a condition like frightened, or even like a core subclass feature around a condition like frightened, you have to include ways in that subclass to give the frightened condition. As it's written, you could very, very easily build this Warlock to never be able to frighten a creature, which is not good. You don't want to be able to very easily build something in a way that you can't use some of its core mechanics. You know what I mean? Atomic Rooster, thank you for the gifted sub. That is very generous of you. Very, very generous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're gonna look at the 6th level feature, but then I think we're gonna be done because you got a lot of work to do early on. Starting at 6th level, your connection to your patron grants you inhuman endurance. When you roll a hit die, you regain additional hit points equal to your charisma modifier. I think that's fine. In addition, if you take a short rest and don't spend any hit die, you regain a number of hit dice equal to half your proficiency bonus, rounded down, which you can do no more than twice between long rests. This is a little bit complicated for a thing that does very little. Like, hit dice aren't that big a thing in D&D. I don't know. I think this is a cool mechanic. I would drop this and come up with something else at 6th level to give in addition to the hit dice thing. You still have the song stuck in your head? Oh, I'm sorry. We'll play it more later. The way it's worded makes you think it's the charisma bonus stacks. Stacks on what? Stacks on what? No, we're not doing a dance party for one gifted sub. I'm sorry. I apologize. I think it's lovely and I appreciate it, but I'm not a slot machine. I'm not a jukebox. If you surprise me with being very generous, perhaps we'll do a dance party. But you also get some free dance parties. You don't need to pay for a dance party. They just come. But every now and then I am inspired to do more. You need like 50? That would be madness. Don't do that. That's like yeah, don't even suggest that. By 6th level, I feel like we're still missing a lot. Like, I don't feel the Hexblade thing. I don't know if I feel the dragon thing. I don't know. I think my suggestion for you would be to simplify your features because there's a lot of things going on. And I think that some of them are overpowered and some of them are underpowered. Like, this just feels like a confusing feature that also doesn't matter that much. Like, it's too confusing for how little it does. How do you make sure gifted subs are on? I have no idea. Hey, Squid, what's up? Yeah, man, we're doing... Listen. I put on some synthwave music about halfway through stream. We've got the party started. We got visited by Zach of Zach Speaks Giants, which is cool. And now we're just sort of kicking it, killing it, smooshing it, schmilling it. I think we're going to stop reading it here. I see we get this draconic transformation at 10th level. The amount of things you get here, I'm going to just say immediately, is overpowered. I don't even need to read it. I can just tell you it is. And I think that we're going to move on. I'm not sure what the goal of this is supposed to be. I know initially you said it's supposed to be an alternative for a Hexblade Warlock, but this really does not feel like a melee martial Warlock at all. Like, this doesn't solve the problem of Pact Weapon not being good unless you're a Hexblade. You know what I mean? Databank, thank you for the 10. 1069. There are a lot of recent things using hit die mechanics. I don't like them. Do you? How do you keep them balanced? I am okay with hit die mechanics. You just need to keep in mind that hit die recovers more slowly than anything else, but you also have more of them than you have almost anything else. So, like, if you're gonna do stuff based on hit die, I think that it's almost better to make them less powerful. And I feel like recovering hit die more quickly is kind of fine. I don't feel like that's broken. But the idea of expending hit die to do a thing, I think is interesting. It's just a little bit wonky to balance. Because you're going to have a lot of hit die. Hit die improve faster than proficiency bonus. They improve a lot faster than... Like, you get one more every level. So it's like a constant improvement. But they come back half on a long rest. So it's an interesting sort of combo there. I think it really depends on what the feature is. I do think that the better way to manage hit die based mechanics is to not have the mechanic use hit die as charges, but using hit die be a part of a mechanic that is based on its own thing. So like having a like for example, I don't love the idea of a mechanic where it's like you can expend a hit die and do a thing. But I do like the idea of once per long rest, you can expend any number of hit die to do a thing based on the number of hit die you roll. Or any number of hit die up to your proficiency bonus or something like that. I think that works. That can work. But the recharge of the mechanic should still be tied to, I think, traditional class stuff, in my opinion. You know? All right. Does that make sense, Data? Am I being crazy? I feel like that's the way to do it, is you make the hit die still an expended resource as part of an ability, but you have the ability to recharge like a normal ability. That's how I would do it. Who is this? Turtle, a noble idea. I love a dragon subclass that doesn't feel too stereotypically like normal dragon, but I think that it's a little bit too much to be... I think you're just giving a little bit too much power too early, and that power is not going in the direction that you said you wanted to go in. So I'm not sure what direction it's supposed to go in, but it's... Yeah, let's just listen to all the feedback that I said if you want to. Or ignore all of it. That's fine too. All right, thank you, Turtle. There's enough mechanics in the game that takes stuff from your class pool, channel divinity, that you don't need hit die as an extra pool, in your opinion. Databank says, yeah, I guess I don't like the recharging extra. Once I made an effort to use hit die in my game, no one wanted them as a resource. I think that's fair also. That's a good point. You hope that yours comes up, but maybe you hope maybe it doesn't. It sounds like it's okay, horror dude, bro. That's a new person's fear. That's okay. We all have it. I'm a moron is next meth addict. You were close there. You see that? Oops, wait a second. Did I? You not on the wheel? Huh. Did I delete you from the wheel by accident? Alright, give me 1 second. Excuse me. Wonder if I deleted you from the wheel by accident. Let's see. I think I could do it. Oh, this is going to be tedious. All right, you're by Grim. Okay, oh my god, this is going to be tedious. All right, 1 second. We're going to make this fucking work. No, I need to do this in a different way. How do I find you quickly? Oh man, what did I do? I feel like how did I get rid of you? What did I do to do that? Yeah, we're still live. Huh. Wait, this is confusing. Oh, there you are. Why didn't you show up? Maybe I typed it wrong. All right, whatever. I challenged people to be to a brewing prompt a while back to take a legendary item and make it into an uncommon item. This is the budget Ring of Invisibility. All right, let's take a look. Good night, Atomic Rooster. Cloak of Partial Invisibility. Uncommon Major. What does Major mean? As an action, you can become somewhat transparent. You are lightly obscured to other creatures until you attack or cast a spell. What does lightly obscured even do? So I don't think you could, I don't think you should write, I don't think the way to phrase it is that you are lightly obscured. I don't actually think a creature can be lightly obscured. I think an area can be lightly obscured. So I would just say, like, that's a very convoluted way of saying as an action, you can make it so creatures have disadvantage on perception checks against you. It's okay. I get it. Cloak of Elven Kind is this, but a lot better, but I think it requires concentration. Let's just check. This is very similar to Cloak of Elven Kind. Oops. Not cloak. Cloak. Like, it's basically just half of Cloak of Elven Kind. I don't know. I wish it did a little bit something more unique, if I'm being honest. Like, I feel like it's just too similar to Cloak of Elven Kind for me to feel like I would want to use it. A creature can be lightly obscured? Okay, well, regardless. I think it's I don't know, man. I feel like it's not... I feel like it's too similar. Too similar. Cloak of Elven Kind. I know it doesn't require attunement, though, but... I know it doesn't require attunement, But like, I don't know. It's just not interesting to me. It's like, it's not exciting. It's like, okay, it's a little bit better than it's a little bit less good than an item that requires attunement but doesn't require attunement. I guess it's okay. I don't know. I feel like I would want, you know, I don't know. I feel like I feel like if anything, I would want it to make it so you're invisible for a very brief period of time, or like part of you is invisible. I feel like that would be more fun. But that's just me. If you like the idea of a uncommon item that you do not need to attune to get a have creatures of disadvantage on perception checks to find you, that's a great item for you. All right, thank you very much. I'm a moron. Thank you. A very straightforward item, very simple item. I don't think it's particularly evocative, but I think it's fine for balance and definitely usable. Pack Boss. Let's see. Thanks for looking. They might be more on the broken side. Balance check and lore check would be nice. I'm not really going to do a lore check. Want to maybe make a patron if people like them enough. Also, I want to have a burrow speed if possible. For the sand one if possible. What the fuck are we talking about? You didn't say any. You didn't say what you made. Guess we'll see. Oh, you didn't make it viewable. All right, Pack Boss. I'm not taking you off the wheel. I'll leave you on the wheel, but you got to make it viewable. If I can't view it, I can't review it. Name. This is my first piece. All right, let's take a look. Let's see if you made yours viewable. Oh, you did. Nice. An affliction skirmisher works best when operating alone. They can work in teams, but are a bad fit for conventional ones and are a bad choice to build a team around. This doesn't feel like flavor text. This feels like a way you're telling somebody how to play a character. I don't know. I would not start with this. I would start with more like, what are they? We don't know what an affliction skirmisher is. They do best in misfit groups that focus on versatility. I don't know what this I don't like what we need more specific flavor text first. Due to their slow output of damage at first, they need support from a good team that allows them to sneak. Wait, what? You just said they work best alone. Now you're saying the opposite. I would completely rewrite this flavor text. This sounds like this sounds like you describing the way people should be expected to play their subclass more than like what this thing's actually supposed to be. I don't understand what this thing is supposed to be. You made this one horribly? All right, well, good to know. Starting at 3rd level, when you, it's based off a book, but this doesn't say anything. Like, I don't, like, what is this? Chat, what is the vibe of this subclass? People are saying edgelord, but I don't even think edgelord is what you're reading in the tone of the text. Edgelord is like you gotta be different and dark and spooky, but we still don't know what the fuck it's supposed to be. What are they supposed to feel like? What is their vibe? We need more vibe. Are they like, yeah, I don't know anything about what this guy's like. So I would rewrite this flavor text entirely. Here's an example of what to say. Rogues who specialize in affliction take particular care in the pain of their enemies. Period. They specialize in different varieties of torment to evoke fear and contempt in those around them. Period. Something like that. You know what I mean? Afflictionist. Afflictionist is a silly word. You should know. Okay, so here's a really important piece of feedback. Afflictionist sounds funny. It sounds like a word that a little kid made up. So if you don't intend for this to be ironic and a little funny, I would change this word. Because it sounds funny. Good night, NZ. Starting at 3rd level, whenever you hit a creature with a melee attack, you can inflict an instance of Ruination of Blood, Ruination of Flesh, or Ruination of Spirit. Alright, what do these do? This is so fucking edgy. Ruination... Bold all of these. This should be bold, this should be bold, this should be bold. Inflicts 1 ongoing necrotic damage until the affliction is cleansed. Added instances have a cumulative effect. So basically... Okay. I would not do this. I'm gonna be really. I'm gonna cut the legs out from under you here, Name. I am so sorry. This does not work. There are many monsters. I would argue most monsters in D&D. I would argue most combat encounters in D&D. The things you're fighting will not have healing. So to create an ongoing damage effect that can only be stemmed from taking healing, that doesn't work. So you got to completely drop that. The second thing is cumulative damage is hard to keep track of, completely unbalanced, and tedious. So I would rebuild this mechanic. I don't know what this is supposed to feel like. I feel like this could very, very, very easily be something like when you hit a creature with a melee attack, you can expend a charge of something and that creature is affected by one of these 3 things: Ruination of Blood, Flesh, or Spirit. While a creature is affected by this, at the start of each of their turns, they take 1d4 damage of that specific type, or 1d6 damage of that specific type. At the end of each of their turns, they can make a saving throw to relieve themselves of the effect. Something like that could work. But it just doesn't work in its current state. Shadow Stalker. Starting at 3rd level, you grow used to moving through shadows and striking your foes. You gain expertise in stealth if you don't already have it. Don't do expertise on stealth for 3rd level on a rogue. You get expertise. Just let them do that on their own if they want to. Do something else here. In addition, don't say may, say can't. Come on, guy. You can use your bonus action to become completely invisible. This is like I think this is like a 15th level ranger feature or something like that. Okay, we're going to stop looking at this here. We're not going to move on. Because I'm going to be honest with you. I have no idea what this thing is supposed to be. And I'm going to say this in the kindest words possible. You know this is OP. I know this is OP. I think you just need to rewrite it and pay attention to the things other subclasses are getting. You made this poorly. Name, I love you, but don't send me shit if you know you made it poorly. I don't want to read stuff that you know is not good. Because that's not helpful for anybody. That's just me getting annoyed. You know what I mean? Regardless, thank you for sharing. I appreciate it. You didn't what? But now you do know. I don't know what you're saying, Name. You didn't know that it was overpowered? You're saying that it's overpowered. Did you not know it's overpowered? I don't understand. I'm confused. Alright, doesn't matter. Regardless, you got to tone this shit back a little bit. You didn't know it was OP. Okay, then we can talk about it a little more. I thought it sounded like you knew it was. You're like, oh boy, I knew this was overpowered. Yeah, you got to... If I were you, I would strongly encourage you to spend a little bit more time looking at what other rogue subclasses get and make sure you're curbing that against them. Doing 2 subclass level features for rogue at 3rd level, I think makes a lot of sense. But unless they are not that strong, they can't be infinite use. So they need to be based on a charge mechanic. They could be once a day. They could be... But, like, both of these features are pretty strong. And you can just always use them. So it's a little bit too much. And this is like 2 different things. Like, this is... Bonus action to become completely invisible is fucking crazy strong at 3rd level. So this is what I would do if I were you. Name. You said this is based on a book. I don't know what book it's based on, but I think what you need to do is you need to say, what is the bare minimum that this needs to feel like it captures the vibe of the character from the book? Does it need to be able to afflict some sort of dark feature or whatever? Do that, because there's things that rogues are already good at that, like, you don't need to do like, you could drop this whole feature. Rogues are already sneaky as fuck. We don't need to take up subclass space to make the rogue more sneaky. This is the same feedback that I give for people when they make full casters. Like, any feature, like if you're trying to make a vampire bard or a vampire wizard or a vampire sorcerer, you don't need to give them abilities that they can take spells to do. Like, if a vampire sorcerer wants to be very enchanting, they can take a bunch of enchantment spells to be enchanting. So you should think about what, like, the rogue already gets a bunch of stuff from just being a rogue. Which of those things accomplish the goal already? And then what new stuff are you adding on? Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Yeah, and I would look at other rogues before you get too deep into the weeds to help balance it out. Bedtime? I love how some of you guys just have the name. There's like 3 of you. It's so silly. Everybody thinks they're original. All right, let's give Name a round of applause. Thank you very much. We don't need to read the 17th level feature. I can... What is it? Your afflictions are so potent they can self-multiply within a creature's body. When a creature with your afflictions is affected, it starts its turn with 15 feet of you. Its afflictions, the creature... I don't even understand what that means. So I would just ignore that. Yeah, I would just rebuild it. And if you want to make the afflictions like an ongoing damaging effect, I think that's totally fine. But you need to make them... there needs to be an element of resource base there. There needs to be an element of ways to get out of it that are reasonable, that sort of thing. I think the idea of doing a rogue that can do like that can afflict creatures with stuff is cool, though. I like that idea. All right, thank you very much, Name. Now, Name, I will tell you, you can never submit that piece to me again, just so you know. I don't do re-reviews. So if you want to work on that piece and you want more feedback on it, I would strongly encourage you to share it in the Discord. In the Discord, I have a whole section that is called peer review, or homebrew peer review, or whatever. And people post their homebrew and they feedback each other, and it's very good for that. So whenever you're done with your homebrew being reviewed by me, whether or not you want to take my feedback, if you want more feedback or you want feedback on new iterations of it, you can always ask for it in the Discord. And there's a lot of very smart people there, many of them smarter than me. Re-reviews, $50 a pop. I wouldn't want to stream them. I'll be honest, I would do a re-review if you were paying me like an editor, but that's expensive, and I don't want to ask for that, and I don't want to promote that necessarily because I don't know how much I actually want to do that. But yeah, I used to do like private editings for stuff, but nah. I'm expensive is the problem. Leary. I just had an inspiration to make a fighter subclass to feel as much as possible more Scottish. What? So I made a simple strength-based fighter, but I have to ask, did I succeed? Man, if this is just going to be like weirdly stereotypical, I'm probably not going to read it. I'm not really interested in that. Oh, whatever. You didn't make it shareable, so it's fine. Oh, no, it is. It's here. 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 Are you on the list? I could do a refresh of this. Here, let me do a refresh of the wheel. And then you will appear on it. There, you're on the wheel now. Martial archetype, MacGuffin fighter. MacGuffin was a clan of famous dwarves. Blah, 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 blah. I don't really care about the flavor text. It just seems like we're doing a family with power. At 3rd level, we get 2 things. Dirty Strikes and Resistance of the Fool. 3rd level feature. As a reaction, whenever a melee attack misses you, you can make an unarmed strike, which is a D8 plus your strength modifier. It's a lot to be able to do that infinitely. There are some class features that give you a reaction attack on a miss or on a hit or things like that. They're almost always higher level. Like, they're almost always things you're getting at, like, level, like, 10 or 15 or shit like that. And if they're not, they are on a resource, which means you can do them a couple times a day. So, it's a little strong for just an always-on thing. Resistance of the Fool. When you choose the subclass, you can, as a bonus action, gain resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, not magical slashing for 1 minute. You've gained this access due to intense training and stupidity. This feature can be used a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. This is just rage, but different. It's kind of boring, right? Like, this is just a rune. Like, why not just be a rune knight? Rune knight does this, but way more fun. Am I being, you know? Just be a rune knight. Or a barbarian. I don't know. I'm not seeing it yet. And your resistance gets better and better and better. I don't know, man. All right, we're gonna look at maybe 1 or 2 more features, but I feel like this is not unique enough. Like, there's a lot of stuff that just like. It just feels like a barbarian fighter. I guess Rune Knight only get the thing if they get the Hill Giant, I think. Yeah. Is it the Hill Giant? Yeah. It gets the bonus action resistance to bludgeoning past piercing and slashing at 7th level. Disgusting. Which is probably D in Doomsday. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like we have a strong feeling of what this thing feels like other than it's a barbarian fighter at 3rd level, which is not enough. What did you do? I don't know what you did. Let's read one more. Harder Knuckles, 7th level feature. Due to battles you have taken part in, your knuckles are harder. Your unarmed strikes deal 1d10 plus strength. In addition, you can, as a reaction, reduce the damage you have taken. Okay, so 2 things here. 1, it is very weird to get an unarmed strike at 7th level, but not get an unarmed strike at 3rd level. That's just immediately it. We get this, but you're not saying all of your unarmed strikes deal 1d8 damage. This is just a very specific ability. So if you mean that all of your unarmed strikes deal 1d6 to 8 damage, you should say that. The other thing that I'm going to say is there's already an unarmed fighting style for fighters. For fighters. So I feel like this is all sort of redundant feeling. It's just fighter, but better. Also, it's a little bit weird to do I guess they have different places. This reaction happens if they miss you. This reaction happens if they hit you. But I don't know, man. None of this is particularly evocative. Like mitigating damage, there's like a lot. That's just a golem barbarian. That's just a Goliath gets that. That's just a stone skin or whatever. Reaction attack when it misses is not all that powerful in your opinion. I think it's pretty powerful. Yeah, and then Die Hard. This is just a barbarian. You literally need to. You just took a fighter and just gave it some barbarian features. I don't know if you did that on purpose, but that's what you did. Like, This is some barbarian shit. It's just a chunky Scottish monk fight. Whenever you drop to 0 hit points, you can, in the next turn, return to life with hit points equal to your fighter level. And it can be used once per long rest. When you get up from this feature, your speed is doubled for 1 round, and your first attack is made with advantage. If you don't have any uses of this feature, then you roll death saves with advantage. Some of that's kind of cool. I like the idea of popping back and getting like a blast of energy. That's cool. That's probably the first thing in this subclass that I think is interesting. You're making all kind of attacks a special opportunity, and if it costs a reaction, is it that strong? I don't know. I guess you're right. I see what you're saying, Data. I think it's medium strong. I would say medium strong for sure. I think, I'm going to say honest though, I think the main thing that this thing is struggling with is that the features all feel like they're just like, it's just like, they're just not super unique features. You know? Like, I feel like they just feel like they might as well just be, like, I feel like this just feels like a fighter barbarian multi-class that took unarmed fighting. You know what I mean? I'm okay with advantage on death saving throws. I don't think that's crazy. Hey man, just popping in before bed. Love your videos. They help you a lot with setting stuff. Oh, that's lovely. All right, I'm playing the music louder. Not too loud. We don't want to be crazy people. As a DM, if my player brought this, I'd be fine with it. It's just a chunky boy. It's not anything is the problem. It's just redundant. Like, Kevin, I don't know you very well, and maybe you're fine with it, but like from a design perspective, there's not enough going on. It's just not evocative. Like, I don't know. It's like you just get a worse version of Barbarian Rage for efficiency bonus times per long rest. You get a reaction hit back. It's fine. It's just not anything. Like, what I want to, the reason why I'm saying this is because this creator, what's their name? Whose piece was this? I don't even remember. I lost them in the heat of things. But to this creator, whomever made this, you asked if you succeeded. I don't think that you did yet. I think this doesn't feel like anything specific. It feels like a little bit of a barbarian, a little bit of a fighter. It's largely balanced, but it doesn't add anything that doesn't already exist in D&D. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. As a DM, I would be fine with it too. It's just kind of meh. Yeah, it does here's what I'll say, which I think is a big issue. It does less new things than the champion fighter, which does almost no new things. Leary's the creator. So Leary, I would, if I were you, I would spend a little bit of time to familiarize yourself a little bit more with what fighters get as their core class, and then I would look at barbarians, and then I would ask yourself a question: is this a fighter or is this a barbarian? And then I would make it do stuff that fighters don't already get and barbarians don't already get. The main issue is that barbarians and fighters are just too similar for their crossover to feel special. I kind of agree. You also, I think, will benefit dramatically from looking at how the language that people are using. Your language is a little funky fresh. It's from this channel, Legend of Monstrous. They're worth checking out. What are you talking about? Is this from that? I don't think it would be. I'd be surprised if it was. Welcome back, James. Yeah, I don't have much more to say. Everyone seems to agree it's somewhat balanced and is lacking in evocativeness, which I think is worth noting. And I would encourage you not to, the thing what you're going to do to make it more evocative is you're going to give it features that help sell a fiction that are unique. That's the main thing. You can tie in some features that aren't unique, or you could look at features that aren't unique in a new way, but it's just too much stuff that feels like it already exists in other places or feels like a weird iteration of it. All right, let's give Leary a round of applause. We didn't read the whole thing because, in general, I don't read the whole piece of a subclass if I feel like the feedback that I have is just going to be the same over and over and over again, and the initial feedback feels more important than reading every single piece. And I talk about that in the submission form. Thank you very much, Leary. It's Ytterbium. Let's see what we're looking at here. No comments. Ooh, going in blind. Pep Talk guy with the other 20. Jeez Louise, thank you again. Before I go to bed, I'm working on a custom Eldritch Invocation for Warlock subclass you're building. Would adding a stacking plus 1 or a 2 to attack damage each additional target of the spell be reasonable for an invocation? That is unquestionably too much. I would not do that for an invocation. Pep Talk guy, I would strongly encourage you to look up the term bounded accuracy and keep that in mind whenever you are designing anything. Also, there's a lot of spells that can target a bunch of stuff, and that would just make it too strong. This is the Kirigakuru. Medium monstrosity, unaligned. 7 challenge, 14 AC, 100 and whatever hit points. Let's see. Misty Veil. It is constantly surrounded by a mist in a 20-foot radius sphere centered on itself. It's magical in nature, and everything within the mist becomes heavily obscured for everyone except it. Okay? Put a period after that. Say which can see through it normally. It can see through it normally. Fine. That's fine. The grammar's a little bit wonky there, but that's mostly fine. I would probably say something like, the area counts as heavily obscured for all creatures except the Kiriguru. And then you can just end that. You don't need to say, you don't need to clarify that. I think that's just there. Maybe you keep it. A wind of moderate or greater speed disperses the mist. It reappears as soon as the wind is gone. I would say it reappears at the start of its turn when it's gone. Like, say, whenever the wind is gone, this reappears at the start of its next turn. So if I, like, cast Gust, basically it is seeable until its start of its next turn, when the mist resurfaces. That way there's a little bit more of a gameplay loop in there that the players can interact with. Remember, whenever we're making monsters, the goal of the monster is making an interesting challenge for the players. And if we just make it so it's always there or not there, I don't think that's as fun to play around with as it's there and then it's not until this creature's start of its next turn. Of course I'm keeping Dice Admiral. Of course I am. You think I'm not? Half of what I was doing during the break was just taking notes on that shit. All right, let's see what else it gets. Yeah, I'm gonna be done soon. We're gonna be closing up soon. This was a long fucking stream. It makes 3 attacks, 1 with its bite, 2 with its claws. Why is it only a +4 to hit? That's so weak. This thing is so fucking weak. Okay. Oh my god, you need to dramatically increase this thing's strength or dex. A CR7 monster can't be attacking with a +4. It's never gonna hit. Even if it's attacking with advantage, it's not good. It's not good. It's not good. No bueno. If I were you, I would probably make this strength like an 18. Make this a +4. So this becomes a +7. Maybe make this strength a 20. This becomes a +8. That feels much more reasonable for a CR5 monster. You could lower the damage a little bit. 2d8 on the bite attack for a medium creature is weird. Normally, you don't start doubling dice on this sort of thing unless the creature is large or bigger. So I probably would lower the 2d8 to 1d8 here. Misty Breath. It exhales mist in a 30-foot line that is 5 feet wide. Each creature in the area must make a DC 15 con save or take 10d6 cold damage. That's kind of high. On a failed save, and be blinded until the start of its next turn. They should be blinded until the end of their next turn, I think. Or maybe I guess the start of its next turn might be fine too. On a success, they take half damage and aren't blinded. I probably would lower the damage here to like 6d6 or maybe 8d6. I would lower the damage here, and I would increase the damage on its attacks and stuff. I like it, though. I think the coolest part about it is this idea of mist that slowly forms and settles, and then you can blast away and then slowly regrows. I think that's very cool. Yeah, it's a fun idea for a monster. I like it. I like it. I like it. You did proficiency bonuses wrong. If it has a +1 to its dex and its proficiency bonus is +3, this should be a +4. Overall, I think it's kind of neat. I think I could also see the claws doing cold damage too, not just doing slashing damage. Chat, thoughts? I like it. I think it's a very straightforward monster. And I think the main thing it does of creating this mist that you can push back is really cool. I think it just maybe lower the damage of this. Maybe. Yeah, I would use this. If the numbers are a little bit more in line, I would definitely use a monster like this. This is also a really good example of a monster that doesn't have a lot going on, but the things that it does have going on are very evocative and lead to a lot of like potential gameplay stuff that I think could be really interesting. So yeah, cool. Fix your numbers up, get your damage up, and I think you'll be gravy. All right, that was Ytterbrium. Let's give them a, oops, where's my fucking... There it is. Let's give them a round of applause. Local meth addict, you should just go into the Discord and say, hey, I'm one of those guys that was new, and I'm excited to be here. And everyone will be like, oh, sweet, brah. Sweet, my guy. All right, friends. I think the time is coming to an end. Pep talk guy, last thought before actual bedtime. Well, stick around for a little bit. You'll get to see the end credits. They're quite lovely. The earlier invocation was originally just meant for an Eldritch Blast. What if it's limited to just damage? There's already invocations that add damage to Eldritch Blast. That's the problem. Like, you already have Agonizing Blast. I wouldn't make another invocation that just adds more damage. Do you know what I mean? That's sort of how I feel about it. All right, guys. We're going to be wrapping stuff up right now. Listen. This was a really, really fun stream. You guys are fantastic. We are going to be back Wednesday. Not tomorrow, but Wednesday I'm doing two things. Wednesday, during the day, I'm going to be live on TikTok, which is crazy. And I'm going to be going on my friend ttrpg Girl's show, and she's going to be interviewing me. So that'll be during, like, the daytime hours. And then at night, we're going to be doing more homebrew review. So if you did not get looked at tonight, don't worry. Wednesday night is always around. And We're also going to be looking at some homebrew that people in the Discord made. Not, well, you all are in the Discord, but basically, I'm a moron and a couple of mods and people organize. We have like these little like homebrew writing prompt things that some of the mods organize. And they just finished a really big one. It's a compendium, a nautical compendium. I haven't looked at it at all. We're going to look at that on Wednesday too. You guys are absolutely fantastic though. If you're new to the stream, I just want to say again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for being here. You are champions. And yeah, I want to just say thank you so much for being cool. And let me make sure everything's ready so I can say goodbye to you nicely. So I can say goodbye to you in style. All right, friends. Be good to each other. And be good to me. I love you. Have a good night.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be with everything we built just turned to broken leaves. I don't think about it. Do you think of me? Walking out that door, never hearing me talk to myself in the morning anymore. Would it all just turn and turn and turn and turn and turn and turn? You don't think about it. Maybe it scares you like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? Doesn't it scare you like it scares me? What do we do with all the possibilities? We don't think about it. We don't think about it. We just fall in